Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Australian Open of Surfing, Far South Coast Open, coming to you live from
Yabbera.
Yabbera Beach.
Yabbera.
Yabba. We're going to be yabbering all day here at Yabbera Beach because we've got a big day ahead of us. Of course, we are straight up and into it. This is the restart of Heat 2, Round 2 of the men's, which we saw yesterday. I think that was Geordie Lawler straight up and into it because yesterday he had a 7 and a 1 before he called it off because we got blown off the beach. That northeasterly went psycho.
Yeah, we did get completely blown out of town, so contest director made the official call.
Yeah, but good call. These guys won't be. I'm sure Round 2 surfers are not disappointed because yesterday we were surfing 2-foot howling onshore northeast wind slop, and today we got this northeast wind swell pushing through, but beautiful clean conditions here. Light offshore. Forecast is for northwest winds all day. You know when the sunscreen runs in your eyes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Already?
Yeah, it's just... Well, I just rubbed my eyes because, I was a bit tired for whatever reason. And then, actually, that was... Yeah, Geordie Lawler, 7.1. And who's this on the red? Looks like Eddie Hannity from... I think he's from Standard Point.
Yeah, he is. Ooh, he's looking good and ready to roll as well. Saxon Reba opened up with a 5-5, and Jack Kirby's out there in the blue. And like you said, Reggae... Beautiful call to call it off yesterday. I mean, there was really nowhere to go with the 40-knot nor'easterlies, and they called it off due to dangerous conditions, I guess. We couldn't keep any of the infrastructure.
It was blowing. The tents were taking off. And
yep.
Looked like, the staff, Bibba Turnbull looked like she was going to go kite surfing.
Yeah, it was pretty chaotic for a little minute, but yeah, like you said, the surfers are going to be stoked because we turned up here to Yabbera Beach this morning in Dalmini, and it's absolutely pumping. It's a bit of a swell magnet here, I believe, for this little pulse.
Yeah, we had a meeting with some of the locals yesterday, board riders, and they were telling us about that.
Yeah, they called it, didn't they? Yesterday afternoon, they said, we bet you guys will be at Yabbera Beach, and look how good the conditions are. Geordie Lawler up and riding. Nice big open face, flies down the line, up and over the roof, and he's finding some more sections to work with way down to the south of the contest bank.
Nice. Did you ride out? Not quite. Well, the old, you still call those club singers?
I think so, yeah. I still call them a club sandwich, yeah. Pretty sure.
I haven't seen one for a while. No, we actually saw one last week, and I've seen 2 now. First time in about 2 years.
Yeah.
So there you go. So Geordie Lawler just trying to back up that 717. Jack Kirby in the blue, yet to take off.
Yeah, so just straight into that restart, like you said, Reggae. Round 2, heat number 2 is in the water of the open men's, and we'll fly all the way through to the end of their round number 2, and then we'll switch back on into the women's, I believe. Let's have a look at the schedule, and then... So women's quarters, men's quarters, and then we'll go into the women's semis and the men's semis. Here goes Jack Kirby.
Well, nice looking wave ahead of him. Beautiful clean wall. Unfortunately, that one just shut down. It looked good on this angle. We're sort of shooting down the beach a bit. The surfers sitting this peak at the northern end of Yabbera Beach. And a few little coves and beaches around here picking up this swell. But, yeah, this bank doing the job here at the north end.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot to be contesting the Australian Open Champions Day. Finals day this afternoon. We'll be crowning both the men's and the women's, so $1,500 for the champs at the end of today. And yeah, it's really not much more you could ask for in competition zone. They've got the main takeoff peak out near the rock, and then there's a left and a right further down to the south there. You can see there's just plenty of opportunity. There's a lot of space if you wanted it between the competitors. And there goes Saxon Reba. A bit of an under the lip takeoff. Nice flary closeout maneuver on the forehand. And we'll wait to see his second wave to lock on in. He opened up with a 5.5. Eddie Hamity's got 2 waves already, a 4 and a 4.73. So I think it's just probably a pretty lucky restart. Conditions were so tricky yesterday. Really windswept, very small and kind of junky until we ran into the afternoon. I mean, the wind picked up all the swell, but it was really challenging conditions. So I think it's a benefit for these 4 athletes to get the opportunity to just start refresh this morning. First heat of the day, so 20 minutes. And like we said, pumping conditions on offer here. We are into finals day, Australian Open Surfing Far South Coast Open. And it's been a great event so far. We've been down here for a couple of days already. And here goes North Narrabeen local Jordan Lawler.
Well, nice. Unfortunately, just didn't ride out. So right in the corner there, you can see the sort of bubbles from some of the rocks of the north end. Geordie just looking to lock in a decent score. It was his second one at 2, wasn't it? So
Yeah, he's got that 717 that he opened up with, and then a 2.17, and just a 127, so a bit of a throwaway there. Saxon Reber's last wave, a 3.17 for that single closeout manoeuvre, and Jack Kirby's just got a 1 and a 2-point ride. So priority will be coming into play with this main peak as well. There's an amazing right hand up rolling off just to the inside, a bit of a rip bowl kind of section, a little bit lumpy and bumpy around those rocks, and you can see there in the bottom of the screen the little sandbank, but there's a there's some absolute gems been coming through for the free surf all morning, and a few of the local guys down here at first light soaking up all the action. And
yeah, why not? Beautiful morning, lovely
yeah,
part of the world here at Dalmini, just north of Narooma in the Eurobodalla Shire, south coast of New South Wales. So yeah, beautiful area, and yeah, just such a nice setup down here in these clean conditions. As we see, looks like Geordie again. It's getting busy out there. There's that tail slide, rides out of that one, wants to set something up on the inside. Big swooping cutback with a rebound off the white water, and again, so a nice little turn to finish.
Yeah.
And Geordie Lawler just kicking out of that one.
smooth surfing is definitely going to replace that 217 throwaway for him and increase his lead. And nice to note too, the judges' tents and the competition tents are set up pretty much right in front of that peak. So we're up on maybe the boardwalk car park northern side of Yabra Beach, looking down into the lineup, and the official tents and the judges are set up right in front of that beach peak there. So down along the sand, they've got front row seats to all the surfing. And we see Geordie's last wave, 5-point right, so increases his lead. There's a beautiful view of the contest set up, and there's the peaks as well. It's just sucking in all of that swell here today, and we're going to see some pretty incredible surfing as we see Eddie Hamilty.
One good solid turn on the outside, and just setting up something on the inside. This one really peaky, not much of a wall on it, and just kicks out of that. So Eddie looking to lock in a decent score. Prior to that, he, wants to get rid of a 4. So it's his lowest score, and he was needing a 7.5 to move into first. Big smash there off the lip from Jack Kirby, one manoeuvre.
Yeah, there's that fun little rip bowl right on free surfs this morning. We saw heaps of the guys and the girls just finding some incredible first sections on that right too. So perhaps a little bit of a shorter wave, but still plenty of scoring rides. There's a beautiful drone view of the contest set up. So we're on the left-hand side of the screen there in the fresh air broadcast truck, and then you can see the sound set up from Headbutt there on the path, and all the way down is the contest tents, the 3 judges tents, and the beach marshal tent set up right down there on the sand, and there's all that swell just pulsing on through. Here goes Saxon Reber.
Oh, nice. Really held the rail nicely out of that top turn, just swooping around through the foamy white water there. Sets up one little tag to finish. So Saxon Reber, that's a better wave. And what was he sitting on?
He's sitting in 3rd position at the moment, so he needs a 3.24. It's going to come close, maybe. Last wave for Eddie Hamilton was a 3.4, so perhaps come pretty close, but nothing super critical. Here goes Geordie.
A little backhand barrel, and he gets it. Oh,
Ooh.
it was a shame. He just needed to hit that. So he done the hard work with the tube, but unfortunately just falling on that last turn. So Geordie Lawley could have shut the gate with that one, I reckon. But anyway.
Beautiful vision. Might be nice to see the Destination New South Wales wave replay, if we can, off the bat. Nice and early first heat of the day. But it's just so beautiful looking
Make these guys work
into
a
the
bit,
barrel. Yeah. Have a look at this replay. Oh, there he goes. Just sneaks out the end, but hits the chop.
Yeah, chop, and his foot just slipped off the back, unfortunately.
But he'll remain in the lead though. 5-point ride and at 717. Last wave for him, just 3.4. And look how consistent it is. There's just plenty of waves to be ridden. There's no excuse, I guess, as a competitor today to not have a couple of waves under your belt that he can see. I think Saxon Reba in the distance getting 2 big hooks on the backhand there on the southern part of the bank, so perhaps under priority as well. And finding it's definitely going to replace one of his waves, I reckon. The last wave for him was 5.83. And he goes Eddie.
Yeah, looking for something a bit more solid. Big turn off the top, but unfortunately that wave just runs out and he kicks off. You can see he's a little bit frustrated. Eddie Hamady has had a couple of waves that looked really good at the start, but just running away from him. And, yeah, still sitting in third place. Oh, looks like Geordie Lawler's just been super busy out there. Nice turn and falling on that last turn again. He hasn't completed a wave for his last 3 waves. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to feel into the conditions. I know he was kind of caught off guard by the chaos yesterday afternoon as well. There's another beautiful shot, Reggae. Look at that.
Wow.
Where else would you want to be on a Sunday morning?
Yeah.
Mirabadella Shire is turning it on for us down here.
Yeah, as you can see, heading north, just beach after beach, of course, and that's all uncharted up there.
Mm.
Yeah. A lot of, well, you notice there's no buildings or anything, so it's all pretty remote. National Park, Crown Land up there, bushland, so here in Dalmini, there's a couple of little bays like this either side, and of course then you go down to Narooma where we were before, yesterday, at the bar there, and yeah, but here at Dalmini, the Dalmini board riders, they tell me this is, they usually just, run their events, their club contests just in this little area. Again, a beautiful, pristine part of the world.
Yeah, it's so incredible. Imagine just bringing your van or your ute or something and just pulling into that car park and backing up and just cruising there all morning, Sunday morning, and a few little coffee joints yet to open, but
brew a coffee.
Yeah, brew a coffee at the back of the van and watch amazing surf.
Wow, that'd be good right now. I'm coping though.
Hoping someone delivers the coffee already this morning because we're going to have a big day of action. I believe there might be 22 heats in total. Here goes Saxon.
Nice. There's that nice drawn-out turn out of the top again. But then once more, that wave just running out of steam. So a one manoeuvre wave there for Saxon Reba.
Yeah, last score for Eddie. That single manoeuvre that we saw on the backhand, 4.07. So it goes into his top 2, but he's going to sit in third position still, chasing a 6.61. Previous ride for Saxon Reba was a 5.17, the 2-turn combo, so it doesn't go into his top 2. He has still one more wave to lock on in. 6 minutes on the clock. Geordie Lawler looking well in front at the moment. Saxon needs a 6.35 to take the lead. Eddie a 6.61 and Jack Kirby an 8.67. So another North Narrabeen local coming up in heat number 3, round number 2. Jamie Thompson, Luke O'Connell will be in the water as well versus Will Clark and Liam Hannigan. And look, another beautiful shot. Look how crystal clear that water is here.
Stingray.
Yeah, it's on the. Is it a little ray that's just there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Some seals around yesterday as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of activity. Yeah, it's really good fishing area around here. Nice turn. There you go, Geordie Lawler. But unfortunately, again, that first half of that turn was excellent. But 5 minutes to go, Geordie Lawler in the lead. And Saxon Reba holding that second spot. So Eddie Hamady looking for that 6.17, I think.
Yeah. How was Geordie's form yesterday? He, in his opening round and his heat, he had those 3 throwaway 8-point rides. He had an 8.67, I think, as a keeper, and a 9.5.
Yeah, he was throwing away a 7.93, I think, a 7 and an 8.
Yeah, he was just in such sharp form. So, I mean, he's in the lead, but he's just looking like he's maybe dusting off the wobbles and bobbles and the end manoeuvres at the moment. He hasn't been able to stick any of them. I think he's probably just getting that out of the way, and he's going to be looking more towards the quarterfinals. He's looking to just progress here and then kind of ramp up. As we see, here he goes.
So running down the line, he's going to hit this thing and hit it hard. Massive frontside air. Unfortunately, does not ride out of that one. Bit of a Hail Mary, but had some height there.
Yeah, that looked really, really poppy from this angle. 4 minutes on the clock. That would have been a huge score if he was able to land out and right on out in front. We'll see. 4 minutes on the clock. He's still in the lead. Saxon Reba in second. Eddie 6.61 required, and Jack needs an 8.67. Sitting on just a couple of twos. Here's a Destination New South Wales wave replay. Look at the speed. Stays high and gets so much tail height through the end of that. Just kind of landing maybe just on top of the whitewash and not able to ride back out.
So Geordie Lawler going for it on that one. It's not going to affect the situation. He's still in the lead, of course, holding that 7.17, which he caught on his first wave and a 5. So caught quite a few waves, but just hasn't been able to improve on that 5-point ride. And currently sitting with that 2-wave total of 12.17, just as we hit the 3-minute mark. So small little peak there. Doesn't look like anyone's going to take it.
Geez, the condition just looks so fun. I find it so hard to not mind surf all these little lumps and bumps. It just looks like the perfect Sunday session. And I mean, we appreciate, of course, working with the Dalmeny board riders guys. They've been so generous in helping us locate where we're going to hold the competition. Like you said, Rego, they called it last night, or they called it yesterday afternoon, pretty early actually, that would be here based on the swell and the wind yesterday. And I mean, unfortunately for the locals, we've completely taken over, but fortunately for us, it's pumping.
Yeah.
It's the best waves we've had in, bar the Coffs Harbour finals day for the Australian Open. I think it's going to be
I think that's fair
the
call.
best waves that we've had so far. Here goes Geordie again. Wave after wave for him. He's been a magnet.
So 2 good turns, and there rides out of that one. So just throw those fins around, and 2 good solid turns. Looking to improve on his 5. So we'll just wait and see whether he has done that. Right on 2 minutes remaining. Eddie Hamady still looking for that elusive score. So Saxon Reba in position at the moment, but we have seen plenty of waves ridden, so I expect those 2 minutes is plenty of time for another exchange. You see Eddie looking at that one. I wonder if he lost priority to that. We're not sure of the priority situation. We're using the 4-surfer priority, obviously, but
it looks like he's going to get plenty more opportunities. Look how consistent this swell is. Here's Jack, and just a bit of a closeout. He has to tuck under that, and no points gained for him. That's going to help him. He's looking for something pretty serious too. Look at the wave count for Geordie. His last wave of 5.33, so it goes into the top 2. He's doubled everybody else's waves caught in the heat, at least almost doubled. So everyone else is sitting around the 5 wave mark, and Geordie's up to his 9th wave.
Wow, 9 waves in 20 minutes. That is busy. Averaging a wave every 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Geordie Lawler. And here it looks like Saxon Reba now. Nice looking face ahead of him. Just slides that turn out of the top. And gets this peak. Wants to run around this if he can. Gets one little tap to finish. And Geordie Lawler still holding that lead. Saxon Reba prior to that was looking for a 6.68. There's a view out to Montague Island.
Yeah, I heard that was the original Dalmeny Board Riders Club name. So they were the Montague Board Riders Club. Yeah, back in the 80s?
Yeah.
70s, 80s? Ooh, here goes Eddie Hamity. Last chance, 20 seconds on the clock. He needs just a 6.61. He hasn't been given too much steep face, bar that final manoeuvre, and I don't think he likes the feel of that.
Shaking his head. He knows what he needs. Yeah, you can see the frustration there for Eddie Hamity.
Yeah, he's been in such great form across the series as well. Rego, he was that guy up in Coffs that was looking really sharp and kind of taking down a few of the bigger names, and unfortunately for him, he'll bow on out. So Geordie Lawler, Saxon Reba, unofficially.
Moving through to the next round, and we'll be back with Heat 3, Round 2 of the men's here at the Australian Open of Surfing, the Far South Coast Open, right after this break.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to Yabbera Beach here at Dalmeny on the far south coast. Australian Open of Surfing, far south coast Open happening right now. And a big thanks to Visit New South Wales, of course. And we are visiting New South Wales. We've been all over the joint.
We
Up
have.
and down the coast, of course. This is the fifth event of the 6-event Australian Open Series. Started off at Cronulla, and we jumped in the cars and drove up to Port Macquarie. Hung out there for a few days and jumped in the cars and drove down to Kiama. Hung out there for a few days and jumped in the cars and drove up to Coffs Harbour last week. And then, yes, we did jump in the cars, and here we are down at beautiful Dalmeny. And, of course, next week we'll be wrapping things up at North Narrabeen, the final event of the Australian Open Series, and also tying in the Australian Board Riders Battle. What's that? Central Division. What is that? It's like,
It'll be
it's
the
Newcastle to Manly, basically.
Yeah, I think they still call it the North of Sydney or the Northern Sydney
Right.
Division, like Greater Sydney region.
Oh, look at this. Jamie Thompson. Nice wall ahead of him. Good section here. He wants to hit it, and he hits it hard and rides nicely out of that one.
Oh, yeah, that was a nice two-turn combo from JT. He's been pretty psyched. He's been on the road with us as well
been
as a competitor and the work crew, yeah.
And the work crew. He's been working on this one.
Well, I guess he's officially
Kind of.
supposed to be working. Yeah. I haven't seen him do too much yet, but there he goes. Nice
Yeah.
two-turn combo.
Yeah, and this one really nice to finish there for Jamie Thompson. So we saw someone split the peak as well. So there'll be 2 scores coming in very soon. So Jamie Thompson, 6-point ride. And I think it might have been Liam Hannigan just with a quick in and out on the right for a 1-point ride. So heat 3. And Will Clark in the yellow yet to take off. And here he goes right now. Ooh, no, he can't get into it. Ooh, we won't be happy with that. So one just backs off a little bit, unfortunately, for Will Clark. And
Well, he maintained priority because he hasn't caught a wave yet in the start of the heat. And the other 3 guys obviously have 2nd, 3rd, and 4th priority. But you know how there's the
Oh,
neutral
right, yeah.
priority? Does he...
I don't know.
Interesting to see on the next set. I don't actually know
I
that
can't
little...
remember. Idiosyncrasy of
yeah.
the priority rules.
Yeah.
Well, there is. Well, he didn't have a look at that one, but that wave just shutting down.
I think he might maintain that first priority until he takes off on the first wave. I'm pretty sure at the very start of heat that's how it rolls, but we'll see. There's JT again. Ooh, opens up.
Big snap. Whoa, sick turn to finish. That was really good. Looking sharp there. Liam Hannigan whacking up in that lip, unfortunately. Well, Jamie Thompson, he is about to hit double figures because that wave is, I expect, will be better. His first one looking so sharp. Those 2 good solid turns. That last one.
Yeah, that was
Plenty of flair.
beautifully surfed. There goes Will Clark. And there's looking back onto the beach as well. Beautiful setup here, like we've been saying. Yabbera Beach
Yabba dabba doo.
on the map. And I heard the board riders guys were saying, which I thought was a joke yesterday, Reggae, and they were saying that their club president, Matt, has a pair of shoes with Yabbera split across them, and he also has his number plate Yabbera
Oh,
because
does
he's
he?
a full hardcore.
This
This
is
is
his
where
spot.
this is where he surfs generally every day, and he confirmed it this morning. I said, "Oh, these guys were saying this about you yesterday, Matt," and he said, "No, yeah, that's right."
That's true.
So thank you to Maddie and Dalmeny guys and girls for hosting us here. You can see probably why it's one of their most consistent spots. It just looks really fun. Here goes Luke.
Nice little snap to start. Unfortunately, got hung up a bit, almost like a little bit of backwash wobble in that one for Luke O'Connell.
Yeah, he's not. So he opened up with 3.67, so only need a 0.74, which I think he's going to get from that last wave. So 14.5 minutes on the clock. Score to come for second wave for Jamie Thompson. It is heat number 3. And heat number 4, Joshua Stretton, Ty Coolers, Harry Ferguson, and Ben Warren coming up. So we will have 8 heats in total, I think, for this round, or round number 2 that we cut short yesterday.
Yeah, we only got one heat out of the way before wind went ballistic.
Well, there you go. Last wave for JT, 7.83.
Yeah.
So solid. 2 waves only caught and way out in the lead, comboing the rest of the field at the moment. Luke O'Connell has a 3.67 and a 2.17. Will Clark's first wave a 4.4. So looking for a 1.45. And here goes Luke.
Yeah, 2 good manoeuvres there. Just sets up the little snap and gets 1 to finish. Unfortunately, just rides out. Just checking the tide. Wow. Not even an hour past dead low. So low tide was at 6:39. I got a high just after 1 p.m. It's a pretty solid one too, 1.7 metres high tide from a 0.8 low tide. So a fair bit of water to move in. Be interesting to see how it pans out as the day goes on.
Maybe it's going to shift this peak right in towards the shore. Maybe, I don't know, maybe similar shape. The left probably get quite fat with all that extra water on board, and maybe that little rip bowl is going to come into more play, perhaps with the bigger tide. I'm not quite sure. We'll see. I heard differing things from all the locals this morning. I heard both things. The right's going to get better or the right's going to get worse, and then the left's going to get better, but the left's going to get worse.
Depends who you're talking to.
Yeah, I'm not sure with the water, but we'll see. I think it's safe to say they were going to have pretty good waves throughout the whole final day here today, and top seeds will be coming back into play for the quarters for the women's as well. They probably only, well, we ran 2 heats of round of 20 yesterday for the women, and the top seeds didn't get a chance to surf, and they're pretty stoked about that. Saw a few of them in the car park this morning, and they were really happy to be turning up to surf their first heats in conditions like this.
I bet.
Beautiful weather as well. It's nice and hot. Here goes JT.
Nice wrap-around cutback. Look at this. Building up some good speed and just flaring those fins out the back of that turn. He's looking really sharp out there. He's a lot sharper in water than you'd think when you meet him on land, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's such a larrikin on the land. He's just such a funny guy around the contest sites that, yeah, he's looking pretty revved up. He needs to make a move now if he wants to find himself the results that he's been chasing on the Open Series. So it'll be good to see him make a couple more rounds and really see him flare up as we see Split Peak, Luke up and riding.
Yeah, another long wall ahead of him. Gets one little turn with the slide and bit of a foam bounce to finish before he jumps off. So Luke O'Connell currently in second spot.
Yeah, that way for him, he kind of had to keep it pretty flat. I think that's going to burn him on the scoreline. It may be due to the angle we're looking at the wave as well, but have a look at the Destination New South Wales wave replay. That's kind of a check turn, like a speed turn, and he really had to flatten out that down the face carve. He's fitting in a third and final manoeuvre there. We'll see how it locks in. His throwaway score at the moment is the 3.67, so he's looking to replace that and increase his hold on second position. At the moment, Will Clark and Liam Hannigan chasing. We'll wait to see what last wave for Luke locks in as. Last wave for JT, a 5.57, so it doesn't go into the top 2 as we're nearing almost the halfway mark. As many waves ridden here in heat number 3, so the guy's been maybe a little bit more selective. And that opening heat was really high energy from Geordie Lawler. And yeah, we'll wait to see. Next wave exchange for these guys. Oh, there you go. Last to Luke O'Connell, 4.20, so it goes into his top 2. And I think maybe the takeaway from that wave and looking at the judging scale is, that keeping the turns flat across the face and having to go kind of mid-face momentum maneuvers has just kept him under that 5-point range.
Yeah.
And the top to bottom surfing of JT that we've seen is really what's putting these guys apart, as we see Will Clark.
Yeah, the judges have been loving that. And we see Will has got one last section here. Just snaps it up in the lip and rides out of that one. So we're going to have good conditions all day. Forecast is for northwest wind swinging further around the west-northwest later on in the middle of the day. So should be offshore all day, and these northeast lines still coming in courtesy of that strong howling wind we saw yesterday. And just into the back half of this heat, just under 10 minutes remaining, and Jamie Thompson in full control with some great surfing. Two good, solid waves now. And Luke O'Connell playing catch-up, as are Will Clark and Liam Hannigan.
Yeah, and just beautiful conditions here for finals day. We're looking pretty big day. Like we said this morning, 22 heats in total, I believe, and finals later on this afternoon, probably around that 3 o'clock mark, around 2:45 or 3 o'clock for the men's and the women's finals, and ready to crown the champ and see who takes the lead on the Australian Open of Surfing Series rankings once again. At the moment, Cedarly Jones sitting in the lead for the women, and Dylan Moffat in front for the men. Saw him warming up this morning. He was down here nice and early and getting the free surfs in. He's always surfing.
He was one of the standouts yesterday for sure, wasn't he, in round one? And looking to better his couple of second places he's had in previous events. But now out there now, Jamie Thompson holding down a really good lead.
Yeah, he's keen to get back into the booth or to get behind the camera somewhere where he can do a post-heat interview. I know that's what he's chasing. That's been his goal across
That's
the
his goal, just to do
post-heats.
Well, you got to have motivation, I suppose. That's something.
Yeah. He's got a lot of flair to bring.
Yeah. Well, at this stage, he's got solid lead. Luke O'Connell leading at 9.54 to move into first. You know, Luke's got a lot, just a couple of fours, 4.2 and a 4.3 is his two scoring rides. Well, Will Clark only needs a 4.11 to move into second, while Liam Hannigan can do it with a 6.11. Plenty of time, 7.5 minutes. So Luke O'Connell, he really needs to lock in a decent score if he's going to hold on to this second spot. And Jamie Thompson out there. Look, they're having a good old chat, him and Luke. Jamie was going like that. Did you see my turn, man? I was sick.
Yeah. He's definitely.
I've been ripping in this heat. You've got no chance.
Yeah, he's full froth mode this morning.
And Luke's just gone, whatever, mate, whatever. 7 minutes remaining. So, beautiful day here at Yabbara Beach. There's the overview looking south there towards Narooma. You see that point right down the end. That's just the southern end of Narooma Beach. And Montague Island out the back. And look out, there's a heat winner.
Yeah, Geordie Lawler. Congratulations. Good way to kick off this morning.
Yeah, it's good fun out there, yeah.
So, Geordie, of course, we started your heat yesterday, and during that heat, you'd locked in a good solid score of 7, I think, but then scraping around. What was it like when it got called off? It's a bit, it doesn't happen very often, but not often the infrastructure gets blown off the beach either.
Yeah, no, it was a first for me. I actually, I thought there might have been a shark yesterday.
Oh, is that what you thought?
Yeah, and they're like, oh, it's on hold. I'm like, oh, God, there's a shark or something. So I kind of freaked out a little bit.
No, it was more of a hurricane on
Yeah, and I looked in and the bloody tents are just gone everywhere.
Yeah, but they were going psycho.
Yeah.
But good conditions out there this morning. You got a lot of waves. I think you ended up catching 9 waves. Like, that's 2 waves a minute. What are you, just Superman?
My first surf's always pretty hectic because I just have a coffee before and I'm just frothing out. I just need to calm myself down in the morning.
Yeah, well, we've got a long day ahead of us. 3 more heats to make the final. You're looking really sharp in this event. Even in that first heat yesterday, in those tiny waves, looks like you've got your board is just ripping under your feet.
Yeah, I really like my boards at the moment. I got a nice epoxy for when it gets smaller, and I got a really good PU, probably one of the best I've had in a while. For the bigger stuff, so.
And what did you surf the epoxy today?
No, I surfed the epoxy yesterday.
Yeah, and the PU.
And the PU just then, yeah.
Yeah, well, that board looks unreal. Well, looks like it's going to be a fun wave, offshore conditions all day. So, thanks for turning on the surfing. You're turning on. It's great to watch. And, hope you keep going.
Yeah, it'll be a good day. Thanks, guys.
Enjoy it.
See ya.
She is, yeah. He's been the informed surfer for this instalment of the series. Stop number 5. I haven't seen him around the other events, actually, unless
I think this might be his first one.
Yeah, pretty sure it might be the first time he's turned up, and he's turning up in a big way. He's looking for that QS qualification as well, like we were speaking about. Yeah,
because he had a big breakthrough win at Manly last year with the Prime event. So Geordie Lawler, pretty keen. Of course, I'm sure we'll see him next week at North Narrabeen when the Australian Open of Surfing is held on his home beach. Now, just into the final 5 minutes. So, Jamie Thompson holding a good, solid lead. Luke O'Connell just maintaining second spot, but this guy can get him. Will Clark now. Here's an opportunity. Needs to... No, unfortunately, that wave just not giving him a ramp at all, so didn't really stand up. So, Will, prior to that, he's not looking for a big score.
Nah, just a 4.11.
Yeah.
And a 6.11 for this gentleman right here in the blue, Liam Hannigan, up and riding, drops straight down to the bottom, kind of a little bit hung up and wobbled, and he'll go down too. And there's Ben Warren coming up in that next heat in the blue rushy. But you can see the differences in the approaches, Reggae.
Yep.
Like JT's been kind of lining up that first section, only doing 2 turns and just dropping straight from bottom to top, and a little bit of steeper section too on his bigger waves. And then Luke and Will and Liam have kind of just been, I guess, trying to jam in 3, 4 or 5 turns, and they're flatter, and they haven't had the kind of ramps on those lefts. They kind of look a little bit trickier to navigate, so that's indicative of the scoreline there. They just haven't been able to push above that 5-point range. It's all sat under, I think 4.4 is the highest score between those 3 guys. So you can see the difference in the approach there. Maybe they're looking towards the end section as well, and finding maybe smaller waves. So they're going to have to find themselves a bigger opportunity in the last few minutes. 2 minutes 45 on the clock. And like I said, Will, a 4.11 required, and Liam needs a 6.11. Pretty well situated here too. You were saying, Reggae, it's going to be pretty much offshore all day here, the way we're facing.
That's the forecast, is northwest winds this morning and swinging around further around to the west in the afternoon. So, it should hang in all day with clean conditions. The wind's not too strong, so hopefully it won't push the swell down as we... That little back off there, but you can see that spray coming off the back of the waves. So, this it's got a little bit of grunt in it, not too much. So, Luke O'Connell in the white really needs to cement his position if he can. Just 2 minutes to go, and looks like on the inside was Liam Hannigan. In and out, nothing going on that wave.
Maybe it slowed down over the last heat, though. I feel like it was just pulsing as soon as we turned up here this morning, and then through that first heat, now seems to be a few less waves ridden. Although I did hear Geordie saying that he did get a coffee into his system and that he didn't have a free surf. He just went straight into the heat, straight into the rushy.
Caught 20 waves.
Yeah, caught plenty waves. So 1.5 on the clock. Will and Liam chasing at the moment, and finals day. Good day of surfing. We're going to throw out who's your pick for champ at the end of the day.
If you want me to throw it out, a bit early for that. I've got, obviously Geordie Lawler's going to be in the mix. I expect Dylan Moffat. Rattle a few cages. We'll just have to wait and see. A lot of good surfers in this event, of course, and only into the third heat of round 2, so we've got a long way to go. And just under a minute now in this heat. So Luke O'Connell still hanging into that second spot. Will Clark just only needing a 4. 4.11. So he just hasn't had the opportunity to put pressure on Luke O'Connell. If he survives this, will be quite relieved. Because, it's not often you get through a heat with a pair of 4s.
Yeah, look at that little free surf peak down the beach as well. You can see the guys warming up down there. It's pretty much pumping this morning. It's hard to not want to be out in the lineup with the rest of the guys. It's just incredible conditions to turn up to. Like we said, from yesterday, going from the windier, few bit of rain,
2
rain
foot
clouds
wind
around, to an incredible Sunday morning like this. It's quite nice weather, and just a light little offshore, pumping little waves up and down the beach. It's a beautiful place to be.
Well, it looks like there you go. So, unfortunately for Will Clark, he never had the opportunity to roll the dice. So, Luke O'Connell survives in the second spot. Big win there for Jamie Thompson. 2 really good solid waves, surfing really well. And we'll be back with Heat 4, Round 2 of the Australian Open of Surfing Far South Coast Open right after this break.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah. Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing, coming to you live from Yabbara Beach, just here at Dalmini, north of Narooma, as we see Surfer in yellow up and riding straight into it. Big turn out of the top. That's Harry Ferguson, I think, and looking to get around this section, and unfortunately shuts down. My name is Reggae Ellis. Thanks for joining us. Joining me in the commentary booth is none other than Jessie Starling.
Hello, how you going, Reggae?
Good, how you going?
I'm really good, thank you.
That's good. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, no worries. Happy to be here.
Yeah, that's good. You can give your sister a few tips, you know.
More like she can give me a few tips.
Yeah, that's all right. So, yeah. Of course, you're not surfing in this heat? Are you surfing the event?
Yeah, I actually am. Yeah, True and I are actually in the same
Oh, yeah, that's right,
quarterfinal.
in the same quarters. That's
yeah.
right. No, we were talking about that yesterday, going, who's your dad going to go for? And we figured we'll go for whoever wins. And whoever loses has to pay for lunch. Did True tell you that story?
Oh, no.
Well, that's the go. We've made up the rule. Your dad's... For your dad, it works out, but either way, it doesn't matter.
Over dinner last night, Dad just goes, all right, girls, first and second. I don't want it any other way.
Oh, right. There you go. We're putting pressure on.
So we were like, okay.
Fair enough. Okay, out there now, we got Harry Ferguson in the yellow, Ty Coulis wearing the white, Joshua Stretton in the yellow, and wrapping up the heat is Ben Warren in the blue. Just a couple of waves ridden. We saw Harry on that first left, 4.67. Ty also locking in a 4. Joshua with throwaway of a 1.5, and Ben Warren in the blue yet to take off. Looks like Josh Stretton in the red. Nice looking wave just off the bottom. Throws it up in the lip. Flares those fins out. Really driving that board off the bottom. And again, a little snap to finish. So not a bad wave. And it looks like Ben Warren on the left. So Ben had 2 turns on the outside. So it's going to be a decent score as well for both those surfers. So you got to be happy, Jess, with the waves we've got today.
Oh yeah, we actually surfed here yesterday afternoon, and we called out and we were like, please hold it here tomorrow. Yeah, it's so much fun, and this morning was so much fun out there too. So
yeah, so it was still windy yesterday. Backed off a little bit the wind, didn't it? This was sort of semi-protected almost, wasn't it?
Yeah, because we were trying to find waves. We just wanted to get a surf in, and then yeah, we found here it was semi-protected. So we're like, yeah, right, we're out there.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Now, here we go. Wow. Is this Josh? No, that's...
Yeah, again.
It is. That was quick. Yeah, so...
Have you seen that board that he rides?
No, I haven't had a look at it.
If it's the board I'm thinking of, it's really cool. It's got, like, channels on the bottom, and he rides, like, a little small fin at the back. It's, like, almost like a twin fin.
Okay, and just with a little trailer fin.
Yeah, that's what he's been riding at other comps. I'm not sure if it's the same board, but it looks like it is with the deck. Deck pad.
And getting a lot of speed out of it too.
Yeah, it's a really cool little board.
So he's just locked in a couple of okay scores. Moved him into first place. Yeah, hasn't updated yet on my live heats thing. There we go. So Josh Stretton, yeah, that last wave was a 5, or second to last was a 5.67. Then just that 2.9 for the one. That short wave straight after. There's the aerial view of the setup.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it looks quite amazing. Like nice sand bottom, crystal clear water.
Yeah.
Water's not too cold.
It's not that bad. It was cold this morning because of the wind, I thought, but I'm a bit of a sook when it comes to the cold.
I'm not sure who it was. Someone was surfing boardies this morning.
Yeah, I saw that and I said, Dad, that's crazy.
Because it was cold. Like that was at 6:30 in the morning with the light offshore. It's not like it was probably only 10 or 11 degrees on land.
Yeah, it was
warming
cold.
up quickly though. Yeah. So you're a bit of a sook with the.
I am a bit of a sook by the cold. Yeah, I love wetsuits.
Have you been down this part of the world much before?
No, I've actually never been to this part of the world. I've been to like Culburra and then
Yeah.
Victoria, but never this part.
The
And
far south coast. It's pretty awesome, isn't it?
love it. It's
Yeah.
so beautiful.
Yeah, no, it's awesome part of the world. So, okay, what are your tactics going to be to smash your sister?
Oh, I don't even like thinking about
Oh,
it.
don't you?
Nah, I just want to, take it heat by heat and whatever
come on,
happens,
heat by
happens.
heat, go
Yeah.
back to cliches. Come on.
I know. No, I'm just going to go and stick to my strengths and just give it my all.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
Do you have to adjust your strategy knowing it's true because you surf with her so much and she knows
Yeah.
everything about you?
Yeah, well, that
Oh,
was a
nice.
nice turn, yeah.
Yeah, Harry Ferguson just floating those fins out. Look pretty cool.
Usually when we have heats together, which we haven't had a heat together for like 2 years,
Oh, okay.
but usually when we have a heat together, Dad will say, okay, True, you go rights, and Jesse, you go lefts.
Oh, right, okay. Dad, forever the diplomat.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll look forward to seeing that. The
I know.
quarterfinals should be, it's going to be fun waves all day. We reckon we've got these offshore conditions all day. West-northwest winds.
Yeah, it'll be really fun.
Yeah, I think high tide's not till 1 o'clock, so it'll be interesting to see what the tide does to...
Yeah, I haven't surfed this place on high tide yet, so looks like a nice little left-hander for Ty Coulis out there.
Yeah, nice turn. And gets another one in. This one, a pretty peaky wave, not a long wall ahead of him, but on our angle. Of course, the judge is sitting right in front of the break, so they're looking at square on. And there we see Josh Stretton there. Good looking section ahead of him. Nice swooping turn out of the top. And unfortunately, that wave just gave up on him, but still 2 good solid turns.
Some of them hit the bank really nicely out there, and others just
A little bit too
yeah.
wide.
But that's a nice wave for Ben Warren. 2 really good-looking backhand turns on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. See, that one hit the bank where I think Josh Stratton's didn't hit the bank quite as well as his did. It's weird. You got to pick them. They almost look like they're gonna close out, and they're the ones you want to go.
Yeah. You can just see those lines out of the northeast was pushing through down the southern end and down the coast. Next beach around. Harry Ferguson just got a couple of scores coming in. All right, while we wait for those scores to come in, we've got Jamie Thompson down there, last heat winner. Jamie, not a bad couple of waves you caught.
Yeah, no, I was pretty lucky. Is it mic on?
Yeah, mate, don't worry, you're blowing me head off.
Oh,
Yeah, you're all good.
All good, brother.
Yeah. No, it was good. Like a good solid left, and then you backed up that right, really flaring it out off that second turn in particular. Like, you must be pretty happy with these conditions compared to what you looked like you're going to surf yesterday.
Oh, yeah, super good call from Adam yesterday to call it off. He put us in some real good waves today, so frothing.
Yeah, well, you found those 2 good waves. How is it hard to pick the right wave?
Yeah, it's actually pretty tricky. I was just kind of looking for almost a closeout to do 2 big turns on. That was the plan.
Yeah, well, Jess Starling's in here, and she was
Hey,
saying,
Jamie.
Hey, Jesse.
yeah, and she was saying this morning, the ones that look like they're going to close out are definitely the ones you want because they give you a bit more extra wall.
Yeah, for sure. Just 2 big turns. That's what Kai wants, so give it to Kai.
Fair enough. Okay, with this, your plan going on for the rest of the day, besides winning the event, I know that's your master plan, but what's your heat strategy going to be? Just maintain what you're doing now?
Yeah, just 2 big turns on her set. That's pretty much simple formula.
Yeah, simple. Just stick
Super
to
coach Jack Anderson just give me the rundown before the heat. Listen to Swellian's podcast. Hoyo just said stick the rails, so that was the plan,
Mate, you got support from everywhere, What did Kelly Slater send you a text and tell you what to do as well?
Pretty much, mate, pretty much.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're one of the most popular surfers in Australia with a huge fan base. So, great to see, Jamie, and, just you got anything you want to say to your fans out there?
Yeah, thanks Mum and Dad for watching. It's always good to see the fan back at home tuning in. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, awesome. Well, great surfing, Jamie. Look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Hopefully I get another interview, mate.
Yeah, you never know. If you're lucky, keep doing the right thing.
All right, cheers, mate. Thanks, Jesse.
Bye.
See ya.
So there you go. Jamie Thompson had a big heat win. And, wow, he's got Hoyo supporting him and the Swellians backing him up, It's
He's
very
got
popular.
everyone.
He's got everyone. Kelly Slater. It's amazing.
Kelly Slater.
Josh Stratton. Nice snap and
Oh,
throwing
that
those
was-
fins out. Really controlled that beautifully. And it's going to get a little bonus section on the inside, or just more of a phone tap. Nothing to get too excited about. But just did the job on that wave.
What do you think about that one? Because it was a bit of a smaller wave.
Smaller wave, good solid turn on the outside,
Yeah.
but really just one manoeuvre. That second move was fairly just a weak sort of
Yeah.
tap at the end, but he did complete the wave. Have a look at the first turn. Like, that is a
Yeah,
good
that's
solid
a
turn. So,
very
yeah, I
nice
reckon,
turn.
you know.
Top
and-
two?
Yeah, I think it'll be his top two. Yeah, he couldn't. It's a shame that last thing didn't stand up because he didn't get really much out of that one, but that first turn definitely going to make a difference. And just a couple of waves running through there, unridden. So just in the second half of the heat now, so 9 minutes remaining in this one. This is heat 4, round 2. Got another 4 heats of this round to go. Then we'll be going into, not sure if we're going into the quarterfinals of the women's.
Yeah, we are. I
Straight
believe.
after round 2 of the men's.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Yep, straight into the girls. And then back into the boys.
Yep. So, so have you been in all these events?
No,
You haven't, have you? I haven't seen you hanging
yeah,
around.
I did the first two, Cronulla and Port Macquarie, and then I missed the second two due to work.
Ah, work.
I know,
That's
I know.
such a hassle.
Yeah, and actually one of them I was Molly Picklum. She's one of our closest friends, and she turned 18, so I went and spent the weekend with her for her 18th.
Well, that's not work.
Yeah, that wasn't work. That one I had to beg to get off. It's like, please. So yeah, I'm just gonna do these last two, and True's just been killing it. So.
Yeah, she's still leading, isn't she?
Oh, she's second now. Cedar just
Um,
got her. So.
Oh.
I know.
So, well, there. You know, what if you knock True out and destroy her dreams
I
of
know.
winning? Do you care about that?
I do care.
I know you
about
care,
that.
but you've got to put it in the back of your head. You can't.
I know.
Otherwise, you'll blow it.
Yeah, I just got to think,
know.
like about myself.
Exactly.
Yeah,
she may
just-
be your sister.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
But
yeah.
you know, it comes down to it.
Hug it out at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's
whatever
right. Leave it in the
happens.
water. You know.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
Go out there and smash her if you
Yeah,
can. and
yeah.
If you do, just come. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it.
Well, I did, but,
But
yeah.
on accident.
That's right. Well, big snap there. It looked like a bit of backwash in that,
Yeah.
which is pretty weird because we're only an hour off dead low tide. So we've got a lot of water to come through before we hit high tide at 1 minute past 1 this afternoon. And as you can see, those scores, no one's locked in anything like we saw in the last heat.
No, Jamie got 2 really solid waves in the last heat. And
Yeah.
Geordie in the heat before as well.
Yeah, we've got Josh Stratton. He's got that 5.67 on his second wave. He's still standing in as the highest score. And needs to back that up.
True, when I was saying this wave is really similar. It's kind of a mix between North Boomerang.
It looks a bit like that, yeah.
Yep, and what's it called? Macaulay's Beach at Coffs Harbour.
Coffs Harbour,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then a little bit of North Avalon in there too.
A little bit of North Ava.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
We were trying to figure out what it reminded us of
Right.
yesterday. But super fun waves. Huge fan of this beach.
Were you two the only ones out yesterday?
No, we came out with Joel Vaughan,
Okay.
Saxon Reba, and Oscar Langburn.
Yep, so there's a few of you out there.
And then Coda Killorn came out as well. So, bit of a dream team.
Bit of a dream team. The Starling sisters and the dream team. Okay, we got, looks like Red, Josh Stratton, having a look at this one. Still holding a 3 as his second scoring wave and wants to boost something up into the 5s. This one, not a lot of opportunity there, unfortunately.
And that backwash again.
Yeah, you got to think he probably would have been under priority there.
Yeah, a bit of a smaller wave, so you'd assume so.
Yeah. So very close, at this stage. Ben Warren holding second. Ty Coulis only needs a 4.95 to move from third to second. And Benny Warren looking for a 4.28 for move to second to first. And Harry Ferguson also definitely in the mix, only needing a 4.51. So this heat, as we hit the 5 minute mark very soon, is wide open. Anyone can win this. And yeah, no one's managed to find that elusive above average score around the high 6s to 8 is what people are looking for. And yeah, it's a pretty place around here, isn't it?
Oh, it's stunning. Absolutely. But I found it really sad. Like we're coming through Mogos, I think it's called, and all the burnt trees from the fires.
The fires, yeah. Well, 12 months ago, this would have just been smoke.
Yeah.
And sort of the fires burnt here most of December, I think, like New Year's Eve was a fully horrific time. It was hard to imagine. But the road to recovery's happened. Long road, though. Like, it's been pretty tough for people down the far south coast, or all the south coast. So, yeah, hopefully they'll enjoy a good summer with plenty of visitors as we see Harry Ferguson now not looking for a huge score. Man, he had the opportunity there. Only needed a 4.51, and if he made that wave, he would have got it. So Josh Stretton there just finishing off, looking to improve his situation. He wants to get rid of a 3.87. Still only a 5.67 as Josh's highest score, and that's actually the highest scoring wave of the heat. So a pretty low-scoring affair at the moment, Heat 4. Wide open with 4 minutes remaining. Harry Ferguson just had a great opportunity to move in a second, but he blew it.
I know. He just had to ride out of that one.
Yeah, it was a shame. Like, it looked like I was surprised when he didn't make it because it looked like he was fully in control. Just one of those things. And as you'll see here, nice first turn. Look at this section, just throws it up, and just got hung up.
Yeah, he didn't rotate
just a matter
his
of
body
timing.
to come back
It
down.
was just sort of looked too flat.
Yeah.
Mistimed that hit.
Oh, it's such a shame because it's such a tight heat. He could have even moved to first if it was a good score.
Oh, he would have moved to second, I reckon. So, yeah, because he's not looking
shame.
for a 4.51. So just under 3 minutes remaining here in the heat for round 2. Four surfers just sitting here in the pristine waters of Yabbara Beach. Looks like a bit of a set. Looks like White could be getting to this. Ty Cool is currently in third spot. Throws it up into the lip, and unfortunately that one just shuts down one manoeuvre. Ty looking for a 4.95 to jump into second, and he's our current heat leader. Well, unfortunately for him, everyone's fallen off.
He's loving those inside rights.
He's that second last one where he had that big solid turn. That was sick. What did you get for that? You got a 3 point something for that.
I think that's Coda Killorn paddling out for his next heat. I think that's Coda.
It could be.
It looks like his new haircut.
I couldn't have a look at the heat draw and tell you. It looks like his new haircut.
Yeah.
Is it a good haircut? What do you reckon?
It's a good haircut.
Did you give him a rap on his haircut?
I think it makes him look older, and he says it makes him look faster. So we just go older and faster.
Oh, fair enough.
For Coda. But he's such a legend. Huge Coda fan.
You're a huge Coda fan, and you like his haircut. Well, there you go.
I do like his haircut, yeah. Yeah, it's a good one.
2 minutes remaining, so we'll be seeing Coda in the next heat. Out there right now, though, Joshua Stretton has added a 5, so he got rid of that 3 point, whatever it was, and extended his lead a little bit. So Ben now needs a 5.41 to move into first place, but he's managing to hold on a second. Just Ty Coolis only needing a 4.95 to move into second, while Harry Ferguson needs a 4.51. We saw him heading towards that score in his last wave, but unfortunately Harry fell on that second turn. 90 seconds remaining. Josh Stretton and Ben Warren currently holding the first and second place and looking to progress through the next round as we see Ty Coolis.
Oh.
2 good snaps. He wants to finish this off cleanly. That was a good solid turn to finish. Looking for a 4.95. So pressure is now on Ben Warren. We'll see if that overtakes him. We've got enough time for Ben to try and lock in another wave with 1 minute remaining. So Ty Coolis surfed that a bit conservatively, but he knew what he had to do. A little snapped outside, and again, nice adjustment that last turn. A bit more critical.
What do you think? Is it the score?
Yeah, 4.95. Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, 3 turns. 3
did
good
what he
solid
had to
turns.
do,
It's not,
yeah.
And thinking about the scale the judges have been looking at, yeah, I think so. So we'll wait and see. We're not to break out, as they all say, Martin Potter. I'm not a judge, but, they love saying that. Yeah, but I'm not a judge. I'm a commentator. And
I think he
got the score. So there you go. I should be a judge. So, yeah, Ty Coolis on that one. Put him into second spot. So Ben Warren, he's probably not surprised because he knew he was only holding a couple of 4s. So Surfer in blue, here he goes now. This is his chance to make a comeback.
Oh, no.
Ben Warren looking for this wave to offer something. And unfortunately, he's looking for a 4.07, and that wave I don't think was going to give it to him. So Joshua Stretton and Tycoulis unofficially moving through to the next round. And coming up next, we'll have Heat 5, Round 2 of the Australian Open of Surfing, Far South Coast Open, live from Yabbera Beach, Dalmini, right after this break.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon 24
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome back. Live action here with you Sunday morning. Beautiful day for finals day of the Australian Open of Surfing series, the Far South Coast Open. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joined in the booth by Jessie Starling.
Hey, Jess.
Hey, Jessie. How you going?
Good, how are you?
Good. Very good morning. Did you have a free surf this morning?
I did have a free surf this morning. It was fun. It was really fun, actually.
It looks pumping. And here we
Yeah.
go. Shane Werner, the Browley boy, former pro surfer
Oh.
on CT.
Wow, that was really nice. Just came unstuck on that maneuver, though. But that was nice. That threw heaps of water.
Yeah, he's a bit of a powerhouse. We saw him, even in the small conditions yesterday, being able to find some really nice waves. There's Jared Zeller. So I believe, if I'm getting it right, Hungarian surname, Zeller. We saw him in the post-heat win for himself yesterday. He was feeling pretty stoked about getting through on those tough conditions. And yeah, so good waves on offer this morning, Jessie.
Yeah, it was really fun. I think it's meant to be fun all day too. I haven't surfed this on high tide, but it'd be interesting to see what it's like then.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I feel like it's it was pumping when we first turned up, like really consistently.
Yeah.
And as we've gone through the last few heats this morning, it's slowly kind of slowing down, and there's
Yeah.
only that 2 or 3 sets rather than, I think we just pretty much had.
In the first heat, there was 23 waves caught.
Yeah.
Well, more maybe. I checked that at with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah,
So-
that's just such a massive amount of waves for a contest peak, like with one single kind of main takeoff area. So at the moment, Jared Zeller, Shane Werner, Coda, Killorn, your man, your pick, and
Love
Keanu
Coda.
Miller. And you'll be coming up today. I
Yeah.
just looked at you'll be versing True, your
Yes,
sister.
I will be. As much as I don't want to be.
You don't want to be?
When we get competitive with each other, we get really competitive with each other.
Oh yeah, it'll
But,
be. I'm gonna. I mean, I won't. Or maybe I'll tell True this when I see it after the heat. But I'm gonna put my money on you because I feel like True's been in like incredible form.
Oh
Obviously,
yeah,
she's number 2.
incredible form.
She's number 2 seed at the moment. Here goes Shane. And hits
Oh.
that wobble. That's been really wreaking havoc for all the guys. Hey.
Yeah, in the last heat, there was a lot of no ride outs in the last maneuver just because of that little bit of backwash, which is interesting because it's pretty much dead low tide.
It's like I feel it might be bouncing off the inside of the rocks there. There's that little rock crop and then that really shallow little bank.
Yeah, as we see Keanu Miller on a nice right, floats that first section and gets around for a second. Sick.
Oh yeah,
That was a good wave.
sharp, 2
Spicy.
turns. Yeah, it was very sharp kick off his campaign. Let's have a look. If you are following on liveheats.com, scores or well, I'll have to update that. Scores still dropping in for those last few rides. Shane Werner was a 217, Jared a 3, Keanu's previous ride was a 283. So we'll wait to see what the last few serious numbers. Just a 3.1 for Keanu's last wave. So he goes into an early lead. Yeah, you going in against True. I would just love to. I think it would rev her up if you smashed her.
Yeah, the last time we competed against each other, I actually got her, and the next comp that we had each other in, she was just like so dominant. I was like, oh gosh.
She's like, you are not taking this win as well. Wait, so the overall holdings on your, your versus things are you 1-all or you?
I would
are you
say we're probably like 55-45, and she'd be the 55.
He's 55.
Yeah.
Well, I'm putting my money on you today, Jessie.
Oh, stop it.
Quarterfinal, number 4 coming up for the women.
I just want us both to get through, but I'm just going to
Yeah.
play my heat, and she can do her heat, and at the end of the day, she's my big sis, so
So you'll
stays
go
in the water.
you go into it separately with separate strategy.
Yes, we will.
Man, I would be, if I had a sister to surf in competitions with. I have a sister. Her name's Olivia, but she doesn't surf in competitions. But I tell you what, I would just be trying to team up the whole time. I'd be looking at the other 2 girls in the heat and be going, you girls are not going to be catching one single wave.
Well, we use each other. Oh, Coda, nice first turn. Calves back, and will he get a third? Go. Yes, go, Coda. Is he going to?
Ooh, I'm not sure if he rode out.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The backwash on that one. As we see Jared on a nice little left. Second turn just comes unstuck on that one, but it's a recurring thing. That last turn.
It's been like that throughout the whole morning. So all the last waves, like you said.
But no, True and I, we start off on our own heat. I don't want to give too much away.
Oh yeah,
anyone else is listening.
Yeah, don't give too much away if you don't want to.
Yeah,
That's fine.
We can use.
You've got a strategy.
Yeah,
You've got something sorted. You had enough heats against each other.
We've already hogged it out, but
Oh, that'll be exciting to watch you guys then come up against each other. And we've got the winner from heat number 4. I believe it's Joshua Stretton. Can you hear me, Josh?
Yeah, I can hear.
Congratulations on the heat win.
Thanks, guys.
How was it out there? Like the conditions for us here, it looks incredibly good. It looks like it's pumping from the top of the car park. How did you find the contest peak?
Oh, so fun. Like, I'm so psyched to be on a normal board now, and then to be getting some waves. I kind of got a bit carried away and got a bit excited, just catching all the little wedges and stuff, but I had a ball.
Yeah, well, you did well. You had 2 solid scores, so like 2 or mid-range 5 and 5. Is it something that maybe now you've got that first kind of heat win out of the way, you can kind of reset and look for maybe those 7s or 8s or 9s going into the quarters?
Yeah, for sure. I just wanted to get the ball rolling, and obviously after you get that ball rolling, it all kind of flows in. And but I'm feeling good. I started getting in the groove towards the end of the heat, but I'm feeling good.
Nice. And what are you riding? You said you're back on a normal board. Do you mean you're off the epoxies and back onto the PUs?
I'm off the epoxies, back on the PU. This is my 511 from Steel SLD, and it's my favourite board. It's my go-to board, and I love it.
So the Magic Stick getting ready for quarters. Well, congratulations. Any shout-outs to the support crew and your family and friends at home?
Yeah, Mum, I'm sure listening. Jessie back home. Oki, my cat. They're all loving it. Hi, everyone, and all my sponsors and stuff. I'm sure they're tuning in as well, so hey.
Great. Congratulations. Great heat win for you kicking off finals day this morning, and good luck going into the next round. We look forward to seeing you out there and performing.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, guys.
Great. Congratulations. I like that he made a shout out to his cat too.
I know.
Tuned in. Oki.
I would definitely make a shout out to my dog.
Your dog? Oh,
Bill.
Bill, the bulldog. Billy. How old is Bill now?
Bill has just turned 3, and he is the pride and joy of my life.
Of the Starling family.
He's definitely the favourite child.
Oh, well, at the moment, Keanu Miller, just a really small scoring first half of this heat. Pretty much of these guys, really close. Keanu's got a 2.83 in that 3.1. Coda, that opening wave for him was a 5.5.
Nice, so he must have ridden out of that last turn, you'd think.
Yeah, unless they gave him the weight of it.
Yeah,
on the front. Here goes Shane. So he runs a surf school, Browley, big opening manoeuvre, connects well and puts it up.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a solid surfer. Obviously, he's had plenty of comp experience, and he won, I think, his division in the Australian titles in 2019.
Wow.
Reggae was saying yesterday, and then he's been working along with his surf school, and they've been giving out through a program called, I think it's called Swell, with the New South Wales Police, along with the Eurobadella, kind of some of the community here and the Surf Riders Foundation. They've been giving surf lessons to some of the Indigenous kids that are around the area.
I heard about that, yeah.
So he's involved in that, and I think there's a few other people too. Maybe Pam Burridge is tied up in that, as well as the surf schools down this end of the coast. So Browley, I think, might be about 45 minutes north of here. And there's some incredible surfers like Shane, obviously one of the older guys from the area, and there's this whole group of like absolute chargers, like hardcore charger surfers. Here goes Jared, up and riding on the back end. Those lefts look so tricky to surf.
They do,
Yeah,
hey.
they look really fat until they hit that really quick inside section.
Go Coda!
There's your man Coda, looking fast and sharp, but
just comes unstuck.
yeah,
That was a gnarly little section on the inside.
yeah. I think he's still going to collect a couple of points for that
Yeah.
opening turn. But yeah, at the moment, Shane Werner takes the lead. So last wave for him, a 6.50 for the two-turn combo on the backhand. There's that inside little rip bowl that's probably going to start to come into play a little bit more. So we see those lefts filling up pretty quickly. We're only 2 hours past the low here.
Yeah, I was saying a reggae before, like the lefts out there, the ones that look like they're going to close out, they're like the best ones because they actually hit the bank properly, where the ones which look perfect, they end up being super fat. And like that's what I struggled with yesterday afternoon, and then when I started going the closeouts, I was getting like 4 or 5 turn waves. It was really weird, but it was so much fun.
So did you surf here yesterday afternoon at Yabra?
Yeah, we did. We surfed here, and it was the start of the surf, like it was kind of like wobbly, and then it just clicked, and just it was kind of like home. It just turned on. It was a lot of fun.
It was busy as well. Was all the competitors onto the fact that with the wind and the swell and everything,
Well,
this is probably going to be the spot?
Yeah, well we like texted some of the boys, so we went out with Saxon, Grayson, Coda, Jarvis, Joel, and Oscar, and all the boys came out, and everyone was shredding, and then everyone else came out. We're like, no.
Oh yeah.
That was a nice second turn, and is he can't see past the umbrella?
Yeah, I think he got maybe another little turn on the end of that thing, so that'll probably be Jared's best wave. He's only sitting on a 3 and a 2.47, so he's looking for 5.71 to get him into progression. Last wave for Coda, that second wave, a 4.17, so he did enough damage. There he goes again, just a little deep behind that. Keanu's last wave, 5.6. So now we're starting to rev up in the back half of this heat, 8 minutes 40 on the clock, and Coda takes the lead. Keanu needs a 4.08. Shane's looking for a 2.21, and Jared's last wave, 3.3. So there's that example again of, like you said, Jesse, the flatter lefts that don't look like they're going to close out. They just don't really steepen up and
they don't
offer
offer
much.
a lot. Yeah, they're still fun. Like you can still get a couple carves in, but nothing critical.
Yeah, so he's going to be looking for a 5.41, Jared. So like you said, he's got to tap into those bigger looking, almost closeouts.
Yeah, for sure. Even like I saw, who was it? I think it was Joel this one. He took off on like an actual closeout and just belted it, and I was like, wow, like if in a heat that would be a pretty solid score. So maybe it's tactics. Jamie Thompson has a good strategy. 2 turns on a big left.
Yeah, you got to interview him in his post heat?
Yeah, we did.
I was standing out the front of the truck and watching from behind the camera, and his level of energy, he's just going, I'm doing a post heat. Yeah, we're like, focus, Jamie. They're about to turn on and start interviewing you. And he's just full froth mode, and he has a little bit of a entourage here too as well. He had a couple of the, I don't know if they're local boys from your area.
Yeah, so I think he's here with, I know he's here with Jack and Van, and they're both from our local area, but they're like 2 of his best mates. They're just
not competitors.
Van's a competitor.
Oh, Van Whiteman.
And Jack threw himself in the mix yesterday just for fun. But he unfortunately got knocked in those hard conditions yesterday. But yeah, they're just 3 of them together. It's, you know you're always going to get a laugh. It's just
yeah, they were next level frothing. Even Adam and a couple of the contest guys just stood around, I think on guard, in case he got too excited. Just waiting, just watching him, seeing how it unfolded in front of the camera. And that was his goal, to get back in front for the post-heat interviews.
Oh, he's just hilarious.
And
he's really come out of his shell.
I can't believe he ever had a shell. I've only met him this year, so he's been one of the highlights around the contest scene.
Yeah.
Even on the slower, smaller days when everyone's kind of a bit sleepy and cruisy at the contest, he's just 110%.
Yeah, yesterday when he was about to surf, he's run down with like all his boards, and I was sitting there with my dad and Dylan Moffat and like his mum, and he comes over, he's like, you, best condition, like just absolutely frothing. We were just like, whoa.
The froth lord, yeah. So we're just over 6 minutes on the clock. Coda Cologne out in the lead, and last wave for him just was a throwaway, but he's sitting on that 5.5 and 4.17. Here goes Keanu.
On a nice little inside right. Here we go. First turn. Oh, nice little tail jam. Straight into a second. Comes on stuck. Oh, no. I really hope this doesn't go through to the girls' quarters.
Yeah, it's been across every single heat. Every
Yeah.
single surfer seems to have gone down on that tricky little end section. You can see how shallow it is too. There goes Shane and Jared.
Dark horse.
Yeah. He's going to be one of those guys, I think, that a lot of the young boys not really aware of who he is because he's that next generation above them.
I didn't know who he was, and then I saw that first wave, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Now I know who you are.
Yeah, he's a real threat for these guys. If he can get back into the mix, he's only chasing a 2.21, so score to come for his last wave. He's already sitting on that 6.5, so he'll be looking to replace that little throwaway, hopefully. There's another nice looking set. Of course, if you just have tuned in on KO Sports or online for Surfing New South Wales, it's just past 8 a.m. in the morning here, Sunday morning, down in the Eurobodalla Shire, and we have rocked up for finals day of the Australian Open of Surfing, the Far South Coast instalment. 5th event for the series. We have the final event coming up next weekend, and it's been a really enjoyable road trip up and down and back and forths on the east coast here in New South Wales. And there you go, last score for Shane, 3.50. So pretty nice score for a smaller wave and kind of two, I guess, average kind of turns, and it gets him back into the lead.
He just rode out of them, which I think the judges are just going to pay that. Just like one nice big maneuver and then a finishing turn and you're on your way.
Yeah, I think it's been weird kind of to see the opening heats have so many stumbles and falls. I don't think I've seen that across any of the series heats yet.
No, neither have I.
It's usually quite a sharp kickoff from heat number one, especially as we're getting to past that first round. For both the men's and women's, you start getting the top seeds back into the draw, and then there's pretty much no room for mistake in most of the heats.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try learn from their mistakes.
Yeah, well, at the moment, Shane Werner, the Browley local and former professional surfer, out in the lead. Coda Colourne's in second. Keanu needs a 4.08 and Jared needs a 6.38, so it's really anyone's game at the moment that we see Shane Werner.
I'm going to call him Dark Horse from now on.
The Dark Horse,
The Dark Horse.
He might be your pick for coming into the bit around the semis and finals.
Yeah, Coda on a nice looking bomb. Yep, nice first turn. Nice second turn. Hopefully finishes. Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think they're going to pay that.
That's written out, yeah, but no, Shane is definitely in my top 5. I didn't realise he could surf like that. That was really impressive. So he used to be on the tour?
Yeah, he used to be on the CT, I believe. I'll have to double check with Reggae because Reggae would have been commentating around that. It would have been, I guess, the early 90s. So probably maybe a little bit before you were born. I'm not sure what year you were born in.
2002.
Oh, a little bit before you were born. And coming up next, heat number 6 is going to be a good one. Some of your free surf mates, Jolie Vaughan, Grayson Hinrich, Matt Gale and Harry Phillips. I saw Matt Gale yesterday. He was looking really sharp as well. I watched his heat in those smaller conditions and he just looked really revved up.
Joel and Grayson were really funny in the surf yesterday. Like, I'm going to take this wave off you just like I'm going to take one off you in the heat. Just like talking smack in the surf.
Yeah, so they've got that full rivalry going. You can see them there. They're probably saying exactly the same thing to each other right there.
It was so funny. We were just like, no way.
I like seeing that kind of competitive nature come out, like when it's spoken as well.
Yeah.
And when it's like, it's in fun, but it's also in like full seriousness. Like they genuinely want to flog each other in the heat. And they want to get the win. And like we were speaking about, between yourself and your sister, they've definitely got a little tally going between them.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Surely, I feel like Joel's probably had a couple on Grayson.
I think so. Yeah, I think Joel's like got more like consistent, so he's started to get more on Grayson. But Grayson's just he's a world champ.
Yeah,
junior world champ.
Yeah, he can just throw anything out at the last minute. Here goes Keanu. Ooh, nice. Down the face carve. And he lines up this choppy little inside section and he's able to capitalise. Yes.
He rode out.
Jessie's nodding her head. She likes the performance. He's only chasing a 4.41. I think that's going to be right up there. Maybe spell trouble for Shane Werner if he can't replace the 3.50. So let's have a look at this one.
Oh. Is that? Oh, I wonder who had priority on that.
You can see Shane double checking again, and he pulled out. So maybe, perhaps a mistake. I'm not quite sure. There's about 50 seconds on the clock. Jared double checking the priority as well. They'll be looking back to those coloured discs on the judges' tent. So with 45 seconds, Coda's taken the lead with a 6.03. Shane was in second. Keanu has a score to come, which was that last two turn on the forehand. Shane Werner waiting to see if he's got an interference or if Jared's copped the interference. How sharp is Coda looking?
Wow. That is the new haircut.
Yeah. He's negotiating all the lumps and bumps too. I think he has a very similar approach to JT as well, that just two turns. He's not trying to oversurf.
Yeah.
He's looking for the rights.
Yeah.
And all the bigger lefts. He's not even bothering with the smaller lefts.
Do less, but do less better. That's what we were talking about with like Jamie and stuff yesterday. So, but it's funny though because we're all so competitive, but then you put cards in front of us, and it just gets worse.
Next level competition
Next level
coming
competition.
out. Well, that's the end of the heat. We'll have to wait to confirm to see what happened in that last exchange between Shane and Jared. It looks like unofficially Coda moving through, but there's a fair few numbers to lock on in, and the last exchange with priority there. So stick with us. We'll confirm the results for heat number 5. Coming up, heat number 6 live action. It is the Australian Open of Surfing, Far South Coast edition. We'll be back right after this break.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon coastal
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
Welcome back. A very good morning. It is live action here on the Australian Open of Surfing, Far South Coast, the 5th instalment of the series. We are at Yabbara Beach in the Eurobodalla Shire. I'd like to welcome Ashley Cheadle back to the booth. Ash, good morning.
Good morning, everyone, and everyone at home. What a day. How's the sun?
It's a beautiful day. What else would you rather be doing if you can't be sitting here on the sand down the south and soaking in the best surfing? You'd be cruising at home with KO Sports on and the live webcast and listening to all the action unfold.
Oh, hey. How you going?
We've got our prime posse seats in here, of course, in the booth all day. Ash and we've had Jesse Starling, we've had True in the booth, and here goes Jolie Vaughan. You can see on the split screen there, he's opening up his campaign. Looks like he's been taking some tips off the opening heats of the day as well, and we've seen a lot of kind of adjustment, Ash. There's been plenty of falls. There's been heaps of waves ridden. There's been really consistent sets, but feels like the surfers are maybe just readjusting to actually having some sizable waves to contest in.
Definitely. And after yesterday, I mean, yesterday was completely different. The wind was, everywhere. There was really hardly any waves as such. It wasn't really like a comp surf day, which was what we get given, and that's what you got to deal with. But then today, the waves are great. The sun's out. It's like it's like we've gone to another planet.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's like ideal, and you could see all the contest officials just rubbing their hands together this morning like, oh, we are so happy and we are so lucky, because really it's so far out of our control. Like you said, you pretty much just get thrown in and you just turn up and you deal with whatever's the conditions on the day, the elements and the surf and whatever's happening around the scene.
There's, left-handers, right-handers, it's smooth faces, no wind, just, look at them carving these waves out, just, and having fun. And yeah, the vibe down there is awesome today.
Yeah, it's nice down there on the sand. Good. Yeah, and there's heaps of the local community too. I found that's been a really nice point of, I mean, we always get the engagement from the locals, but especially when you go towards the Sydney region, there's just so many other people around that you kind of can't determine who is the locals or not. But I feel like here you get all the Dalmini board riders guys and all the families and all the kids and everyone's down here just soaking up the action. As you see, we're getting a fresh hot delivery
Yeah.
from the Dalmini Board Riders Barbecue right now, actually. So this is what we're talking about.
This is how it is. This is like grassroots surfing. Everyone looks after everyone. The board riders, oh, what? Yeah.
Yeah, you're just collecting your breakfast from
brekkie.
From the board
Hope
riders.
you're at home
They're
getting your
incredible.
brekkie too, on the couch,
Yeah.
riding the waves, getting the vibes.
Yeah, it's
Get
just
your coffee.
It's such good feelings. And there's the official results from that heat number 5, Ash. Just before you came into the booth, there was like a flurry of action in the last 40 seconds. I don't think anybody copped an interference because we were looking at potential drop-in. But unfortunately for Shane Werner from Browley, he got knocked back in the third, and Coda Colon took the heat, and Kiana Miller finished in second on the strength of his last ride. So those two guys will be moving on through, unfortunately for Shane and Jared, bowing on out. And at the moment,
tough, you know, when someone like gets knocked out at the last minute too. I think just before the heat before that, Benny Warren as well. He came in just a bit rattled. I walked past him, and you know he got the wild card. And it's always just like it's just the game of surfing. You just never know. I think he had priority too. He was trying to hold priority, and you know,
heartbreaking, isn't it?
yeah, the other guy paddled down the beach and scored a wave, and that's just it. You just got to stay in your lane and make sure that you can do your thing.
Oh, there we go. Coda Colon, the previous heat winner. Congratulations, Coda.
Thank you.
Hey, Coda.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, how's the vibe down there?
Oh, it's so good. It's in the sun, the waves are really fun, and it's just a good day to be down here.
Exactly what Ash has been speaking about in the booth too, how good the conditions are. And I mean, the guys were speaking about through your heat. You've got a new haircut. You're feeling pretty fast.
It's the cut.
Yeah, you're looking really sharp. Was that approach that you took in the heat, the 2-turn combo thing, something that you picked up throughout the morning, or is that kind of your own little play on the conditions today?
Yeah, me and Dad were watching that bank down the beach a little bit further, and it just looked more consistent and easier to get scores. So we thought we'd go try it and see if it works out, and it did. So stoked. Yeah,
it worked really well. And there was a fair bit of action at the last 45 seconds of your heat. I thought there might have been a drop-in call, and then there was someone moved from third to second, and it was just mayhem. Could you hear what was unfolding, or were you just totally just frothing out in the zone?
No, I heard what was going on because I just wanted to get another wave, but it was like, I think yellow had priority, but blue was trying to call him off as a little tactic, but I don't know, it was pretty... Yeah, I was just waiting going, I hope I get another wave.
Yeah. Well, you did so well. Your performance is looking really sharp, and we're looking forward to seeing that new haircut flying down the line in the next round.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Cheers, Coda.
See you later.
Have a good day, Coda.
You too.
And look at those first few scores. Ash coming in for this heat number 6. This is a really nice matchup, and Grayson opened up with an 8.5. Joel's opening wave was a 6.83. He's got a wave to come. Harry Phillips has just a 3.67 and a 1.07, and Matt Gale has a 3.4 and another score to drop on in. It is a 6.17.
Ooh, 2 dropped.
6.17. So Jolie's last wave 3.3, and that puts him into the lead. And Jessie was speaking about, she's been free surfing with Grayson and Joel, and she was saying that they just at each other, saying that they're going to beat each other, they're going to take waves off each other. They're super competitive, which is really cool to hear.
That's fun though.
Yeah,
that's actually fun. It's like family banter.
Yeah, that's exactly where that conversation came from too, because she'll be versing her sister in the quarterfinals later on this morning. So I was kind of asking her, if you're going to go out in a heat with True, what do you like? Are you ganging up on the rest of the girls in the heat, or? And she said, she's a bit dismissive. She doesn't want to give away too much strategy. So I would 100%.
I think it's like, because you know each other so well too, so it's like get in the head and I know your triggers. I'm just gonna
press them.
I'll play on this one.
Yeah. Well, that's her walking down there actually in the bottom right hand corner on your screen. So she'll be getting ready for her round. Ladies will be coming up after heat number 8. So we are finishing off this round 2 from tomorrow, and it's been an interesting unfolding of the first day of competition. You were down in the middle of the action yesterday.
Everyone just braced the tents. The wind came. It was like a tornado on the beach. And you just saw all the grommets and the crew on the beach and the work crew and everyone just run to the tents. was like, and then one of the girls at the beach commentating said, "We're on hold." Literally everyone was holding the tent.
Yeah, and I think you were saying, there goes Grayson. Oh, he's found himself pretty nice 3-turn combo there on the forehand for him. Looking pretty electric, and I think that's going to be another nice score, so we'll wait to see what that last exchange locks in as. But I heard them saying that, or the work crew at least was saying they've never seen a community come to the aid of the competition like the Dalmini guys did.
So true.
Everybody ran down and literally jumped on board.
Everyone, and you know, just everyone helping. It was just everything. Just it was so sick.
Yeah,
it's actually everyone was laughing, but also panicking.
Yeah. Here's the Destination New South Wales wave replay. This is Grayson's last wave. Yeah, nice speed kind of set up. Nice open face carve for the first real turn. Second turn is a real winner. I think that's going to be the majority of the points there because he just kind of taps it on the end to close it out.
Nice energy. It's like he's skating that wave. Just
And yeah, there you go. Second wave for Grayson, a 7.50. So he's looking loose, and at the moment he's got Joel. He's out in front of Joel, so Joel needs a 918. Matty Gale needs a 397. Here goes Joel. First turn off the bat. Nice kind of under the lip snap, and he winds up. Ooh, goes down. There's that stumble we've seen all morning, Ash.
I think it's just in that channel there. It just sort of flattens out, but the wave is like, you know, speeding through that bank, and then it's quite deceiving even on the beach, and then it flattens out into a bit of a channel where with that speed, it's like they have to adjust the timing maybe.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. They're flying into it, and they think that they got time, and then suddenly it's already thrown across, and they're completely out of time again.
It's quite. I'm surprised at how many people are doing that, but I mean, it is. It's a really quite a deceiving read on that wave, but nice second turn.
Yeah, nice second turn. Did it earn him that 7.5? So just over 10 minutes left on the clock here in heat number 6. Matty Gale's needing 3.97. Harry Phillips needs a 4.97. I think we just saw Matty take off on that bigger looking set on the left-hander there in the yellow jersey. So we'll wait to see if that score locks on in. And a good morning once again if you have just tuned on in. We're just past 8:30 now this morning here, Sunday morning. Eurobodalla Shire. It's an incredible part of the far south coast of New South Wales. You're from
Culburra Beach.
Culburra, the south of, or the southern parts of the coast. And there's so many little sneaky waves, isn't there, around here?
So many sneaky waves. And just the coast that, I mean, visit New South Wales, like, really, like, go and visit it.
Yeah.
It's honestly, yeah, this part of the world, not even Australia, it's just, we're really blessed.
Yeah.
Everywhere I've travelled, and obviously you as well, Jess, I mean, coming home to the east coast of Australia, it's like that, I'm home, and it's not that you're in holiday mode, but you just feel happy.
Yeah, we're so spoiled here, aren't we? We're so spoiled. Exactly like you said, when you go away and you go to all these overseas beaches, you're looking for something that even matches close to this, because then you come down here, and even yesterday with it was pretty crazy weather, but you could go along the inlet and there was like a boat shack with the fresh seafood.
How's the inlet?
Yeah, the
nice
inlet
way.
And like the fresh seafood comes off the boats from the inlet, literally straight from being caught. There goes Vaughnie. Ooh, nice.
How did he pull that? On one minute I'm talking about the inlet, next minute I'm looking up and the flying red by Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, he's really like gymnastic. He's so good at whipping out just those backhand or forehand rotations just in anywhere. He's just really, really gymnastic surfer. At the moment, that last ride, so the previous ride, not the one we just saw, was a 603. Matty Gale has a 573 for his last wave. Harry Phillips has a 517. 8 minutes on the clock, and there's a score to come for last of Joel at the moment. Grayson looking very tidy out in front with only 2 waves under his belt, but a huge 16-point combo. The score to come for last of Joel. Matty Gale at the moment needs a 6.7, and Harry Phillips needs a 7.7. But yeah, this part of the Eurobodalla Shire, there's all the seals along the boardwalk there.
How awesome was even the seals in amongst the surfers yesterday? I was kind of like, whoa, what is that? Oh, it's not a dolphin, it's a seal. And just cruising, and then, on the northern side of the breakwall was chaos, and then the other side was just like bliss, calm, a whole nother world.
And crystal clear water, and like I said, that fresh seafood, and then all the fish and chip shops that are around, and it's just like I saw you and Cash actually waiting out the front of the fish and chip shop in Narooma yesterday, and I ended up stopping there
That's
too on
sick.
the way back. If you just drive a little bit further south of this beach, there's that, I guess it's like a tourist destination. There's that Australia Rock. There's that gap in the rock on
Yeah,
the south side
mad.
of the inlet. So I went and had a look at that, and then there's a few other little natural wonders, I guess you could call them, up and down that little stretch of coast, and then. Yeah, then the fish and chip shops here are unbelievable. Cheap and literally straight off the boat.
So cheap.
Yeah.
We ordered way too much. Just thinking that I'm just distracted right now by
Oh,
this.
yeah. That's, I'm not surprised because he's a very...
I was waiting for something then.
Yeah.
By Joel Vaughan in the red. Yeah, no, we ordered, I think, like $20 worth, thinking, oh, we'll just feed a bunch of us. Met up with some friends, and it was way too much.
Huge amount, hey?
I thought, oh, hang on, we're going south. This is where they're generous and it's cheaper. And
Yeah.
I was on Siri going and Google going, where's this? And I thought, oh, stuff this. I'll ask one of the locals. And I was like, hey, mate, how you going? Do you know where, like, we could go just eat the fish and chips? He's like, yeah, go straight down, turn right at the roundabout, then you're there.
Yeah, and like literally, $10 probably what you get at home. Might feed one of you. You spend $10 down here, and you're gonna get literally the freshest, biggest bunch of fish and chips. It's
And smiles and people just willing to help. I was like, I feel like I've gone back in time with just lovely.
Yeah.
I didn't really see many people on their phone. Like, it was just really, just a cruisy, super, super beautiful part of the world. And I love that these comps are here. Like, it's so good.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've been back into competition on this far south coast region too. I think it's been a really long time since I've seen an event down here. I've probably seen last time was a junior event down the south. So hopefully it's going to become a permanent instalment. I know working with the Dalmini guys, that's be good. It's great to get our big group of people down here and kind of reboosting the community and the economy and giving them the opportunity to show off how incredible they are. There's a beautiful shot of the contest zone as well, and that's just looking down towards the south of the peaks, and you can see how much it's dragging in the swell around that little bit of headland here at Yabbera Beach as well. At the moment, Grayson still out in the lead with those two waves. Jolie Vaughan increases his hold on second with a 6.90. So Matty Gale now needs a 7.57, and Harry Phillips looking for an 8.57. Coming up, we have heat number 7, Brett Bircher, Jarvis Earl, Dave Perry, and Matty Job. And then it'll be the final heat of the men's round 2, Aidan Lewin Parsons, Joel Wood, the Dalmini Board Riders President, Matt Hoare, and Chad Elkins. So that's going to be a pretty nice way to round off the first round for this morning and first bit of action. And yeah, it's just such an incredible part. Is for you coming from the south, Ash, is with all your little reef spots and secret little waves up and down in this area of the coast, is it kind of like an unspoken thing for you locals to like not really promote how good the waves are? Because I feel like
it's funny,
pretty,
isn't it? Because I mean, I love sharing things with people and telling them, but then you don't want to annoy some other people, with maybe Instagramming, sharing locations or...
Yeah.
But I've been pretty quiet on Instagram and online world for a few years, really.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of nice because...
Sleeping in a swag half the time and just trekking and doing all sorts of things.
You'd probably end up with a gazillion more followers because it's super cool to be really kind of off the beaten track at the moment.
I should actually document it. I don't, but...
I think it's like everyone wants to look like they're living
you know
off
what?
the land.
I try. It's funny when I'm actually doing it. I forget. But then when I'm on it and I'm really on it, because it's like I get hyper focused or something. So I'm like, oh, I better post this. And then my family gives me crap. You're always on Instagram.
Pull you back into line.
But it's just the age and the time. Everyone's on it now, so it's just one of those things, really.
Yeah, here's the replay for Harry. Ooh. What do you give that? 2 turns.
Came out of that a 4.
4.
Yeah, what?
You're a harsh judge.
You reckon?
Well, I guess. Yeah.
I just the wave wasn't. I mean, it wasn't like the stronger left-handers, but yeah, okay. Oh.
no, don't.
I mean, if you're judging, you got the head judge going, oh, it's a bit harsh.
Yeah.
So you would not that you would know the other judges what they're doing, but you do have the head judge overseeing when I've done a bit of judging. But
yeah, they have to keep. Is this right? Because I haven't done any judging pretty much my whole life.
I haven't done a lot, so
no, but
watch out. There's people watching going, who does she think she is?
No. But you've been around contests scene long enough to know when you're judging and sitting in that panel, the head judge's job is to keep the scores within a certain range of each other.
A framework. So they're overseeing just to keep it under just the framework. So there's not like a crazy score and a really low score.
Yeah, so you don't have the spread of like someone throw Harry like a 9 and then someone will throw him 4 and you're like, how? Yeah, they keep that consistency across the board, don't they?
And then there's someone else spotting because, sometimes you're riding and then, white's up or, red's up and and sometimes people get waves at the same time. So it is a difficult thing. They've got to be pretty focused.
It's mayhem.
I hope they get coffee all day because, even in smaller comps, it's still, there's pressure.
Yeah.
So.
I could not handle that kind of scrutiny being a judge because they're on the sand on the beach and they get hammered, especially when people a
get
lot of
personally
the time,
connected and emotional, and that's just because it is you're out there surfing, competing.
Yeah, it's so tricky though because surfing is such a subjective sport. It's like art, and we've spoken about this before. Look at the size of that wave coming through.
The set's coming.
Yeah, here goes Grayson. Oh. He goes down. Jolie's taken the left-hander. I'm not sure if he got the first section and was able to capitalise on it, but he gets to work on the rail with a nice little kind of...
It's that section again. It's like just fattens out or something. But, it is. There's a lot of pressure for the judges. And
you were pretty close to the scoreline, actually, for Harry. He's only posted 6.17. So if you have a look at the averages, a 5.5, a 6.2 and a 6.8.
Yeah, right.
So you would have been... Well, you said... in the 4s, so you probably would have been bumped up to around the 5 thing. So you're pretty much straight on the money.
Oh,
and there,
yeah. Can't get in the.
You haven't lost it just yet. And there goes Matt Gale, up and riding. He needs to get a wiggle on. Needs a 7.57. So
a lot of speed that he found.
Yeah,
just needs to ride out. Hey, but it's good waves. Plenty of waves on offer down there for the guys.
Yep, and it looks like unofficially, Grayson, Hinrich and Jolie Vaughan will be moving on through there. We'll wait for that last score for Matty Gale to lock on in case he was looking for a 7.57. However, so official confirmation of heat number 6 coming up very shortly, as well as live action from heat number 7 of the Open Men's. It is the Australian Open of Surfing, Far South Coast. Myself and Ash will be back right after this break.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
And a very good morning. Welcome back. Live action here from the Eurobodalla Shire. It is the Australian Open of Surfing, Far South Coast instalment. Heat number 7 of the Open Men's round number 2 is in the water. Brett Bircher, Jarvis Earl, Dave Perry, Matty Jobs, Ashley, Cheadle, welcome again.
Just walk past Brady Bircher. Such a tall man.
How's he looking down there? He's been he's enjoyed a couple of heat wins over the last few events up north.
Yeah, rightio. I haven't. I've been in my swag.
You've been you've been tapped out of society and into natural living.
Just COVID too. I think the whole thing has just thrown a spanner in the works. I needed to just get back to earth and just recalibrate. It's been a great reset though, and it's awesome to see that we're back into it, back in the flow, and everyone's coming back almost in a way refreshed. I think.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
think,
just-
yeah,
we're,
everyone
we're
looks
stoked. We're all like, yes, we're back. We're at a contest. So
Yeah.
you know, sometimes people get burnt out. We've definitely found our feet again.
Yeah, I think people are not taking the, like the kind of the social aspect and all the other stuff that goes on around the contest for granted as well. Being back because they were so, it was taken out of your life for so long and so, I guess quickly. And then now, like all that stuff where you're hanging around the event and you're chit chatting to everyone, the people seem a lot more engaged, like you were speaking about.
Yeah, really heaps more engaged and just loving life for what we're, you know, here to do. Like everything's just simplified. And if you look at the positive of that, that's just so epic because as surfers, we're always in the ocean. Like you can't really do the distance thing in the ocean. Like how awesome. I mean, we're blessed. Like what a perfect time to have a pandemic that's, you know, you got to stay away and wash each other off with hand sanitizer. We're just in the ocean. Do we need it?
Yeah, exactly.
We're like, yeah.
And I feel
we're taking over the world.
You feel like everyone's pushed back into surfing as well. Like all those guys at your local beach that hadn't surfed for like 10 or 20 years and they like dust off their old school back zip fluoro wetties and they got all the old boards out of the garage or from under the house.
The froth is back.
Yeah,
the
it is.
80s froth is back.
Yeah.
It's so good.
And you see guys that you haven't seen for like 20 years and you're like, oh my goodness, I thought you were, I didn't know where you were.
It's not even, you know, like a marketing ploy or plan. It's just gone that way and it's brought us back to the grassroots of just fun.
Yeah.
And loving life and people. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Jarvis Earl's come back pretty refreshed as well. I know he's had so many heats under his belt. There goes Dave Perry opening up on his backhand, looking pretty solid actually out. He's just been able to hold on to that final turn, maybe just for the judges. So opening waves to lock on in for Maddie, Dave and Jarvis. I think maybe have posted 2 or 3 waves in the opening 4 minutes. There's a nice little view and yeah, like you said, the froth is real and it wasn't a marketing ploy or anything. I particularly enjoyed watching all of the footy guys not being able to play footy this season and make their way back into the ocean, like guys that we grew up surfing with that went to football.
Yes.
Who's come back now.
Isn't that cool though? Even just guys that went on and, you know, became doctors or lawyers or career people in the professional sense or boxed in, you know, accounting or, you know, they had the choice to potentially become a professional surfer or follow that career and they went into, you know, serious system world. Awesome, back in the ocean.
Yeah.
And it's yeah. I mean, it's literally the best thing to do for your mental health. And that's just huge topic right now.
Yeah.
And to not be able to travel, but to actually, you know, in the state of New South Wales, lockdown, Queensland, wherever you are, you have to visit your own backyard. And, I mean, why go overseas?
Yeah. Why would you when you have places like this?
Everything that we need in one state. Really, when you think about it, we've got the snow, we've got, you know, warm weather up the coast, we've got cooler weather down the coast, we've got great surf, we've got awesome, you know, deserts. We're an amazing state, like we really are.
Yeah, you might end up with a job for the New South Wales Tourism
Department.
Yeah.
No, but you know, even I feel sorry for Victoria. I mean, but at the same time, now the borders are open for it's just awesome. Get in the ocean. And if you don't surf and you've come across this webcast by some chance, no mistake, guys.
Yes.
Learn to surf. Find your local surf school. Go to your local surf store. Definitely walk into the stores. These guys have had a hard time too with the pandemic and, you know, get to know some friends and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
No better place to pick up some local knowledge too.
Yeah, don't be afraid to go, oh, you know, I've never done it. Like, it's not... I say to people that have never done it before, I'm like, it doesn't matter how you start, where you start. Don't be intimidated by the stereotype of you're not cool enough to maybe pick up a board or you don't fit the stereotype. There is no stereotype in surfing. Back in the day, Hollywood sold the blonde hair, you know, oh, I'm a surfer dude.
Yeah.
That is just not true. Everyone, you know, sort of says, oh, you surf, you've got brown hair or you know, like just people. And it's like, oh, is that really, people really consider that? But
I forgot about that. That used to be a thing.
Yeah, get your board, you know, learn.
Yeah, find a board, borrow a board.
Just get out there.
Whatever you need to do. Yeah, it's the best way to be spending your downtime. And there's Brett Bircher, who's obviously been spending a lot of downtime in the water. Jarvis Earl, he's got off to
a nice turn.
Yeah, he's such a busy surfer at the start of this heat. He had a 3.5, a 6.17, and a score to come for that last wave. Maddie Job's first score was a 4-point ride. Here's the destination replay.
Nice. That turn was so good.
Yeah,
when
he's
he finds the face again, and this one, boom.
He's a sharp super grum, isn't he? One of the grums from
Yeah,
Cronulla.
that's a good style too.
Mm.
Damn.
And Matty Jobs, 4-point ride for his opening wave. Dave Perry has a 3.5. We've got a wave to come for Brett Bircher as we're nearing almost the halfway mark. There's that tricky little left that you've been speaking about, and he's done well.
Oh, he did good.
Yeah, capitalised on
He
that.
really did on that section. That was, yeah, I haven't seen someone time that flow out of there.
Not yet. And hopefully for Matty Jobs, that'll push him into a little bit further into the lead. So he needs a 5.68 to take the lead off Jarvis. And we're waiting for, like I said, the opening wave of Brett Bircher. That was a nice wave for him. And you saw just briefly on the screen as well, the little rock cliff face there. And that's where all the seals and all the wildlife hang out. It's just like you said, Ash, it's like, we don't need anything else. Everything you need is in the backyard pretty much in New South Wales.
Really is, yeah. So I think that's the positive, takeaway from the hard year of 2020 with people. Yeah, it's helped us to just reassess life in a great way. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And get back to basics, like get your skateboard out. I've, been cruising down the street with a smooth star and like the simple things in life. It sounds really, cliche and kind of a bit wacky to some people. Oh, don't be so positive in the hard times. But, really, don't worry about shoes. Walk down the beach barefoot, strip back to basics, go to the ocean. You'll lose track of time and, simplify your life. It's happy.
Yeah, it's a good way to be spending your downtime. And I feel like we've seen also that resurgence in people have bought up all the vans. Oh, here we go. Matty Jobs. Ooh, looking nice on the forehand there. Kind of only gets one turn. There's the free surfers on the warm-up bank just to the south of the contest peak. So it's nice to see that there's a little space for everybody to warm up today as well. There kind of wasn't that option yesterday.
Sure. There was no option really yesterday, which was, tough, but at the same time, that's how it is. And
will you be getting in the water today?
Yeah, I want to try and get in the water for sure. It's a nice day to get out there.
I reckon you should make a resurgence to competition.
Hey, someone else said that to
I
me.
think you should just...
Someone else said that. I mean, hey, that I would if I found a coach to... I never had a coach when I did it.
It wasn't really a thing, was it, when we were surfing
wasn't.
competition?
It was more just like... I had Dad and... but I just had to find my way, and I think it'd be cool to maybe... to give that a crack would be maybe cool, and train and see what, even document it or something. Be interesting if I did do that.
See what it takes to make a comeback.
Yeah, get Kingy on board, Andy King. Maybe go, hey mate, do you want to train me or come live in your flat? And
I think it wouldn't take that long for you to get back into that contest mode. I think once you've done it for a few years, it's kind of like that riding the bike metaphor that everybody says. You kind of got it under your belt always. You kind of remember
and it would be interesting actually just to actually get a coach and put the structures in place that I never did do. With especially now that the surfing, the WSL is now ASP is now the WSL. There's a different way. It could be an interesting thing to maybe do.
It would be
as an experiment.
It'd be interesting to watch, and I feel like if you're going to stick to the simplicity kind of perspective on life, it's literally you just got to go out and get 2 waves, and you get 2 waves, and you do 2 turns on each wave. So you need to do 4 turns to make it through most heats. You do 2 turns on a wave, you're getting 5, 6, 7, and you're going. If you get a total of 10, you're pretty much moving through almost every heat.
I haven't actually had a new board since maybe I was 20, and I'm 33 tomorrow.
Well, it's time.
Yeah, time.
33rd birthday and out of retirement and back into the contest singlet. Here goes Matty Job on the backhand and just kind of pulls that one up a little short and gets the real blowtail out on the final section. And geez, he came close to riding on out of that, but I don't think the judges will reward him. So we've got a fair few scores now to catch up on. Previous ride for Jarvis was a 6.33. Last wave was a 6.17. Dave Perry's last wave is 6.8, so the best wave of the heat so far. Matty's Maddie Job's second wave was 6.2, and Brett Birch's first wave of 4.1. So Maddie needs a 4.11 and Brett needs a 6.21. And there's another beautiful drone view of the contest site, and the judges and the officials set up front and centre of the bank, and there's that little right-hand rip running out on the north side of the rocks there, and just a little quick view of the car park as well. But look how crystal clear the water is, and look at the backwash now.
It honestly is the nicest day to be at the beach. Like, it's so beautiful, and the vibe down there. There's not really wind. The water. It's the contrast from yesterday.
Yeah. And we're just so lucky to be collecting such incredible waves for the finals day as well. It's throughout the whole series. This is stop number 5. We've had, I think, pretty small waves. We've had great shaped sandbanks up and down the coast, like really, really good setups. But we just haven't really had any push in swell, bar the Coffs Harbour finals day. We had about 4 foot of swell on once we got towards the afternoon finals, and that was really, really good to see the competitors be able to open up what they've been working on with their coaches. But as far as wave quality goes across the events, this has got to be by far the best day that I've seen at least. And here goes Brett Bircher. First turn, kind of transition down the line, second turn over the roof, and nice final manoeuvre for him.
And pulls out into
Yeah.
the open face. I take my hat off to athletes that really do, get in the zone and tick all the boxes with the coach and, get their strategy in place. And then when, the conditions aren't great, how do they deal with it as well? But then take my hat off to everyone that runs the events. Like, this is really a collective of so many different things at play, but just how they stay out, because surfing is super cruisy. And it is.
Generally,
it
is.
You know,
isn't
it's
it?
like,
yeah.
I'm just going to the beach. I'm just going to catch a few waves and love life and and high five and just, make crack jokes. And anyone outside of it would be like, are these cowboys, like, really athletes? But they really are. They're doing breath work. They're doing yoga. They're doing gymnastica. They're jiu-jitsuing. It's so many, they've got music, meditation, so many things now that the surfing industry have pulled in, but we've always sort of been like that as a people or a culture or a community. But how do they, in moments, I take my hat off to them I'm talking to them, but keep that professional stuff when it does feel really cruisy, it's because it's cruisy. We're all walking around barefoot. Like, it's not, it's a different style of professionalism.
Yeah, we've definitely. It's like a full subculture within itself. And like you said, with the staff,
anarchy.
Yeah, it is.
Like, are these guys athletes or are they barefoot?
Barefoot warriors, society warriors. But you were speaking about, Ash, the staff and the people that are around the events too. Like, there's nobody that helps with any of the events, especially cross surfing New South Wales, that doesn't rip. So everybody rips. Everybody's a top class athlete. Like, we're just seeing the surfer right now, Dave Perry, just 2 turns on the board for him on the forehand. So he's going to have to I think it might get him in second position at the moment. He now only needs a 3.64. But yeah, the staff that are around the event, Surfing New South Wales, Surfing Australia, all the rest of the states, they're all either ex-athletes, so ex-professional surfers, or absolutely obsessed. So they surf early or after the events or in the lunch break. And then you've also got people like who's just waving at us in the booth. Biba, she's an ex-professional snowboarder. So the people that run the events are incredible athletes in their own right, and then they come and then they
do the media, it's like we're all multifaceted. And so it's crazy. It's not like we're doing one job.
No.
Even though we're focused on that one job, in the job, but like snowboarder, surfer, skater, like it's
skaters,
like,
there's
just musos and
there's so much talent in
but yet
the surfing
everyone
culture.
just seems so humble and cruisy and smiling and laughing and banter, and an outsider that wouldn't have that context or concept would not take it serious, but yet everyone's really quite serious.
Yeah, it is serious now, and there goes Maddie Jobs with a serious attempt to get back into the mix.
Serious. We are serious though, because you know, we do take it serious.
Yeah, and there's a lot on the line now, Ash, too. Like with these athletes, and it's an Olympic sport now, there's a lot of cash in surfing. There's all the endorsements. There's, like you said, all the hard work that goes behind everybody individually, doing all the different aspects of training to get them here. I mean, they do have to approach competition, I guess, in a relaxed sense. But like you said, they take it seriously.
Yeah.
They want to win. And at the moment, Jarvis, the Super Grom, has a pair of 6.33s. Brett Birch's last wave, also a 6.33, puts him into second position. Dave needs a 3.64. His last wave, a 3.1. And Matty Jobs, looking for a 4.24. Here goes Jarvis, the Super Grom from Cronulla. Launch pad, out into the flats, almost able to ride on out in front. And it kind of looks like that left might also be like kind of bending back in towards the north as well. You saw him project pretty far out into the flats there.
Looks like the wind's up too now on the water, but yeah, I mean, two different styles of surfers too. Jarvis is having play, and Brett Bircher can do both big waves and small waves, and very strong surfer as well. And
he's from down this southern area too, isn't he?
Yeah, Ulladulla, lovely guy. Everyone in the surfing industry, surfing community, just we are really good people.
Yeah, we're pretty cruisy. We're pretty good, and
but
just 2 minutes on the clock.
A dream, hey, a dream that this could be a career. But
yeah, tuning in from home, all the Super Groms that would be watching the event unfold. This is a legitimate pathway. Now it's been so for a fair few years, but more so than ever this year, 2020, going into that first season for surfing in the Olympics, 2021. I think it's been postponed to.
Oh, nice.
There's one of the future Australian Olympians, Jarvis Earl.
That was nice. That was a really nice.
I think he's going to extend his lead, so I think he might replace...
That was solid second turn on that finish, that wave.
Yeah, I think he might replace the 6.33.
He's busy out there. I feel like I just keep seeing white Jarvis popping up.
Yeah, he's got... That would have been his 7th wave ridden, and the next closest has got 5. So everyone else has got around the 2, 3, 4 waves. And yeah, Jarvis, last wave for him, 8-point ride.
Yeah, that was solid. I thought so. That was pretty solid.
Yeah, it was a
nice
committed
choice.
hook, wasn't it? So 1 minute remaining on the clock. Jarvis consolidates his hold on first at the moment. Here's the destination New South Wales wave replay.
Boss.
Wow.
And rides out.
Easily rides out too. So being rewarded for that. There goes Brett Bircher. I believe he's a teacher as well from Ulladulla.
I actually don't know.
I think he might be a teacher. He's getting to work on the backhand. Look how close it is between second, third and fourth. So 0.20 or 0.23 between fourth and second. So progression position. 30 seconds on the clock. Maddie needs a 4.24. There's a score to come.
That could totally happen too.
Yeah, but Brett waiting for that last score for him. Dave needs a 3.64. So pretty much, if Brett doesn't improve the situation, one last roll of the dice, so these guys could see them into progression for the quarterfinals. This is the second last heat of the day, and a 4-point rifle last to Brett. So we're waiting to see in the last 5 seconds, will Dave and Maddie get the opportunity? It looks like
the set's coming. So it's always about the wave choice, hey? Making sure you got that on the hooter, would that be?
Oh, I reckon his hands left just after the hooter, so I don't think they're going to score that wave, and it probably wasn't the opportunity he needed either. So at the end of that, it looks like the young gun from Cronulla, Jarvis Earl, in fine form, taking out heat number 7. Brett Bircher moving on through. Stick with us, the final heat of the Open Men's Round 2 coming up with live action. The Australian Open is surfing far south right after this break.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah. Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Very good morning. Welcome back to Live Action, Australian Open of Surfing Far South Coast edition, and welcome straight from the beach into the booth, True Starling.
Thanks, Jess. Morning.
Very good morning, and we are into the final heat of the round right now. It is heat number 8, and welcoming back Reggae as well. All the guys just jumping in the booth to see what's going on in action. That last heat, incredible surfing from Jarvis Earl. I'm not sure if you got a chance to look at the score lines or watch the waves from down on the beach comms.
I haven't yet. I was getting myself ready for my heat coming up soon, so I was just like in the zone, getting my boards and stuff ready. But I heard he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, he got some really nice waves. He got an 8-point ride for pretty much what was I think it was just about a one solid turn on the backhand. So
Wow.
heat number 8 in the water now. Aidan Lewin Parsons, Joel Wood, the captain of Dalmini Board Riders Club, the president himself, Matt Hoare, and Chad Elkins in the water. And I'll slide on out of here and give you back to Reggae.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jess. Well, as Jess was saying, we've got Aidan Lewin Parsons in the red, Joel Wood in the white, Matt Hoare in the yellow, and Chad Elkins in the blue, as we see I think it's Aidan actually, Lewin Parsons in the red, tagging away on his forehand. Beautiful opener for, I think he's a South Coast boy, so down this way. So Aidan getting underway. Grab my live heats up. You can check the heat breakdowns of all the scores at liveheats.com. So I'm going to get mine up and get my breakdown. Welcome, Reggae.
Welcome. Glad I'm here. Sorry I'm late. Jeez, Jess, I tell you, I got into trouble. Big trouble then. Yeah, she's scary.
It got a bit awkward in here.
I know it did. She glared like, it was like X-ray vision burning through the truck.
Too funny.
No.
Oh.
Oh, she's not going to get me a coffee now. I actually stole your sister's coffee.
Yes.
That was so good. Your dad
She mentioned that.
bought Jessie a coffee with the wrong milk.
Rookie error.
Rookie error. I told you. He goes, yeah, she doesn't drink dairy. I said, well, why did you buy it?
Yeah, exactly.
He
Why
said,
did
I
you
lost
buy
it. I was confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there you go. So beautiful day out there. So True, you're surfing against your sister.
I am, yes.
You didn't hear when we were talking in here, me and Jessie, about the upcoming heat with you?
No, I didn't. I was
Well,
actually
it's
on
just
the
as
beach.
well. Just as well.
Oh, God. I don't want to know.
I'm asking her strategy, you know.
Oh.
just
Well, I
gonna
might
go-
need a rewind and look back.
Just going to go and smash her.
Oh. She
No.
wishes.
Oh,
no,
here
I'm
we go.
kidding. I'm
Sibling
kidding.
rivalry.
Well, Aidan Lewin Parsons opened up with a 2.40, backed it up with a 4.67. Joel Wood in the white is sitting in second with a 3.5 and a 3.10. Matt Hoare in the yellow is sitting in third with a 4.10, chasing a 2.51 to move up into second. Chad Elkins opened up his account with a 2.80, needing a 3.81 to progress through this heat. Almost 5 minutes down in this one, Reggae, and I tell you what, the waves are really, really fun.
Yeah, it looks like it. I was just been outside watching it, talking to... I was actually talking to Matt Hoare about it. You know, he surfs here all the time. But, yeah, he reckons this picks up any north swell.
Yeah.
This is probably the biggest on the coast, like from Bateman's all the way down to Bermagui kind of thing.
Yeah.
And, yeah, but it looks so much fun out there. Clean water. Chris, you know, we had a drone shot before. You can see a stingray swimming on the bottom.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
so crystal clear, pristine area. And, yeah, fun little peaks courtesy of this northeast swell.
Yeah.
Wind swinging a little bit. It was forecast just west, maybe go around the west northwest, but it had a touch of southwest in it when I was out there. So hopefully it won't swing further around the south and stay on forecast.
Yeah. Well, it's fun. That's all I can say.
Looks a lot of fun.
Good call.
Yeah, looks a lot of fun. And, yeah, apparently a few of the beaches up and down will be pretty similar conditions to this, a little bit smaller maybe, but nice.
Yeah.
Classic offshore. Look at this.
Oh.
Surfer in white. Joel Wood throws it up into the air, rises out of that cleanly, straight into another little section ahead of him, and he's going to snap that in for a little thin slide to finish. So getting quite creative out there.
Yeah.
Joel Wood throwing it all there. And he's in board shorts. I noticed a few people surfing boardies, so the water's quite pleasant.
It's warmed up a lot, actually. I think I'll be going out in a short leg for my heat for sure, as we see Blue Chad Elkins up and riding, also in boardies, tagging away on his backhand, gets a good section, finishes that one off. So Chad Elkins locking in another score.
Two good solid waves there. So
yeah.
Chad Elkin, pretty consistent still. This swell courtesy Well, this fetch off of strong northerly wind yesterday was up to about 40 knots, probably stronger offshore. And there's that air, just rides out of it cleanly and just sets it up on the inside here for a little snap in a fin slide and just rides out of that. The wave runs away from him. But you reckon they'll deem that second turn completed?
No, I don't think so.
They're a bit harsh on that, those judges.
They are getting pretty harsh on it, I think, as well. He didn't really ride out in front of the whitewash as we go to the Destination New South Wales replay of the surfer in yellow's previous wave, banking that second section and finishing that one off. When I was on the beach before reggae, I noticed as well the backwash was actually getting quite a few people on their finishing turns.
Yeah.
So I think coming into the next few heats, I think we might see more people cotton onto that and go, okay, well, we're going to have to time it well with the backwash or hit it a little bit earlier and come down before it really hits us.
Yeah, because dead high is not till just after 1, so that backwash will become a little bit more prevalent.
Yes. But tell you what, you can still get some pretty good turns out the back. We've got scores locking in for a few of the surfers. So score locking in for white, a score to lock in for yellow and for blue as well. So the judges down in the tents, they've got the replay TV screen down there. So they're just rewatching all the waves, making sure they get the scores right before they're locking anything in. Last of yellow locked in at a 4.63. Last of white was a 4.87. And last of blue, a 6.33, so massive situation change as we see white, Joel Wood. He's looking for a 3.87.
Well, he's got it.
Wow.
2 good solid turns there, and here's Aidan Lewin Parsons. Well,
Whoa.
This is a really good heat.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 2 surfers, both Joel and Aidan, locking in nice waves there.
Aidan's chasing a 4.07. So we'll have to see what the judges think of that one. So situation, blue leads with a 2.80 and a 6.33. That's Chad Elkins. And we'll roll on down to the previous heats winner, Jarvis Earl. Jarvie, I saw you get a couple of good-looking scores. Talk to me about the waves out there this morning. It looks pretty fun.
Yeah, well, it was just good that there's like a fun little bank with some waves. And yeah, I just paddled out and got a few rights at the start of the heat. And then ended up drifting down the bank and then got another good ride at the end. But yeah, it was fun conditions.
And moving from yesterday, it was pretty windy, a little bit tricky, and moving on to today, having the waves as fun as they are, how are you feeling rolling on to the next round?
Yeah, like pretty good. I actually didn't surf yesterday because it got called off before my heat. But yeah, I'm just happy that there's some good waves and I'm feeling pretty good for the next heat.
Epic. And Jess was filling me in a little bit before. She said you got an 8 for pretty much one turn. How did that feel, getting a pretty big score?
Yeah, well, I just like took off on the wave and it was a big steep section, so I thought I'd like give it a crack and try hit it, and then ended up making it. So yeah, it was pretty good.
Well, you're going hard, and I tell you what, you're not going home yet. So we'll see you coming up very shortly, Jarvis.
Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. See ya.
See ya.
Well, Jarvis, what a classic.
He's such a good kid.
Yeah, well, yeah, we made the most of his opportunities out there. 8-point ride for a single solid turn, but great surfer.
Yeah.
Got a big future, that grommet.
Oh, definitely.
So out there now, we saw Joel Wood 6.17 on his last wave. Aidan Lewin Parsons a 4.93. So they've moved into the top 2. Matt Hoare, he needs a 4.98 to move up, while Chad Edkins needs a 3.28. Early days, right on the 10-minute mark, so halfway through the heat. And at this stage, well, that 6 from Chad is a higher score. 6 point. I think C's, yes, it's. Oh, there we go. Yeah, and then Matt Hoare just a couple of 4s, so looking to lock in something a little bit more solid. Matt, of course, is the president of Dalmini Board Riders.
Yes. Yeah. I had one of the club members, Dale, I think his name was. He came down and he's like, "True, Dalmini Board Riders barbecue is on. We need everyone to come up." And I was like, "I'll be there in a second. Give me a minute." And they smell so good. So they're making bacon egg rolls, and it's so awesome to see board riders coming together and providing for the spectators and the competitors, and raising a bit of funds as well to fund their up and coming athletes as well.
Yeah, no, it's a really good opportunity, and they're keeping us all fed. So quite a few people come down to watch here because a really pleasant day, obviously. Not too hot. The sun beaming down here with this light offshore breeze, and a nice day to hang on the beach and watch some great surfing here at the Australian Open of Surfing, the Far South Coast Open happening right now. Thanks to Visit New South Wales, of course, our main sponsor for the series. And of course, our presenting sponsor here today is Mental Health 360, and Surfing New South Wales has been doing a lot of work with a variety of mental health programs. It's great to have Mental Health 360 on board here today. Had a pretty interesting presentation from the mental health group on Friday evening when we first got here. Brett Cannellan from up at Kiama gave a really riveting talk, of course. Because as he said, he's got a cool story to talk about getting attacked by a shark.
Wow.
But the importance of it is how he recovered and the ups and downs of his mental well-being as his physical injuries healed.
Yeah.
And the things he had to deal with on that. So, yeah, it was a great discussion, and yeah, it was pretty riveting. We were there for about an hour, but yeah, it was good to see. So, of course, and mental health has really come to the fore over this 12 months. The pandemic has sort of made things pretty weird.
Yes, it has definitely, but I think it's been a pretty special time. Everyone's come together and really looking after each other as we see Blue, Chad Elkins up and riding. Beautiful second turn. Can he get another one? He pretty much runs over his fellow competitor there.
Yeah, Aidan Lewin Parsons very close, but yeah, that first turn, really nice. That section just standing up beautifully. It looks so good because the water's so crystal clear with that sand bottom and the offshore, just smooth faces.
Yeah, it's so nice.
It's kind of like, this is what you want. This is when you're driving down, going for a surf. This is how you imagine the waves are going to be like.
Yeah, exactly. As we cut to the destination, New South Wales wave replay of Chad Elkins' previous wave. This is the money turn there. Gets a bit of a slide on that one. We saw Aiden duck diving under that one. So scores locking in for last of Blue, and I think that it's just locked in potentially at a 4.17. So that's taken Blue up into second spot. So situation, Joel Wood is out in front with a 4.87 and a 6.17. Chad Elkins in the blue sitting in second with a 6.33 and a 4.17. That knocks Aidan Lewin Parsons down into third. He's got a 4.67 and a 4.93, looking for a 5.58. And Matt Hoare sitting in fourth. He's got a 4.1 and a 4.63, needing a 5.88 to progress through this heat. It's just over 6 minutes remaining. I feel like this heat has gone so quickly.
It's gone really quickly. I think, because it wasn't that long ago, I said, just hitting the 10-minute mark. But, Matt Hoare, the local surfer, he'll know what he needs to do to find a good wave. I'm presuming he's got priority because he hadn't paddled or ridden away for quite some time. So keep your eye on the surfer in yellow, needing a 5.88.
They're manageable scores out there. We've seen some big scores being locked in, and Aidan Lewin Parsons and Matt Hoare definitely have the talent and ability to get those numbers. I mean, they can do that in their sleep. We've seen it a number of times as we see Aiden up and riding on this one. On his back end, tags that first section. Unfortunately, maybe letting the nerves get the better of him on that one. Don't see that very often from Aiden, so he'll kick out, get straight back out there. We've got just over 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, kind of mistimed that turn, and just as he went in the lip, just fell on the way down. I don't think there was much left in that wave anyway. It was offset. Not sure who has priority. We kind of think Matt Hoare in the yellow most likely does. And he surfs here every day at breaks.
Yeah, right.
And he just lives up the hill, his house. As we see, current heat leader Joel Wood throws it to the sky, but someone's stretching there, a bit tired. And here goes Matt Hoare, local surfer. Well, good-looking wall ahead of him, throws it up critically into the lip. So 2 turns on the outside, and then that closeout. We'll see how that went for him. Plenty of time to get back out there and grab another wave with 4.5 minutes remaining. That's the thing, it's not a long paddle. Saw a couple of surfers. Geordie Lawler, I think he sort of got 2 waves in a minute. He averaged 1 wave every 2 minutes in his heat.
Did he?
Yeah, he got 9 waves, and there was 2.5 minutes to go.
Wow.
When he had his 9 waves. So, yeah, which is...
He's like a powerhouse. He just paddles and just moves leaps and bounds ahead of everyone.
Yeah.
He, at home, whenever I watch him catch waves, he just kind of does 1 to 3 paddles and gets onto the wave.
Right.
I don't know how he does it. It's crazy.
Yeah, the old paddling technique.
And
because this is the last heat of this round. It's flown through these heats, actually.
I know. Coming up next, we'll have first heat of the Open Women's Quarterfinal featuring Cedar Lee Jones in the red, Sky Burgess in the white, Talina Wilson in the yellow, and Arabella Tarpey in the blue. So girls kicking off their campaign in about 3.5 minutes. So that's pretty exciting. But for this heat, Joel Wood is leading with a 4.87 and a 6.17. Iden Lewin Parsons up and riding, chasing a 5.58.
Two good solid vertical turns, and he can get one in. Oh, he doesn't ride out of that one. That was he was, I think he was heading for that score, but we'll see. There's still two good solid scores there for a 5.58. Just waiting on that last score for Matt Hoare to come in as well. So
I think it locked in at a 4.03.
It did. So yes, that doesn't change the situation. So Matt Hoare still chasing a 5.88 in the final 3 minutes. So our heat leader, Joel Wood, still looking pretty solid out there.
Yep.
Chad Edkins currently in second spot.
Bieber with the coffees.
Comes bearing gifts.
That last wave locked in for Iden Lewin Parsons at a 4.50, so that was not enough to get him up into second. He's still chasing a 5.58. There's 2 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. So Joel Wood leads. Chad Elkins in second. Iden Lewin Parsons looking for a 5.58. Matt Hoare sitting in fourth, needing a 5.88 to progress through this heat. I mean, still plenty of waves to come through, but you'd think that Joel Wood and Chad Elkins would be sitting out there with first and second priority.
Yeah, I'd say so. Both Aiden and Matt having caught their last waves pretty recently, and yeah, there was probably maybe not their last opportunity, but they both waves looked like they were going to offer the score, the potential score. But unfortunately, Aiden blew that last turn, and Matt's wave just sort of died a bit after that first manoeuvre.
Yeah, it did. Maybe Aiden was thinking this wave isn't going to offer, or maybe he didn't get two strong enough turns that he thought should have been. I feel like as soon as you take off on your feet, you just make the most of that wave and you finish it off. Especially when only needing a 5.58. It's a score that Aiden can get
pretty easily.
Easily. Yeah.
So in the final 90 seconds now, Joel Wood and Chad Elkins hanging under those lead, looking to move through to the next round. Of course, we've got women's quarterfinals coming up very soon in a matter of minutes.
There's a little Kira Buckpit. She's coming up, I think, in heat 2 or 3 of the women's quarterfinals. So we've got just over 1 minute remaining. No change to the situation. Aiden's still chasing a 5.58. Maddie Hoare looking for a 5.88. I think time's going to be the enemy of the surfers in third and fourth out there.
Yeah, really down in the last minute, or the mad minute, as our very good friend Terry McKenna likes to say.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see with 45 seconds remaining. Red and yellow looking for numbers. No waves have come through just yet. We may see a little flurry towards the end.
Let's hope so. I love it when heats finish with a bang. And there's Chad Elkins on screen, currently in second position. He'd no doubt like to have the opportunity to extend the gap, or broaden the gap between him and Aiden Lewin Parsons and Matt Hoare. But with 20 seconds remaining, it looks like a little lump. Not sure if it's going to stand up in on the peak where the crew are.
I don't think it will.
No, just 10 seconds to go. So it looks like Joel Wood and Chad Elkins doing the job here. Oh, hang on. Oh, I couldn't get it. That was with 1 second to go. So unfortunately, I think that was Joel Wood anyway. So anyway, Joel Wood and Chad Elkins moving through. Oh, I don't know if that was before the heat or after. We heard the hooter go. Anyway, we'll just wait and hear on that one from Matt Hoare, but he got it right on the bell. We're not sure if it was before or after the heat, and we'll let you know when we come back with Heat 1 of the quarterfinals of the women's here at the Australian Open of Surfing, coming to you live from Yabbara Beach right after this.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon 24.
dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures, wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing, the Far South Coast Open. And as you can see there, we are in a beautiful part of the world here at Yabbara Beach, Dalmini, just a few k's north of Narooma. And we are into the quarterfinals of the women's in the red. Cedar Lee Jones in the white, Sky Burgess. And looks like Cedar Lee right there. And just as I was going to say yellow and blue, the graphic disappeared on me. Oh, there you go. Yeah, we are.
Oh,
yeah,
back up
Talina Wilson in the yellow and Arabella Tarpey in the blue. Thank you, producer.
Well, scores looking in for first off Cedar Lee Jones. We'll have to see what the judges think of that one. So that leaves Sky Burgess, Talina Wilson and Arabella Tarpey sitting out there battling for their first waves in this heat. This looks like Sky Burgess up and riding.
Oh, nice section. Look at this.
Yeah.
Just slicing that turn out of the top. Beautiful wall here, True. And just gets one turn in there to finish off and jumps off. Of course, now Cedar Lee Jones, she's currently leading in the overall point score here at the Australia. Who's coming second? Anyone you know?
Oh, I know.
And you're second?
I am second, yes.
Yeah, right. So what do you need to do to... you just got to finish one heat ahead to regain the lead?
You know what, Reggae? I haven't
you haven't looked at the numbers?
Not
much point, really, is there?
I'm kind of like, you know what? If I can go out there and surf my best and win,
good.
I'd be stoked. But I'm just going to focus on progressing through my heats, taking it heat by heat, wave by wave, and keeping it simple.
Yeah. Well, you got to get past your sister first.
Exactly. Or she's got to get past me, one of the two.
I know. I know.
Well, first of Sky Burgess in the white locked in at a 5.50, and first of Red a 3.67, so it's white out in front. Red sitting in second, Talina Wilson in the yellow, Arabella Tarpey in the blue, waiting to open up their account in this one. So there's going to be some fun waves. So we see yellow, Talina Wilson up and riding. Just a quick up and out for the surfer in yellow, deciding that that one wasn't the one that she was after. So that leaves the surfer in blue, we think, out there with first priority with just under 17 minutes remaining. So
yeah, a few waves ridden in his first couple of minutes.
Yes. I think these heats are going to be a bit, have a couple flurry of waves.
All right, looks like we have the winner of that last heat down there, Joel.
Yeah.
How you doing, matey?
Not too bad. It's quite fun out there.
Yeah, it looks like fun. I must admit, quite jealous watching it from the commentary booth.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, definitely better than yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like, it was a pretty close heat, that one. Even right at the end, Matt Hoare and Aiden were only chasing small scores. Did you ever feel comfortable?
I don't know. I wasn't really thinking about it. I was just kind of going out there and doing my thing, trying to just put on a show, but yeah, just wasn't thinking about that, to be honest, out there. Just trying to have fun.
Yeah, well, you got a couple of good waves, you know, and it looks like, how hard is it to pick the waves that have a wall? Because there's quite a few. It looked like, you know, the opportunity could be limited. Then the next one, surfer gets 3 good solid hits.
Yeah, it is hard out there. It's very lumpy and bumpy with the high tide, but maybe throughout the day when it goes a bit lower, it could be real fun.
Yeah, well, you know, overall, as you said, way better than yesterday.
Yeah.
So, did you go out there any particular strategy just to get busy, or?
Yeah, just stay busy and just try to treat it like a free surf, I guess.
Yeah.
And just have fun, and then it worked out. So happy with that.
Yeah, well, it's cool. You know, if you go all the way, win some money when you're having fun. That's what life's all about.
That's the goal.
All right, congratulations, Joel.
Sweet.
Great to see you surfing. Looking forward to seeing you in the next round.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you.
There you go.
He was surfing really good in that previous heat.
He was. Joel was looking pretty solid there. Yeah, he got a lot of flair in his surfing too. Nice and sharp.
Well, in that little break, we had Arabella Tarpey take off on her first wave, locked in at 2.43, first of yellow, just 0.50. So that leaves, I think first wave was ridden by the surfer in red, so that leaves Cedar Lee Jones sitting out there with first priority. She's sitting in second, chasing a 1.84 to move up into the lead. Arabella Tarpey sitting in third, looking for a 1.25, and Talina Wilson chasing a 3.18. But Sky Burgess, which Jess gave me a little bit of information on her at the event down in Cronulla, I think was, or maybe Port Macquarie. Sky Burgess was an ex-competitor, and she was doing pretty well, and then retired and bought like a little coffee van, and then came back, and now she's competing again, and everyone calls her Burger.
Burger?
Yeah, Sky Burger, or Berg. Yeah, I think it's Burger.
Okay, she's still got the coffee van?
I think she's still got the coffee van.
She should have brought it here this morning. She would have killed it.
She would have killed it.
She might have to do that.
I would have lined up for an hour to get that coffee, as we see Blue Arabella Tarpey tagging that end section. So she's going to lock in her second scoring wave. She's trying to get the jump on the surfer in red, Cedar Lee Jones. We've got just under 14 minutes remaining in this heat. Who have we got coming up next?
Well, we got Anna Santos, Leila Rich, Jessica Eichen, and Casey Hargraves, 4 surfers coming in quarterfinal number 2 of the women's. So, we've got plenty of action coming here today, of course, after the quarterfinals of the women's going into the men's quarters and the women's semis, men's semis, and of course then the 2 finals back to back. And we should have good conditions all day. The wind swung, it's a little brief swing to the southwest about half an hour ago, but now it's gone back offshore to the west, so looking pretty good out there. And just waiting on a few more scores, or waves to be caught, I should say. And looks like Sky Burgess now just slicing that top turn, little section ahead of her as this wave continues to push down the beach. And bonus section there to finish. So end of third. So Sky Burgess, good wave. She's still going. She's heading down in the Narooma breakwall.
Dead set. She fully is. She's like, oh, I like the wave down there yesterday. I'm going to head back down there.
Yeah, so she liked the waves better down there. She's weird.
I know.
Because yesterday we had those howling on shore. Looks like Cedar Lee Jones now in the red. Bounces up the top. Looking for this section to open up. A little slice there. And unfortunately for Cedar, that wave runs out. She's from Palmy, hey?
Avalon.
Avalon.
Yep. So she's up Avalon way.
Her dad, Matt Jones.
Yep.
Very good surfer.
Yeah.
Originally from North Stain.
Oh,
Yeah, he's a manly boy. Yeah, he's hard. He's core North Stain.
Oh.
Yeah, for as long as I can remember.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, last of the surfer in white locked in at a 5.43. Last of Cedar Lee Jones, a 2.07. That has knocked Arabella Tarpey down into third. Her last wave locked in at a 2.93. She needs a 2.85 to move up into second. And Talina Wilson sitting out there with first priority, chasing a 5.25 to progress through this heat. So we see Arabella having a look at this one. She opts to go left, maybe even gets to pull in. Unfortunately, that one just closing out on her. So she'll kick out of there. We've got 11.5 minutes remaining. Plenty of waves coming through. Score to lock in for last of blue. I don't think it will go into her top 2. So exciting big day for the finals day. I think we've got 22 heats to run today. So
a big day.
Yes.
I'm having a short day to a big day because originally it would have been whatever, it's going to take 2 hours longer than it would have. But when you got good waves, it's quite good fun working on a surf event, talking about the surfing.
Yeah, totally. Makes it so interesting.
Not exactly like a real job.
Oh, no.
My dad still says to me, when are you going to get a real job?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to go back home tomorrow and get straight back into work. So I'm looking forward to this day. This day can take as long as it wants.
So you're driving back this evening?
Yeah, we'll go home this afternoon.
Yep.
Well, after the event, 5.5 hour drive.
Yeah, depends which way you go. Through the slow way will be through Nowra, Berry, Wollongong.
Yeah, we're not going to go that way.
You're going to go the inland way.
Yeah. We came that way on the way here, and it felt like we were driving forever.
Yeah, I remember last time I did it. It was a Sunday Arvo too. It was it did take forever. It looks like Talina Wilson now, nice little section ahead of her, throws it up into the lip. Look at this wall standing up a little bit on the inside. Oh, there you go.
Oh no.
Commentator's curse. I was calling a section that didn't exist.
It's hard to tell with that angle of the waves. You're kind of like, is that a section? Is it not? But there's definitely sections out there. So scores locking in for last of yellow. We'll have to see what the judges think. She was chasing a 5.25. So I'm not sure if that will be the score. We did see a 5.5 and a 5.43 locked in from Sky Burgess, getting more than one turn. And there it is, a 3.27 for last of yellow, so that was not enough to take her up into second spot, but she's now chasing a 2.48 with 9 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. So that hasn't updated on your screen yet, but if you head over to liveheats.com, it has updated on here, and we've got the breakdown of all the scores. You can actually tap on the scores, and you've got the breakdown of the scores that each 3 judges have given the surfers, which is super interesting. I always go back and look through it all and go, I wonder why they gave that, and this, that, and but more often than not, you see the scores being a 1 point radius around that one.
Yeah, it's rare that there's a big spread.
Yeah.
And you can see Anna Santos warming up on the beach for her next heat, which will be paddling out pretty soon. We've got just under 9 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal number 1. So Sky Burgess holding down that lead. Cedar Lee Jones still looking for a decent scoring ride. And but is in second position, but holding a couple of scores she'd prefer to get rid of. And the same for Arabella Tapi and Talina Wilson. Talina, so they had one good wave and a throwaway, one scoring wave and a throwaway.
So 8.5 minutes remaining. Scores hopefully locking in as we see Sky Burgess on a really nice looking wave. Tags that first section. Can she get another one? She brings it around for a carve, staying close to the pocket. She's still going on this one, trying to get that inside connection. And she finishes that one off. So that was the backwash I was talking about earlier. Reggae. It's just kind of holding people up on that finishing turn. But Sky ended up managing to time that one nice and easily and rode out of that one. So Sky's going to look at another score. We'll have to see what the judges think of that.
Yeah, well, that wasn't a bad wave. 2 good smooth turns on the outside. Looking to extend her lead a little bit if she can.
Yep.
And it's a second wave. She's sort of been in sync for the sets, like with the priority. Here we go, looking at the Visit New South Wales replay. Just a nice slice off the top. Gets this little section in there. You can tell plenty of power in that turn, judging by the spray, and the wave just fills up, but she gets that little rebound to finish off with. So will it go into her top 2? We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. Cedar had a look at that one, decided not to go it. So she's like, I feel kind of comfortable where I am, but Arabella Tapi only needing a 2.85 and Talina Wilson only chasing a 2.48, so they're small scores. So if I was Cedar, I would probably try and better that 2.07 and extend that second spot as we see her up and riding on this one. Carves that first section. She's making her way through. Can she get a little finisher on this one? She can't, unfortunately, so Cedar kicks out of there. Scores locking in for last with the surfer in white. We've got 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we'll see that. Yeah, she definitely wants to get rid of that. I dare say she'd like to get rid of both those scores.
Yep.
Well,
last of the surfer in white locked in at a 6.10. So that has extended her lead. I'm sure that will... It's just updated on our screen up there. So Sky Burgess has a 5.50 and a 6.10. She's out in front. Last of Cedar locking in.
You see Cedar putting the pedal to the metal to get back out that lineup. Still a good amount of time, 6 minutes remaining. And yeah, as we said before, it's a pretty quick paddle out.
Yeah.
And reasonably consistent waves coming through. The thing is picking the one that gives you that second section. If you get 2 good hits, we saw that earlier, Jamie Thompson saying, his whole plan was smash 2 big turns. And that's what most of the surfers who have been winning the heats are getting, those good solid manoeuvres in, 1 or 2 on the, or at least 2 on the outside, sometimes 3.
Yeah. Well, we got scores locking in for Cedar Lee Jones and also Talina Wilson as well. Last of yellow, a 4.57, so that took her up into second spot. Last of Cedar, a 3.33. It was not enough. She's chasing a 4.18. So Sky Burgess sitting out in front with a 5.60 and a 5.50, sorry, and a 6.10. Talina Wilson is in second with a 3.27 and a 4.57. Cedar Lee Jones moved down into third. She has a 3.67 and a 3.33. She's looking for a 4.18, and Arabella Tapi has a 2.43 and a 2.90, chasing a 4.95. With 5 minutes remaining, Reggae, so a bit of an I didn't predict this. I thought Cedar was going to get a couple of good ones under her belt and sit out in front, so we'll have to see if another wave locks in for the surfer in red.
Yeah, well, she's a great surfer and a very experienced competitor. She knows what she needs to do. Not asking for a big score. Selena Wilson just ahead of Cedar Lee Jones at the moment. Like I said earlier, Cedar would be looking to get rid of both those scores.
Yeah.
Not something she normally has in her
scoreline.
And see Sky Burgess out there splashing around. And looking at that one, no takeoff. So beautiful conditions here at Ybarra Beach at Dalmini, just north of Narooma. And down here on the south coast, the Eurobadalla Shire. And unfortunately nothing standing up there for Sky. Yeah, have a look at it. There's one of the ads in the ad break for Eurobadalla. You look at it and go, wow.
Really?
What an amazing place. And it really is. And it's still pretty quiet down here because, like I said, this is that extra drive from Sydney.
Yeah.
So it doesn't get super packed on weekends. School holidays and things like that, it gets busy as down
Yeah, I
here.
bet it would. It's so
Which will be
stunning down
next
here.
week, won't it?
Gosh,
School.
I'm not sure.
I should know.
Mm.
I think my kids are still at school. No, they are. Actually, no, they're not. One is, one isn't.
Uh-huh. Both my sister and I are out of school, so I never know when school holidays is anymore.
No, that's good.
Yeah. But then whenever it's school holidays, I always end up working. So I'm like, no.
We're just on 3 minutes. Where you work?
I work at Rip Curl at Narrabeen.
Oh,
Yeah.
for Damien and Belinda.
Yes.
Jeez, that's tough.
I know. No.
Dum would be the worst boss ever, wouldn't he?
No, Dummer's actually amazing. He's such a great boss. He lives just down the road from me as well, so it's pretty good. I come in from the surf and he's like, you should be at work.
Yeah.
Sorry, Damien.
Shouldn't you be at work, True?
Yeah. No, they're great bosses, and it's so good to work there. They're so accommodating with time off for the events.
Well,
and
Damien
stuff.
should understand
Yeah.
the
yeah.
demands of competitive surfing,
Yeah.
being a two-time world champion.
Yes, exactly.
He's still ripping too, hey? Ever since he got his new hip,
I
he went
know.
back to like grommethood.
He's surfing so good.
Because he's pretty old now.
I'm going to tell him you said that.
Yeah, that's all right. Yes, I've had some enjoyable times with Damien on the road when he was, because pre-WSL, Damien was always a contest director for all the Rip Curl search events, Portugal.
Yes.
Things like that. I worked on all those events, so he quite closely with Duma on that. He was a good contest director because the surfers would come up and try and say, oh, it's not good enough, we're not going to go out there. And he'd just stare him in the eye and say, bad luck,
Yeah.
get out there.
Out there.
You're getting out there.
Everyone's in the same boat.
Yeah. I remember once Mick Fanning said, I'm not going to go out. And someone told Duma, he said, well, that's right, I don't care, he'll lose his heat. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go in this quarterfinal. So Sky Burgess still holding that lead. Now, Cedar Lee Jones, the seeded surfer, going in this, leading the Australian Open Series rankings, but currently sitting at third place and staring at an early elimination, which would be a big surprise because she normally just seems to grab a stranglehold on her heat. So at this stage, she's not looking for much either.
Only chasing a 418.
418. We're not sure who has priority, but
I would think maybe.
We'll see to have that small inside. Well, here she goes now looking at this. No, that's not going to stand up. So Cedar Lee Jones frantically trying to find a wave. And it looks like Talina Wilson is sitting right on her. Of course, Talina just holding a narrow lead over Cedar for second place. And we're down to 50 seconds. And Talina Wilson really putting the pressure on Cedar Lee Jones. I think Cedar just gave the stink eye.
Probably.
40 seconds. Cedar Lee Jones, I'm not sure who has priority. There's the heat leader just bashing that lip. That was Sky Burgess. And with 30 seconds to go, Cedar Lee Jones is not in a good position. You see her just looking at the sky then. Will this wave stand up? This is going to be catchable, I think. Last throw of the dice. She's got to catch this wave. Cedar Lee Jones up and no, it's gone. So there with 17 seconds remaining, that wave just didn't stand up for it. Shut down anyway. It's just going to be a closeout. And look, the wave out the back that she would have been in position for. Okay, well.
10 seconds or just under.
Wow.
Wow, bit of an upset on this one.
Yeah, definite upset. You see Lee Jones coming in. So Sky Burgess and Talina Wilson, the two surfers progressing through. Sky surfed a great heat, pretty well dominated from start to finish. And we'll be back with quarterfinal number 2 of the Open Women's here at the Australian Open of Surfing right after this break.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon coastal
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing, coming to you live from Ybarra Beach here at beautiful Dalmini. And, of course, just some fun waves out there. Quarterfinal number 2 out there right now. Anna Santos in the red. Layla Rich in the white. Jessica Eichen wearing the yellow. And Casey Hargraves wrapping up the heat in the blue. Joining me here, Liam. How you going, mate? Dalmini. So what's your surname again? It's my fault. That's right, I thought it was, and then I thought, hang on. Okay, Liam Hannigan from Dalmini Board Rider. So, Liam, some pretty good fun waves. I was talking to Matt Hoare before his heat, which he unfortunately didn't get through, but he's saying like this is the go-to when the swell's out of the north.
Yeah, when the swell's out of the north. And I guess in the north wind as well. It offers a little bit of protection, so this is our go-to, and it's a bit of a magnet as well. So, yeah. Just the little right in the corner, and then off in the left, which is Matt's go-to more so than mine, being a goopy footer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I do enjoy splitting the peak with Matt quite often, and makes it easy. Him loving the left.
Yeah, well, now here these some fun waves here today, and I saw Beach North here had some just the next bay around, some fun little waves there. So this section of coast does have its moments.
Yeah, for sure. We don't have the classic point breaks and reef breaks that we've got further north, but yeah, we get a few fun little waves on its day.
Well, we've got the Dalmini board riders. They've got the tent up there feeding us with their burgers, sausage sangers, etc. So it's a big community with the board riders. Like looks of it, there's heaps of people prepared to put their hand up.
Yeah, it's really good. Everyone's been sort of jumping in and helping out. We had a board riders years and years ago, and then it ended up folding, and we didn't have a board riders for probably 10 years-ish.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I guess a lot of the guys around sort of Matt's age, and a few guys have moved back and got young kids, and everyone's getting around it again. So it's really good.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid. I was talking to Matt the other day, and he said you got like about 70 active members and 30 social members.
Yeah,
thereabouts. But yeah, no, it's good. And obviously with all the grommets, it's a good opportunity for them to get out there and get some competition and have it in a fun environment. So at this stage of the heat, we've got no waves ridden. And you see the surfers just jockeying out there trying to get this first wave. Looks like a bit of a set standing now. Surfer in blue, Casey Hargraves on the inside. Nice turn off the bottom, slices that top turn. This wave fills up pretty quickly. She's looking for something on the inside, gets that little section. Might get a little bonus point on the inside, just keeping a momentum across that flat part of the wave for one little thing to finish. Unfortunately, not much on the inside, but two decent turns on the outside, and obviously happy to get that wave under a belt. It's pretty. I noticed like water's not too cold here. Like it's warmed up the last couple of weeks, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was really cold for a good sort of 6 or 8 weeks there, but it's definitely warmed up, and obviously we see a few guys and girls wearing boardies, and
yeah, I've noticed that. Because last time I surfed down here was about a month ago down Tathra, and it was freezing.
Yeah, it was probably
only had a short arm steamer, and yeah,
you wouldn't have surfed for long.
No, it was all right. But how cold's it getting in winter?
Pretty cold.
Yeah.
I don't know the numbers, maybe 13 or 14.
Right.
For in July and August.
You guys surf all the way through though? Have club events all the way through?
Yeah, we do. So I think we kicked back off in maybe July
with all the COVID stuff.
Yeah. So it was good to get back into it.
Yeah.
We got the girls having a bit of a look.
Yeah, it looks like this is Ander Santos, who is I think he's third on the rankings. Pull in for that little backside barrel. Wow, nice technique there. Little cover up. We saw Casey Hargraves with that 6.33.
That was a good score. That was a pretty high score for the right as well. Sort of most of the girls have been going left. Have they in that past heat?
Yeah, in the last heat they're all looking at the left. I'll just get this thing updated on the live heats app. But a couple of ways. We're still waiting for Leila Rich and Jessica Kill to take off on their first waves. Oh, there's yesterday. Just a reminder of what we were surfing. And look at the comparison. Well done. That was a good little juxtaposition of days there. So onshore rubbish down at the bar yesterday at Narooma, breakwall there, and beautiful pristine conditions here at your bar. So how does everyone feel about having the event here? We're like happy, unhappy, you know?
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty happy, I guess. Might be a couple of people who aren't happy.
A couple of cranky old blokes.
Yeah, but no, everyone's pretty cool with it, and I think it brings some positives to the town as well, and we don't really get much stuff like this coming down. Oh, here we go. So we've got Layla again. Nice little wrap.
Yeah, well, she got the good one on the outside.
It's probably all about the bonus section on that little right.
Yeah, if you can get that connection and get that second turn in, you see the lefts have been off. Oh, nice. Casey Hargraves, that was a good turn again. Oh. Wow, giving it some stick out of the lip. Wow, it's good surfing. So she's looking pretty sharp, Casey.
That's really going to put her a fair way ahead, isn't it?
Yeah, I think she's looking solid out there at the moment. And in this, there she goes, the Visit New South Wales replay. So nice smooth turns out of the top. And just wait for those last scores to get locked in. Yeah, unfortunately that live heat thing is not updating this quarterfinal at the moment, so we'll just have to wait for the scores to come through from our judges. We've got an illustrious panel down there on the beach looking straight into the contest infrastructure. Is looking straight in front of the break, so whereas we're looking down the beach a little bit, the judges are right in front, and they also have the benefit of a replay when required. And so, yeah, just 11.5 minutes remaining in this second quarter final. We've got...
Oh, there's those scores now.
Yeah, there you go. So, Casey Hargraves looks like she locked in another solid score. Oh, there you go. Finally got it up. Yeah, she got a 6.33 on her first and a 6.17 on her second. So, great scores to lock in the first half of the heat. And she's in a very good position now. Layla Rich with a 4.33. Now, Ander Santos, she only got a 2 and a 2.33, that little cover-up. Not much in it. It wasn't exactly deep, but she needs to get moving. She's a great surfer, of course, and one of the favoured surfers in this event. It's made the finals a couple of times. And Jess Icon just on screen there, just still trying to find a decent wave just with that 1.9, just an in and out takeoff in her score. And just under 11 minutes. So approaching the halfway mark and case of this quarter, and Casey Hargraves in a great position.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be the sort of slow part of the day too, Reggae, just through that high tide.
Yeah, I think what time's dead high? 1
yeah,
o'clock, isn't it?
we still got a little way to go. I think that was the fear about running it at Yabra, is that high tide. But it should just push that little right in onto that inside bank, and just like Casey's sort of been taking advantage of those little rights, and probably a few less lefts.
Oh, it looks like Anna Santos here. Can she get into it? I'd say so. So the goofy footer, originally from Brill, been living and surfing at North Narrabeen in Sydney. Oh, a little snap. Someone's on a good wave behind her. I think it might be Layla. That's cool angle there. Wow, that was... We didn't see that whole wave, but you could see her in the background of Anne's wave. It looks like a good score will be coming in for Layla Rich. So surf is getting busy now.
Yeah, that first turn just in the background looked pretty nice. At least might be it here.
Yeah, look at this. Oh, nice. Terry Fitzgerald styling. And then up into the lip. And again, so she had that big drawn-out cutty outside. Backed it up with another quick one on the inside. Quick tap off the lip, so we'll just see how she goes. But Layla Rich there, needing a 8.18 on one wave to move in a first. But prior to that, she only had a 4.33, so she's going to reduce the distance between her and Casey Hargraves. And DeSantos, still waiting on her last score to come through as well. So a few scores to get locked in until we know the current situation, just on 9 minutes remaining. But what we do know, Casey Hargraves surfing a pretty smart heat at the moment and out in front with a 6.33 and a 6.17. So, yeah, what are your thoughts on the high tide? Do you reckon that right will come into play?
I think it's going to push it probably more so onto that little right bank on the inside, just right next to the little rock there, into the channel. The left might get a bit more backwash affected, but I guess when the lefts come through, they probably offer a bit more scoring potential, a bit more length of ride. And
yeah. So is this predominantly better known for its low tide banks, this beach, or is it varied?
Probably it varies. It's pretty sand dependent. Obviously, you can just saw that wave then, the left running off and the little right in the corner. But yeah, probably more so the right hander on the high tide and the left on the low tide.
Yeah. It's an awesome part of the world you guys live in. It's like,
yeah, we're pretty lucky, I guess.
You are.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just so clean. There's a variety of waves around. Like you said, I know it's not like Ulladulla with the reefs and the points and stuff, but there's a variety of sandbanks and a lot of hidden spots where
there's just so many little corners.
Yeah,
I guess you've got to put the time in, and the banks are always changing.
Yeah,
and we don't have those classic setups, which are really, on any given day in certain conditions are going to be pumping. It's more
pretty
you've got
predictable.
to, put the K's in and check 5 different spots before you go for a surf.
Yeah, and end up back at the one you checked
out
first.
Pretty much. That's how it happens. Yep.
That's standard, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's always the way. But so Layla Rich, just trying to see what those scores are. It hasn't come in yet. Oh, yeah, 6.17 for Layla on her last wave. So that's put her into a 2-wave total of 10.5. So that right with that real cool, stylish cutback, 6.17, same score as we saw Casey Hargraves get on her second wave. And DeSantos, been a bit quiet for her, just with a couple of waves at the moment, a 4.33 and a 2.33. So keep your eye on the surfer in red. She'll be looking to burst out of that. Because the last heat we saw Cedar Lee Jones actually eliminated after and she was only chasing a small score. So you can get in this situation where you think, okay, I'm only needing a 4, I'll be able to get it, sort of thing. But these 20-minute heats, time can run away pretty quickly. So you can see Anna Santos here. I thought it was going to wedge up for her, but unfortunately, just not getting into that one.
I think too, those little rights, just where they're getting that second section on the inside and it's doubling up again and they're getting another little hit.
Yeah.
That's probably pretty beneficial for the scoreline, where some of them are just fading into that channel pretty quickly.
Yeah. It's a few of the surfers up at heats. It's pretty hard to pick the right one out there. And so a lot of strategies to try and get out there and, get busy, particularly in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the heat. And you can find yourself like Anna Santos here as we're approaching the 5-minute mark, and she's looking for that elusive scoring wave. So Casey with 2 waves above 6, while Layla Rich has that 6.17 and a small 3. She could improve her situation pretty quickly. So the danger for Anna Santos and Jessica is don't get a wave soon to keep them in touch with Layla. They'll be find themselves chasing a very difficult task in these final 5 minutes. And looks like Yellow having a look at this. Jessica, he's putting it in. Is it going to break? Well, she obviously priority a little left here.
Oh, it was a nice little turn. And again,
she's got right out of that. Oh, she did.
Oh. Yeah, that was a really nice wave.
Yeah, so 2 good turns there from Jessica Icon, and that's her second scoring wave. So she's going to be still in the mix, but with only 4.5 minutes to go, she's going to have to get busy. Oh, here we go on the inside, Anna Santos. This is a big moment for her. Oh, no, and just buries a rail. 4.5 minutes to go. Anna Santos really surprised me. She's been so consistent throughout this series and still holding. She wants to get rid of a 2.33 and replace it with a 6.18. So she's looking for a solid score.
What did Jessica Icon need before that last score?
She was chasing an 8.61. So she's now in a second. She now needs a 4.41 to move in. So 4 minutes to go. There's still time for her to get out. There's a quick paddle out. So Jessica Icon and Anna Santos can still overtake Layla with that one good score. And, Layla's she's quite vulnerable because she's got that 4.33 in her 2-wave total. And here we go. It's Layla Rich now looking to improve on her situation. She needs to get another turn in. Oh, we've got a board to the head as we see Casey Hargraves. Nice turn on the outside. Good little section. Snaps it back. And, well, she's just in rhythm. Look at this one. There we go, down all the way through. These are the ones you were talking about.
Yeah, there's that bonus section, and is that maybe going to be the best wave of the heat?
Well, her high score is a 6.33 on first wave.
Maybe not.
No, I don't think it'll do that. But how's that? Layla got that board to the head. I think she's all right. Always looks worse, from this angle. But Layla Rich paddling back out. So Jessica Icon looking for a 4.41. Anna Santos in the unusual situation of chasing a good score, a 6.18 with only 2.5 minutes remaining. So Anna Santos finding herself somewhere she normally isn't at this stage of an event or a heat. So she's been winning. The red jersey, obviously the top seed going into this quarterfinal. That's 2 in a row. So Cedar Lee Jones was eliminated in that last seat, which is a major upset. Here we go. Jessica Icon, what can she do? Oh, no. What a bummer. She's only chasing a 4.41. Now Layla, comeback wave. Whoa. Well, there you go. Fair few waves been caught in these last couple of minutes. So with 2 minutes to go, I dare say we'll see another exchange. And
so what does Jessica Icon need to move up into?
She needs a 4.41.
4.41.
So it's not that left looked like it was going to give her the opportunity. She just couldn't get into it. And here we go, the current heat leader. Nice snap off the top. And again, she's looking good through this section. So Casey Hargraves just on point at the moment. It's good rhythm with the sets, and she's seems to be having a pretty good time out there with 1.5 minutes to go. So it's all about who can steal or secure second spot now. Casey Hargraves in a great position with only a minute and a half to go to win this one. And she'll hold on to that lead, I imagine. So it's all about Jessica, whether she can overtake Layla. So the 2 surfers paddling out. I'd say Jessica may have priority over Layla. So you'll see Layla stick pretty close to her, I imagine. Trying to put a bit of pressure on Jessica. Force her in a wave she doesn't want to catch. Just under a minute remaining. Anna Santos, well, just hasn't been able to find a decent wave. Fell a couple of times, which is unusual. The young Brazilian surfer has been looking really good and consistent throughout this series. 30 seconds. So Surfer in yellow holding a slim chance of overtaking. She can get a 4.41 in these final 30 seconds, but it looks like the clock is not going to do her any favours. No sets coming at the moment. So there she is on screen there, Surfer in yellow. And there's the overview of the beach. Beautiful situation here. Some nice conditions, light offshore, northeast peaks coming through. Heading for a high tide just after 1 o'clock. And the beach announcers will be counting this down. Looks like we might have a paddler. Yeah, they're up before the hooter. Not sure who it was. But there you can hear the hooter go. So unofficially, well, Casey Hargraves winning that heat. Looks like Layla Rich managed to hold on to second place. And we'll be back with quarterfinal number 3 of the women's here at the Australian Open of Surfing right after this break.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing. My name is Reggae Ellis. Joining me in the commentary booth is none other than Ash Cheadle. Ash, how you doing?
Yeah, great, Reggae. How good's the day?
That day is unreal. Look at it. Just beautiful weather, some fun waves.
And now the girls are up.
Yeah, it looks like there's Charlotte Short. Look at that. Yeah, I know. So in the quarterfinals already, and just getting a little bit hung up there. And I think that's Freya Prum. No, that
strong heat.
Yeah, it is.
Just had a look. Yeah, Freya Prum, Summer Longbottom, Kira Buckpit, and Shyla Short, and they're all stunners as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, stunning surfers. So it's nice to see the up and coming future of surfing is looking strong.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's the best thing about these events. You got some more established surfers in it as well, but you get to see some good surfers you don't really know. And look at Shyla now, good wave on this Visit New South Wales replay. Had 2 good turns on the outside. Now there's Freya, of course, very experienced, spent a lot of time surfed in a heap of QS events. As you can see, beautiful snap to the top. She's got that really good technique. Of course, she's from Marimbula.
Marimbula, yeah, right, yeah.
Just down the road, and she just finished her pharmacy course.
Oh.
Yeah, and she's got to do, she was telling me, she's got to do a certain amount of prac, and that finishes just as the qualifying series starts next year, so then she's set.
What a boss. She's multifaceted too. That's what Jess and I were talking about before, just how many different talents our surfing community has, and just, I mean, even Bieber, ex-snowboarder. And
yeah, Bieber
I just thought she snowboarded, like, just loved it. And
no, she was top competitor. Yeah, I do a lot of announcing down there, and many a time have I called her name out to pick up first prize. Nice snap. Look at that. Kira Buckpit. Wow. That was awesome.
She's such a great girl too, great attitude and always happy, smiley.
Where's she from, do you know?
Culborough Beach.
Yeah. Oh, she's one of yours.
Yeah,
there you go.
Always see her riding around on a bike and frothing on the surf. So, you know, it's really cool to see.
Yeah.
With and then Summer Longbottom, Dylan Longbottom's daughter.
Oh, it's Dylan's daughter.
Yeah.
Oh,
so I grew up with Dylan and Daz.
Yeah.
Kayama and then so that's cool.
We've got the full South Coast contingent here. Oh, Freya, didn't ride out that one, but smacking it. But yeah, Kira and Summer, great little surfers, of course. And
They're strong. They're
yeah.
all strong girls.
What's
like
the story with
it's,
Culburra? You know, there's been a lot of good surfers
Culburra.
out of there, of course.
I mean, it's the waves aren't like
Aren't they the
a
best waves in the world?
destination that you
No.
would just drive to.
Yeah, you're not going to make all your way out there to go surfing.
Not really, I
Yeah.
wouldn't say. We normally travel the coast, but I mean, back in the day, as I said the other day, the board riders clubs weren't towns.
Yeah.
It was like we had the Shoalhaven board riders.
Right.
Dad used to run that with a few other mates.
Yeah.
And we shared the load and things like that. So the South Coast was like a South Coast team. You know, Kiama, all the way down to, say, Ulladulla. But now it's sort of factioned off into little towns. But yeah, Culburra, I mean, not really epic waves. It gets good on the lake when the lake works. And there's a few little secret spots out Currarong, which is connected to Culburra as the one beach on the main beach. But just consistent enough to surf daily and be whinge about it later kind of surf where you just get out there anyway and build the momentum in just little waves. Yeah. But we have someone down at the beach on that note.
Yeah, we do. We got the winner of that last heat. I think that's Casey Hargraves. Casey, how you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good, good. You locked in 2 really good scores at the start, you know, well, those 2 good sixes, one left, one right. How did you feel out there?
Yeah, it was actually really fun. It's definitely better than yesterday, like obviously.
We saw you yesterday here, Case. Good to see you back.
Thank you. But yeah, it was just super fun. It was like the waves held up really nice, and so I was just having a bit of fun out there. It was really good.
Yeah, you must have felt, I mean, you got that break on the others. The other 3 surfers were all battling out for second spot.
Yeah.
Not needing much, but you had a good, solid distance between you and the other 3. Did you feel worried about it all during the heat, or just felt comfortable the whole time?
Well, like obviously at the start of the heat, like there was no waves for like 3 minutes or something, so I just wanted to be the first one to get a wave and hopefully like that be a pretty good wave and then back it up when I needed to. So yeah, it was really good that those waves came.
And at the start that would have felt slow too, the 3 minutes, because you're anxious. And
yeah, especially because there's no priority in like the first couple of minutes. It's like everyone for themselves, so it's like yeah, you got to like make sure that you're on the first wave.
Yeah, you just got to hassle them, you know, take no prisoners.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, you're looking really sharp. That board seemed to be performing really well for you, and yeah, some nice snaps off the top. So how are you feeling going into the semis?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I didn't go that well in the last one in Kiama, so it's good to get back on my feet. And,
forget about that.
That's
old news.
Yeah, revision mirror.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep
so
driving forward.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, so hopefully I can make it to the final today.
Yeah, we're looking forward to watching you surf. You're ripping, and it's great to watch, so we'll see you in the next round. All the best.
Yeah, see ya. Thank you.
All right, there you go. So, yeah, some great surfing there.
She's got a great attitude.
Yeah, she has. Oh, look at that. Speaking of great attitudes, here's Freya. Look at this section. She's going to smack it up into the lip.
Yeah,
She loves hitting that lip.
The girls are strong, hey. I haven't really seen, you know, many mistakes out here in this heat so far, really.
No, I think
considering the way, you know.
They're definitely doing the job for sure. So Freya's currently in the lead, just with the 5.83. That last score yet to get locked in. So looks like, well, things are changing all the time. So Kira Buckfield, okay, we got an update now. Kira in the lead with a 5.57 and a 7.5 on that last one where she cracked those 2 really nice turns. Freya locked in a 6.67 on her last wave, and her first wave was a 5.83, so pretty tight there. And
Shyla.
Yeah, what's she got for us? So this fat little right, sort of not giving a lot of opportunity. Little snap there, and might get across this section, but no. So this incoming tide, these rights are going to fill up a little bit. Maybe it'll favour the lefts a bit more.
I think too, choosing that wave when you're feeling that, you know, you're in the 4th place zone, you need that solid, you know, boost to get your confidence back. You could see she was a bit frustrated in her body language. I mean, as everyone would be, trying to find that wave that doesn't always hold up, but she did need another wave under her belt, so I think she just kept trying, maybe keeping the momentum.
Yeah. And here we go. That's Summer, quick in and out. So you're saying Summer's from Kiama, of course?
Oh, her father is. I believe they're living on the Gold Coast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dylan Shapes. Dylan Longbottom.
Yeah. Well
and
known.
Daz Longbottom.
Yep, well known.
Lovely people, lovely family.
Yep. well known in that part of the world. And so Kira currently leading this. We've got Shyla has locked in at 3.73, 2.83. Summer just with a 4.43, and we just saw that in and out, just a 1 point ride there, and that last thing not going to do much for her. But plenty of time. 11 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal number 3, Australian Open of Surfing down here on the South Coast. Beautiful South Coast. Of course, you grew up on the South Coast,
Along the
Ash.
South Coast, yeah, between Ulladulla and Culburra. So Mum and Dad had a house in Ulladulla, and my
I
grandparents.
know, I stayed there once.
Yeah, yeah, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Did you?
I was doing a,
No.
we're doing...
Did I give you that hookup, or did you just get?
No,
the
Luke
hookup
was. We were doing a
Yeah.
Surfing World trip, Surfing World photo shoot, and we
Summer,
stayed there.
Crack. Nice. That was a nice.
That was really nice. That
was a
two
nice
good
ride there,
solid
nice.
turns. Yeah, so we stayed.
Yeah,
at
no way. So Luke hooked you up and said, "Come."
Yeah,
stay at
who
the
was?
house.
I think it was Luke was on the shoot. Sam Page.
Oh, nice.
His old mate, you
What a
know. Who else?
great
Phil
crew.
Macker. Yeah.
Oh, they're awesome. That would have been a fun team.
Yeah, it was a really fun team. Yeah, I won't go
Yeah,
into.
so we grew up between, Ulladulla and Culburra. So to me, it was sort of, the one, as I said before, the South Coast is like, to me, a region. And now everyone sort of talks about towns. But we really didn't do that back in the day. We just sort of went, yeah, the South Coast. We were all sort of one kind of crew and group. And I
Back in
still
the olden days, because you're so ancient, aren't
oh,
you, Ash?
yeah. But yeah, I mean, back when I competed, I guess.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah, it's my birthday tomorrow. I'm waiting on a cake. I'm trying to drop the
Well,
hint,
don't worry.
so-
We'll have to organise something for you now. You've dropped that not so subtle hint. I'll have to shoot into town and buy you a present. I think I've got a couple
no,
heats
I
off.
I actually don't bother too much about birthdays anyway. But
Oh dear.
speaking of headbutting, the headbutt gave Cashy a board too.
Oh, really?
Because I heard someone got headbutted in the face by a board before.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
rocked in.
So Headbutt, who of course is our sound engineer, I'll call him.
How nice is
and
that?
Cash, your young boy, gave him a board.
Yeah, just hooked him up.
Is
with
he
a
into his
little board.
surfing, Cash?
Loves
it.
Yeah. But he had a crappy board, and Headbutt noticed and said, why you got him on that thing at the last event?
Yeah.
I said, it was at a garage sale, and I'm not being precious with him unless he's into it.
Yeah, that's fair enough too.
And he was like, nah, you can't have that.
No.
And so he said, I'm going to give him a better board. So
That's awesome.
sort of thought it was a passing comment, but he's...
He brought it down. No, Headbutt's a man true to his word, and he's got the best nickname in the world, let's face it. It's true.
Oh, dear. It's
Yeah,
so funny.
Headbutt,
Everyone
that's
here
heavy.
just makes me laugh.
Well, we saw Summer on that last wave, got a 6.07, so a good score. Still in third place, needing a 6.44 at the moment. She's got that 4.43 as a second scoring wave, so it's pretty tight. Kira and Freya both locked in some good scores. I think if Summer can get another solid score now, it's going to make things really tight. There's not going to be a lot in this. I expect we'll see the lead change.
That was a solid... Did that score drop in yet with Summer?
Yeah. Her last
What
one.
was
Yeah.
that?
So it did. It was a 6.07. Yeah. So a good score there for her.
And yesterday, the girl, Anna Chamberlain, in the round 1, actually broke her nose. as
Oh,
well.
really?
Speaking of boards in the
Board
face.
in the face.
Yeah.
Mm.
She walked past the bus here when I came out after doing some commentating and noticed her. And, she was just cruising. Like, I was like,
Busted
are you alright?
nose?
She's like, just...
Oh, yeah, broke my nose.
And then I looked at her nose and I was like, what? No way.
Yeah.
But yeah. I
So-
mean, just a good attitude of the chicks down here. She's like,
Yeah.
I'll just go and...
Maybe she's used to might fight with a brother or sister or sibling smash,
The South Coast tough. We
did
breed them tough
You
down
know,
here.
did you ever
Yeah,
fight
we
with
do.
your brother,
Yeah.
Luke?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, he's such a mellow, nice
No,
boy, when I met him.
No, Luke has another side.
Oh, as they do.
Yeah, we all do, hey?
Yeah, you got to love. It's always
Huh.
sibling relationships are always interesting because they're always super close, but then they can get some pretty ugly sometimes.
Yeah, Jess and I were talking about that with the girls, the siblings being in,
Yeah.
both competitive surfers.
Yeah, like
True
Jessie and True
Jessie and
Starling.
True,
Yeah.
And, getting it into each other's heads because you know what each other ticks, your triggers and things. So, but
Yeah, well, they're in the next heat, I think, so that'll be interesting to
Together.
watch. Yeah, quarterfinal number 4. But out there now with just over 7 minutes to go, and Summer Longbottom doesn't need much to move into second place. She's chasing a 6.44. Of course, Freya Prum, well, she needs a 6.41. And, what's going on there?
Summer's
Freya
found
over
another left.
Yeah, well, she went over the falls. And Summer just trying to get something out of that wave. It's not going to be the score she needs.
It looks like it's harder to find the solid waves out there now.
Yeah, I think that
Just a
tide
bit of a
is...
shift, hey?
Yeah. So dead high. Yeah, so we've still got almost 3 hours to dead high tide.
But 6 minutes out there, it seems like, not long, but it's out in the water, it feels long.
Yeah.
If you're, it feels short actually if you're behind.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
when you're in the,
in the front and
yeah,
you're trying to
you're
defend
like,
your lead.
hurry up.
Exactly. Yeah, in that next heat, quarterfinal number 4, we got the Starling sisters, True and Jessie. Zalia Short, whose sister Shyla is out there right now, and Mel Eaton. So another good quarterfinal coming up. So Shyla still can't find that wave. She's surfing blue.
Here she goes. Speaking of Shyla.
Here, well, this could
be
good.
Wave.
Whoa.
Oh, that was nice. Another nice backhand right out of it. And
wow.
Well, that was a good.
Yeah, well, she needed an 8.78. Prior to that,
Summer?
she...
No, in and out on that one, Summer. What did she need on that one, sorry?
I'm just trying to find this stupid thing. She needed an 8.78. She's got a 2.83 and a 3.73. So she's going to get rid of the 2. Watch his first turn.
Damn.
Beautiful surfing here from young Charlotte. And 2 good back. This is going to be a solid score. This is going to put her right up in the mix, put the pressure on both Kira and Freya. And this final 5 minutes is going to be tense.
Yeah, this is keeping it interesting, this heat.
Yeah, well, Summer doesn't need much either.
Oh, now Summer's back into 4th. I actually didn't even notice that. With my eyes, I've got glasses that I put on and off. Hang on.
Shyla, an 8.33 on that wave. That's a high score.
Damn.
Now she now needs a 4.18. So Shyla's holding an 8.33 and a 3.73. And, yeah, 2 beautiful turns. Have a look at this on the Visit New South Wales replay. This wave, just exceptional. Draws off the bottom, throws it up just vertically in the lip. And a second one. So, and it's out. So, short wave, but...
I like the left. Summer got that nice left as well.
Yeah.
And then Charlotte must be that little spot, the posie right there.
That is the spot. It was pretty tight takeoff out there. And this is going to be really close. So Freya needs a 6.41 to move into first. Shyla Short now needs a 4.18 to move into second. And Summers chasing a 6.44. So all 4 surfers holding down, a decent score, at least one wave, 6 above. Of course, we get Shyla with that 8.33. 3.5 minutes remaining. What do you reckon they're thinking out there?
Yeah, I was actually just looking how it's funny when you really start to analyse and watch how the girls don't really... They make eye contact here and there, but you can tell their posture and stuff's very... they're in their jersey, so they'll be friends out of the water. I'm sure they're friendly, but...
Yeah. Yeah, but during a heat, you just want to beat them to a pulp. Well, not physically, you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. It's good now that they have priority.
Yeah. Well, it used to get quite tense out there before.
Do you remember the days when the paddle ups and downs?
Oh, yeah. No one caught any waves. They're just paddling up and down, like hassling each other. That's why we brought in the priority system.
Sometimes I miss it, though, for
the drama. Yeah, but you've always been a bit of a drama queen.
Oh, get out. That's hilarious.
Just joking. Well, it's just professionally, I mean. Just under 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, but that's not me. That's characters.
I know.
That's
what I meant.
Yeah.
I'll just backpedal out of that one. And, things are so close out there at the moment.
My face, I'm holding my face so I can't, when your cheeks get sore because you're laughing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll try not to make you laugh.
Yeah.
And, this is a really tight finish. I'm not sure who's got priority. Looks like current heat leader Kira Buckpitt having a look at this.
Yeah.
Could be a good wave here for Kira. Can she extend her lead? Nice swooping turn. Cool little section there. Just snaps it through. Unfortunately, that one runs out. So she looks pretty young. She's
Kira's in year 8.
Year 8, so it's just a grommet.
I think, yeah, she's a grommet, yeah.
Yeah, well, she's surfing, mature
really
surfer.
Very, very solid, very mature surfer.
Yeah.
And, definitely deserves sponsorship and all that. Like, she's got a great career ahead of her if she sticks at it, so...
Wow, Freya Whoa, that was a critical turn, and her outside one as well. So Freya
Answering back.
Oh, Shyla Short. She only needs a 4.18. She's not going to get on that wave. She knew that, so she's elected to head back out. 90 seconds remaining. Freya Prum looking to improve on a 5.83 to put a bit more distance. I reckon she might have got it on that last wave. There was 2 good solid turns in a minute and a half, so we'll just wait and see whether Freya has managed to give herself a little bit more breathing space, but you can see Freya heading out in the red there. Shyla Short in the blue and Summer Longbottom both. Well, Summer needs a 6.44. Shyla needs a 4.18. So pretty tight finish at the final minute.
That's always the moment where you feel like you can. Yeah, it's the heavy moment if you. Oh, here we go. Nice.
Oh, Shyla.
Did Freya go right? I left on that as well. Camera split, maybe not. Wow.
Oh, no. She was looking for a 4.18. She had one good turn. I reckon she was potentially looking at that score. There was a flat turn out the back, then a decent turn, and then that lobster dive.
Yeah, I mean...
you don't get scored points for that.
Yeah, it's hard other than that end where you fall off and then
it's
just...
That's just frustrating. It was that little wobble in the wave and just bounced her off. There wasn't much left in that wave, though. Well, someone's given the sharker.
Ew.
Okay, we're down to the final 15 minutes and just seeing Freya Prum, whether that last wave has changed her situation. Doesn't look like, came in at 5.73. So we got the countdown happening on the beach, and it looks like it's going to be winding down with Kira Buckpitt and Freya Prum moving through to the semi-finals, and we'll be back with quarterfinal number 4 of the women's here at the Australian Open of Surfing right after this break.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
And a very good morning still with you, 10:30 this morning. Welcome back. Live action of the Australian Open of Surfing. We are into quarterfinal number 4 for the women, and I have just stepped into the booth alongside Miss Ashley Cheadle. We've been soaking up the quarterfinal action, Ash.
It's good. We're talking drama queens in here. And
well, hopefully it's going to be an entertaining and drama-filled quarterfinal number 4. I love that for spectating.
Yeah, for sure.
Spectating-wise, it's
Yeah.
incredible. I mean, it's tough being a competitor and having a drama-filled heat, but spectators-wise, I would love to see some stuff go down between, especially the Starling sisters.
Sisters.
Yeah, another sibling, Zalia Short. We just saw her younger sister fall just under the requirement on that last wave, unfortunately for her, in quarterfinal number 3. And Mel Eaton's out there in the blue, so look how icy those two are, Jessie and True.
yeah, right. I missed that bit. What was that?
They're sitting, they're not facing each other. They're just doing their own thing. I think that was the strategy going in to kick off this quarterfinal heat. They're going to start off on their own kind of pathways.
It's funny because I've seen family members too almost kind of help each other through.
Yeah.
It's either that or it's the...
Or their
you know?
arch nemesis. Look at them. There they are. So older sister True out there in the red, currently ranked number 1 seed on the Australian Open of Surf series, and currently ranked number 2. Sorry, our number 1 seed, Cedar Lee Jones, suffered a shock elimination out here this morning. So she's had back-to-back wins in the series in Cronulla and Port Macquarie, I believe it was, and she shockingly was eliminated this morning, which is very uncharacteristic for Cedar. She's one of the toughest competitors and the most, I guess, savvy strategy-wise as well. She's just... I'll have to show you the last few finals of that. Ash will have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, for
She
sure.
just
I'd love
seems
to see that.
she just plays spoiler in every final, and she gets herself into the best situations and manages to use priority under pressure every time for her
Wow.
advantage. She's incredible at it. Oh, there goes Jessie. And yeah, she's like holds.
And who's her coach?
I don't actually know who Cedar's working with. That'd be interesting. Maybe Maddie Cattle. She's in North Narrabeen or
radio.
from the northern.
Nice, good area.
Yeah, I think she might actually be from Avalon, but that Northern Beaches area. And she's got a older sister as well that's a really good surfer. And she sometimes competes. I haven't seen her across every event. She's been kind of in and out of competition. But yeah, she's just...
Yeah, wow.
She's very...
I wonder if that's built into her from her coach, or is it a natural thing, or is it her thing? Like, I mean, that can definitely put a mark on you, depending on who you work with as well, and what style and which way you go.
Yeah, good point. I'd love to know a bit more about what she does in the back end. Yeah, because she seems to. So she's gotten to. This is why it was so shocking, because she's made pretty much every final, and she gets to the final and she's trailing the whole final, and at the very last step, 2 or 3 minutes to go. Here we go, Mel Eaton up and riding in the blue. Ooh, goes down a little bit straight-legged on that backhand turn. But yeah, in the last 2 minutes, she'll sell the finals leader into a wave that's like a 3 or a 4, and easily sell them into it, take first priority position, and then every time another set comes and she gets like an 8, 7 or 8, she's so good at it.
Damn.
So to see her go out so early in the competition, the first quarters for the women's, the other girls, especially true in that second and third and fourth position on the seeding list, they were like, ooh, here we go. And there she goes.
Yeah.
Nice. Open face carve. She does really good upper body rotation through her top turns at the moment. She's looking really strong. And yeah, that's why she's sitting up in that number 2 position. She's made a fair few finals and she's been really consistent, I think, for her, balancing working in here alongside the booth, and then the competition has given her
the beach as well. I think that's always good with when Surfing New South Wales offer people those things too, because it gives you insight into so many different aspects, and it can either help you competition surfing, or it could do the opposite, depending on where you're at in life or what's going on behind the scenes with you personally too. But that's really interesting. It's anyone's game, and then the younger or the girls with less opportunity have the opportunity to see that can happen as well. So it's sad to see, but at the same time, good to let the other up and coming girls know that
there's other
it still happens even at the level.
Here we go. Last heat's quarterfinal number 3 winner, Kira Buckpitt, is down there for the post-heat interview. Congratulations, Kira.
Thank you.
Hey, Kira, it's Ash.
Hello.
How are ya?
I'm good. How are you?
You dominated that one.
Thanks.
Did you have a strategy?
Sort of. I was going to catch a left and then just see if I could get a right on the way back out, and it worked.
Yeah, nice. And then what was going through your head, like, during the heat? Did you feel like rattled or at all?
Oh, when I seen Shyla get that wave, I just watched her just do this massive turn. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, that was a solid backhand attack for that turn.
Nuts.
Yeah, but you seem to hold the lead pretty solidly, especially you're a younger competitor coming into this competition. What's it like getting into those heats against the older girls that probably you've seen over the last few years in a lot of the comps?
You're 14, yeah? Kira?
Yeah, no, 15.
15.
Yeah, it's different. It's a bit rattling knowing they're a lot older than you and bigger than you, but yeah, it's all right.
Well, you're ready to rattle their cages and cause some upsets and take some big heat wins. I have no doubt you have plenty more to offer in the semi-finals. You got any words shouting out to your support network or friends and family?
Hi, Mum.
Oh, good one, Kira. Congratulations. Great
Thank
heat
you.
win for you, and definitely take that confidence into the semis and no holding back against those big girls. I'm looking forward to seeing you try and take some down.
Thank you.
Yeah, Beetle. See you soon.
See ya.
Congratulations to her. She's such a cute young up-and-coming surfer. It's good to see her I'd love to see her just get pretty aggressive in the next one. Just go for
Yeah,
it.
she is sweet.
She's very sweet, isn't
Yeah,
she?
for sure. And I think that maybe, I don't know about the older competitors, they obviously know she's strong in that, but she comes across super sweet. She is very sweet, so.
Yeah, she's lovely. And so she's only 15 years old.
Yeah, 15. I thought she was 14. I think she was in year 8.
She's from
maybe
your
she's in
area?
year 9. Yeah, Culborough Beach. So, it's a good area. The whole south coast, all of everywhere's good though, really.
I feel like we've seen a little bit of a pulse of younger girls, like around that, maybe 13 to 15-year-olds at the moment, just start to get out of their board riders and into the bigger events. I feel like I've seen that little wave happen.
And it either does, you're right, it either starts happening at the 14 mark, 14, 15, or sometimes people start around then. And then, you know,
Start surfing, yeah.
I mean, I started pretty late. And then it's like you either pick it up through the momentum because you've been around the ocean or whatever. But I was talking to a young girl down at the beach and she's nervous. She surfs. And Abby, Ben Warren's daughter, and she just felt a bit intimidated that all the girls are sponsored and good. And I'm like, sis, I started at your age pretty much. That's like I knew how to surf, but I didn't really. Do you know what I mean?
It's such a funny
thing. So it's
thing.
an interesting one. It's like you either surf from when you just before 10, and then you build on that, or you let it go, or you keep going, and you get to this level, and you're like Kira, you pick up a sponsor, and you're right into it, and your family's into it, or you decide to give it a crack around then, and then you could get good quick. It's funny.
Yeah, I know some people that are like some guys and girls that are around our age that have only just started surfing that have the highest level of froth that matches up with 13, 14-year-olds and who are actually progressing. If you looked at their learning curve of surfing, like all the skills that you acquire of those first like 5 years or 10 years that it takes you really, they just seem, maybe because they're older and they're super committed and they're just like, I've always wanted to do this and now I'm going to fully put in this year or 2 years to get to this level, and they just progress like speed of light all the way through to the 6 months before they couldn't even stand up, and then you're trying to teach them how to do a cutback, and you're like, where did that level of passion about the sport?
It's the passion, isn't it? Or it's just, I'm going to do this, whereas maybe some of us flatline and just start to think we've got it.
Well, yeah, you get to a point where you're like, it's fine. You could throw together a few combos and you're feeling pretty confident in your surfing. But here we go, True styling. Ooh, flat looking kind of left. It looks like she's just trying to chip away here and work on increasing her scoreline as this thing stands up through the inside section. She's up to about her 5th turn now. So at the moment it is Zalia Short, 4.33 and a 3.1. True has a 4.07 and a 3. Jessie's got a few hopefully throwaway ones by the end of this heat, and Mel Eaton just a 1.23 as well. So just under 9 minutes left on the clock. There's a wave to come for last of True. Jessie's in third, needs a 5.68, and Mel's looking for a 5.85. So a real set probably. I don't think we've really seen a significant set roll through.
Yeah, no, and in the last heat there was more right-handers than there was, so it's weird how in that time it can change so dramatically when we chunk it up into heats.
Yeah, and then you can look there, there's so much more water on the bank now because we're heading towards that high tide. I think it's around or just after 1 p.m. Yeah, so it's going to get a little slower, and that's where the priority and strategy, using your priority, is going to really come into play, because if there's only one set in the whole heat for the 20 minutes, you better well be in that first priority position and be able to capitalise on it. Otherwise, you're going to be left chasing, 3s and 4s for the rest of the heat.
So much in that,
so
isn't
much.
There? Like, it's not just, go out and get a few waves.
Yeah, there's just so many potential outcomes and strategies and tactics. And here we go. Zalia Short is trying to find herself on the right, and here we go with Mel Eaton on the left. She had a little bit of a stumble on the takeoff, and she doesn't get anything on the end of that, as we see. Looks like Zalia might have gotten a couple of turns on the outside. So last wave for True Styling, that left was a 6.17, and Jessie's posted a 4.77. So wave to come for last Zalia. I think that's going to shift up the position again.
Replay on this one. It sort of just faded out at the top there, but she made the most of that and then carved back through the face. Travels down into the shore, and Flicks out at the end there.
She's a solid competitor too. I think she represents Scarborough Beach board riders from around Sandon Point or Ostomer. I think she might be from
Austinmere.
Ostomer.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. So
It's like-
she's
that's an awesome area.
Yeah,
too.
there's a whole group of girls, younger girls as well, coming from that area and making their way into the competition. And like we've been speaking about that sibling
Yeah.
rivalry, she's got her younger sister up and coming in the events too. Here we go, True, using priority. Nice deep bottom turn.
That's a nice wave choice. It's there. That's the little spot, I reckon.
Yep.
There's a-
That little right runner that
Yeah,
kind of
it's
bends.
just in that. It's on that bank there. That was the last heat. The girls were just in the momentum on that spot there.
Yeah.
It feels like it's the same spot.
Yeah, it looks like it from here. And when you walk outside the booth too, it's
Whole new world when you get out.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, it is a whole new world. It's like just this crazy setup at the moment. There's so many locals that have cruised on down in even in the last 15 minutes, probably since you've been sitting in here, that are just frothing around, just hanging out, eating bacon and egg
Nice.
rolls from the Dalmini crew, and soaking up all of the best of some of Australia's best surfers in the water. And we're waiting for the last few scores to lock on in. True's backed herself up with a 6-point ride. So she's got a pair of sixes now in the bank. Zalia's last wave of 4.3. I think there might be a couple of little
Waiting on.
numbers. Yeah, but True takes the lead. Zalia's in second. Jessie needs a 3.87.
It's
And
not
Mel,
much.
5.74. No, that's going to be one turn pretty much. One big
Mm.
hook on the backhand or a big wrap on the forehand. And she's going to get herself back into the game.
It's just finding that position too, and all the other things at play. So what happened with the ski before? Because I ran into the ski driver, and he said it didn't start or something.
Oh, I'm not sure. There goes True. Nothing
and
on offer
out.
there. Yeah, no priority for her at the moment, so she'll just catch a quick one. There goes
Ooh.
Mel Eaton. Nice use of priority for her. She's looking to crouch down and make the connection through the inside, and she's stepping it up. You can see she's a super young grom, so she's getting the opportunity to step it up.
How old is
And
Mel?
I think she might be younger than Kira. I think
Oh,
she might
wow.
be. I'll have to double check how old she is, but she's kind of in that same group of
That's
young girls
Because
transitioning.
again, when everyone's in a jersey or rashi, you just you don't really see age, or you do really.
No, you're seeing the colour.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's deceiving sometimes, so you don't really notice the age gap, and the age gap's huge.
Yeah.
Like with, from young teens to 20s.
Yeah.
There's a lot
Yeah,
of-
the type of athlete that you'd be.
Yeah, the athlete
from
from
14.
an athlete sense.
Yeah. And you can look at the older girls like Freya Prum. She's I think she might be about 28 or she's a couple of years younger than us now, and she's coming up against people like Kira Buckpitt, and the sign of like a good competitor and experienced athlete like Freya. She does not underestimate coming up against the 15-year-old girls. She thinks that they're.
You can't.
She
yeah.
just said, you got to watch them, and they're the
Yeah,
most
for
lethal
sure.
competitors.
It's the future. It's
Mm.
like every generation that comes.
Yeah, and they've got nothing to
Yeah.
lose at that
Well,
age
that's
too.
true.
They will be stoked to stay in their wetsuit from sunrise to sunset.
They feel less
Yeah.
cold.
Yeah, and then
their bones are more nimble. They've got more bone marrow.
yeah, well maybe I'm not sure, but they get the chance to have a grab at getting paid to surf. That's just like imagine being a 15-year-old going back to school on Monday and
True.
saying,
Let's-
I just got paid $1,500 because I won the Australian Open of surfing against all the older girls. Like it's going to be a good day at assembly if you're in high school when you get to bring your trophy in. I couldn't think of a better way to go back to school on a Monday.
Yeah.
So watch out for
That's
those
it.
for the young groms coming up in this instalment at least. We've seen the last few events being really dominated by the older girls, like the top batch of QS surfers. So there's some of the world's best QS surfers, like Philippa Anderson took out the Coffs Harbour event for the Australian Open, and she's definitely in the top 10 of the world qualifying series, and she's one of those girls. Since you've kind of been away from it, Asha, she's been in the qualification spot, the 7th or 8th position, and they only take top 6 for like 4 years in a row.
Yeah, that's heavy.
So
That's
for
heavy.
the young girls to come up against people like that, they can measure up and they can take the win when they're out savvy them and
Yeah.
out surf them, and then move on into the next few events with that experience as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. So just over 2
They're
minutes on
like
the clock.
Marathon athletes that just keep going too. It's
Yeah.
just like oh wow, this nice wave.
Well, yeah, important one for
Hell
Zalia
up.
too. She wants to make some more space between herself and Jessie. So Jessie's still needing that 3.87.
Mel.
Yeah, there's Mel. She's
She
going to
found a nice one there too. Oh, in and out. So much in the finish as well on a wave. It just, yeah. Finishing the wave always makes it. It's almost like the stamp. That's it. Solid. I've done my job. I'm out.
Yeah.
But to not finish it, it always just.
You leave it too open, don't you? You leave it open for question.
It just feels a bit. Yeah. Even if it's not a great wave, just finish it a bit better.
Yeah. Well, there goes True. Just quick up and out for her.
And that, again, you can see her experience just in and I'm out, but it's a solid I'm out of this. It's not a fallout or a, it's I'm out.
Yeah.
So, and doesn't always go to plan if a wind thing pulls you off or whatever, but just to.
She said, actually, when she was walking down the stairs before, I said, I put $5 on Jessie beating you, True. And she goes, yeah, well, you're going to lose that $5. And I said, damn. I love that. I love that.
So good.
Tenacity.
Nah, she's not thinking about her plan B. She's got a plan A and that's it.
Yeah, and there goes Zalia. She's trying to make some more space between herself and Jessie. And that was a nice running left-hander. She's looking to replace a 4.3 is her lowest score in the scoreline. So with 40 seconds on the clock, we'll wait to see what comes after that last ride for her. Jessie's still at the moment chasing 3.87, and I think she'd be holding down first priority because we've seen Mel, True and Zalia have a wave. So for this 30 seconds, Jessie has first priority. She needs literally one section to do a turn, and she's going to find herself in progression.
Down.
Yeah, and Mel's going to look for a 5.74, so she's going to need to find a bigger first section if she wants something up towards those score lines. There's some of the local guys just mucking around on the beach there, soaking up the Sunday vibes.
We need a camera on the funny things that happen at the beach.
We do. We could have a full blooper reel on all the things that go down around the contest.
Would love that.
And there we go. There's the end of the heat, and it looks like Jessie sat there with priority and no opportunity. So congratulations, True Starling making her way on through, and Zalia Short played a smart heat and held off Jessie and Mel. And that's it for the women's quarterfinals. We're moving into the men's quarterfinals. Stick with us. Live action to come at the Australian Open of Surfing Far South Coast instalment right after this break.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon coastal wind.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome back. Live action. Australian Open of Surfing. We are front and centre for the kickoff of the men's quarterfinals, number one in the water at Yabbara Beach here.
Oh, the beautiful New South Wales. You gotta love New South Wales. I like that.
Yeah, that's the ad, isn't it? Yeah, you got to love New South Wales, and you do. Look at it. It's an incredible Sunday. We're moving on into almost the early afternoon, and we have a heavy hitting quarter in the water. Ty Coulis kicked off with a 5.33. Jordan Lawler's out there with a 4.67. Dylan Moffat, the number one rated Australian Open of Surf series leader, is out there in the red, and Luke O'Connell in the white. So this is going to be... I think we're going to see double figures for all four surfers, Ash. I think we're going to see throw away eights in people's scoreline by the end of this 18 minutes.
Geordie Lawler made a solid effort yesterday in that schmosh of a surf. I mean, it was hard work out there for everyone.
Yeah.
It looked,
He made it look easy, didn't he?
Yeah, he really did.
Yeah, he's had such a sharp
You
backhand.
could easily go into the surf sucks day, but he was just frothing still. I was like, damn, all right.
And he managed to recover from that. He had to have a pause mid-heat as we see Ty Coulis up and riding on his second wave. How's the drop wallet?
Back.
That was a stylish manoeuvre from the goofy footer. And so Jordan recovered from the mid-heat chaos of yesterday, and he had to have a complete restart this morning, and he kicked off.
Oh yes,
pretty
'cause
well.
he
Remember?
was in he was in the tornado heat.
Yeah, he was in
when the winds just went.
Yeah, and I will say I did call my uncle out and tell him I think he was wrong with the knots call. He called it 30 knots, and he was spot on. I said he was wrong, but public apology to him. He was spot on with the winds. We did experience 63-kilometre top of winds yesterday.
Came out of nowhere too. I mean, it was windy, but nice back to back on the waves here, the boys.
Whoa! And that's why he's the number 1 rated surfer in the series at the moment. He has those manoeuvres on dial, Ash. They are.
Yep, and he's out.
He's just so confident and competent. No matter what the wave offers up, he has this whole array of dynamic manoeuvres. He's got like the layback, like the drop wallet that we just saw Ty throw down. He's got the forehand kind of. It's almost like just a chop hoppy style reverse on the forehand.
I feel like I'm now playing PlayStation with headphones on, and I've got the microphone, and we're like doing like some live, like, you know, back at home you're watching live heats, but we're playing the game. It's like
yeah, it's exactly like that when you watch Dylan surf. There's Luke O'Connell on his backhand, so he winds up for 2 smaller looking waves though, and here goes Dill right behind him. Nice high kind of pump, hits that little lip, and bam, that's the special when you press the L1 and the R1
on the
ding 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 ding.
Yeah, Cash gets into it much to my disgust, but at the same time it's the future.
It's It's kind of like a little version of Tony Hawk's skateboarder when you're watching Dylan Moffat surf, and he's posted a 7-point ride. So Ty, a 5.33 and a 3.33. Geordie has a 4.67 and a 0.93. Luke O'Connell's got scored a lock on in, and this is going to be a hard heat for these guys. I think all 4 guys easily could make it through, and the fact that they're all matched up together, they're really going to have to bring. I think those 7s and that are going to be almost throwaways by the end. I think they're going to have to step up a notch if they want to get the jump on each other, and they're all looking for that prize.
They're looking sharper and sharper as the heats go on because it's becoming more nice.
How's the rotation like in his middle, in his kind of torso when he goes in those big kind of open face cars, and he draws out the bottom turn and then connects right at the top of the coping? Have a look at the wave replay here. See the deep bottom turn, connects right at the top, and then rotates his, I think it's called thoracic rotation, all the way through kind of the
inner
quarter.
Core.
Yeah.
He's got the inner core happening.
He's been doing some serious work in the off season, and I know he's going hard to take out the overall series, because in 2021 the overall champ for the Australian Open will have a full accommodation paid for in the Whistler Surf Series.
That's a big deal too.
Big deal.
That's huge.
Especially for these boys. I know Dylan still works, and a lot of these guys work.
Yeah, that's such a point there, Jess, because a lot of these guys, you know, don't have the luxury of having, you know, I've made it, or I'm on the series of, you know, they're all hustling.
Yeah, they are, and they've all got a trade under their belt.
Yeah, in a lot of ways,
and someone who's handled the pressure. It looks like we've got the quarterfinal number 4 heat winner down there for the interview as we watch just a couple more little waves rolling on through. We'll cross down to Miss Starling. True, look at the grin on your face. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jess.
True, look at you.
Thanks, Ash.
So
how was that?
Yeah, you handled that pressure. Obviously, we're making note of the elimination of the number 1 seed. I was revving you up a little bit on the stairs and saying that I'd already put $5 against you, so I guess I just lost $5. How'd you go handling the pressure in that quarter?
Kind of going into it, like before it, I was a bit nervous, and I kind of said to Dad, I was like, Dad, I'm feeling a bit nervous. Cedar's just got knocked out. I kind of need to capitalize on this because I really want to win the series. And he was like, just don't even worry about it. What you're going to do is just go and surf and get low and hit it and finish your waves and just worry about surfing and don't worry about the result after it, and just kind of focus on the task in front of you. So that was a big thing. He also said don't hassle your sister, so I tried. But it was a good heat. It was a little bit scrappy and not really how I would have liked to have surfed it, but I think good first heat to get out of. And yesterday we kind of waited around for a bit, and then they made the call to call the quarters off, and then ended up cutting the rest of the day. So I think first heat, nerves off,
Yeah.
looking forward to the semi.
Well, whatever you did, it was awesome, and maybe
Thank you.
not hassling your sisters, probably just focusing on you and
Yeah.
keep it simple was
Yeah.
really solid. True.
Yeah, it was a great quarterfinal for you. Also, just to mention too, True, were you thinking that Jessie was going to get that wave at the end of that heat? She had that priority position. Were you just kind of hoping for that wave so she could bump up into second position?
Yeah, I really was. I was towards the end of the heat, I was calling her onto waves. I was like, "Go this one, Jessie," or, you know, there was one that she got before I got that right, and I thought it was going to be a nug. I was like, "Go, Jessie, go." And she ended up getting it. She said it didn't stand up, or I don't exactly know what happened. I got the ride after it.
Yeah.
So I felt kind of bad about that. But yeah, I think I haven't surfed. The last heat I surfed with Jessie was down at a Rip Curl Grom Search in Victoria, and she actually beat me.
Yeah, she told us.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was kind of like wanting to make it through the heat, but also wanting to beat her as well. But it would have been ideal if she had made the heat too. But
yeah.
Oh, good attitude.
Yeah, great attitude. So well spoken, True. It's great to see you in fine form as you've been across the series. Those fast starts and that momentum looks like it's in your corner. So good luck going into the semis.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
Well done. See ya.
She's such a great competitor. And you can see she wants it. She's not being quiet about it either. I like that because I feel like people can be, they want to keep their kind of strategies and their intentions private sometimes when you come into competition. But she's very open about it. I guess she doesn't have a choice when she's
super authentic.
Yeah, she's just, we're throwing her under the bus every chance we get. We're asking her so many questions like, what are you doing? What do you want to do?
Yeah.
What are you looking to get out of this? And she wants that, that spot at the end of the series, and she wants the accommodation package next year.
Awesome.
Because I know that she's going to make that push into the qualifying series and look to kind of step it up. She stepped up her surfing, and I think she can just bring that on the regional world qualifying series next year at the start of the season. That she's going to be one of those top contenders for Aussie women surfers. Make the push back onto tour, but at the moment, Dylan Moffat's still in the lead, so almost at the halfway mark here for quarterfinal number 1. His backup wave of 4.17, last wave was a 3.8, so Dylan looking to improve on his lead. Luke O'Connell in second position, a 6.5 for that last wave, and there's a beautiful panned shot of the contest site here today. A 10 out of 10 day, weather-wise, wave-wise, and for the competition and all the locals as well. Pretty stoked to be soaking up the action. They were asking when the finals will be held for both the men and the women earlier today as well, because they just want to make sure they're back down on the beach in time, soak it all up.
Yeah, and making sure they're managing their time. That's pretty big too, isn't it? Like rest when you get your free surf in. There's a lot to it that people don't really see, which is because people are cruising around, surfy vibes, beach.
Yeah, you have to make sure you get out of the sun, and you have to, like you said,
Hydrate.
you got to drink heaps of water. You got to eat at the right time so that you're peaking for your heat.
Yeah.
You got to maintain the energy, and then you're also like running into, just for us, you're running into people everywhere. Every time you walk to the bathroom or you walk to anywhere, there's 5 or 6 people that stop you to talk to you. So imagine as a competitor,
exactly,
people just drawing off that energy all day for you when you're around a contest. You kind of have to stay.
Yeah, you have to pull it all in and be a little
Yeah.
quiet and hide in a corner sometimes.
Yeah.
When you
Wear big sunglasses
big
and a massive
sunnies,
hat.
a hoodie.
Yeah.
But it's not a hoodie day.
Yeah, wear a big hoodie so that you can kind of go incognito and preserve some of that energy for the finals. So at the moment, Ty Coulis looking for a 4.71, and Geordie needs a 5.37. Here he goes. Nice open face gouge. You can see a little bit of texture now with that wind.
I feel like all the guys now are really flexible when they surf. Yeah, really flexible. I mean, just what you were saying about the torso comment and things.
Yeah. They are. They're like elastic bands. They are.
Yeah.
They seem to just wind up and wind up.
They're doing a lot of cross training as well as surfing. Like they're surfing constantly, and constantly checking their boards, their fins, and updating things and watching surfing. But then, some of them play golf for cross training because of the torso, movements are very similar to our movements as surfers. It's interesting to see what they're doing as an outlet to surfing, but that will also complement surfing, because it's when you get the time to not surf, you want to be doing something that's still passionate but helps you.
Yeah, exactly, and not draw away from your I guess, performance. You don't want to be doing something in the weeks in between competition that kind of puts you off.
Throws you off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
feel weird on the board when you jump back on, or
Because too many weights is you don't want to get too heavy.
no, you don't often see massive surfers either that are in that top level.
They don't hit the gym and pump always. It's very minimal. It's usually it's lean you out kind of stuff.
There's only those couple of guys that I can think of off the top of my head in that QS and Championship Tour kind of collective is like William Cardoso, but he's naturally a huge dude. There goes Dylan, the Elasto.
The Elasto.
Yeah, he's super Elasto. I know he's got his mum on the beach too, Angela Moffat, Mama Moffat, down here supporting.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so it's nice to have.
That's awesome.
Yeah, some of his family around. He's been doing a lot of the events, I think, with some of the boys, and maybe on his own a few events. So it's great to see him have that support down there on the sand. But yeah, that William Cardoso, that Brazilian guy, he's naturally massive. And then there's a couple of dudes that I feel like are stocky and short, but generally seems surfers are quite lean.
Usually.
And they're kind of like
yeah,
like more of an AFL athletic look rather than a rugby league kind of setup.
Yeah, for sure. It's a different fitness to it. Is very endurance as much as it's all about wow. What the?
Yeah, there you go. There's that special L1 R1 again.
The PlayStation
special for Moffat, but he can't stick it. Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard one of his interviews yesterday. I can't remember if we were in here together or not, but we were asking him about his creativity, and he's been he's the guy. He's been he's made some rings, and he's shaped a board, and he does some visual effects.
That's cool too, because that keeps you like happy and keeps life interesting. It also keeps you learning stuff, so you feel young, and then that will then flow into your surfing. Check this wave out too. This is Geordie Lawler.
Ooh, important wave for him. He only needs a 5.21, so his previous ride of 4.83, now needing a 5.21 to get back into the mix, because Luke O'Connell's holding in second position. Ty Coulis has a wave to drop, sitting in fourth at the moment, needs a 4.71. So I think that maybe Ty's going to go close on his last wave, and then maybe Jordan's going to jump back into second position. For now, there's a beautiful shot of over the contest peak just after 11 a.m. here on Sunday. We are down in the Eurobodalla Shire, and crystal clear waters have greeted us on finals day for the Australian Open of Surf, and scores just dropping for last Geordie Lawler. 5.33 pushes him into second position. Last wave for Ty was a 3.4, so Dylan Moffat in the lead. 5 minutes remaining. Geordie's in second, needs a 5.85. Luke O'Connell there in the white rash. He's sitting nice and tight to Dylan there. He's only looking for a 3.67, and Ty Coulis 4.84. Yeah, this is a tight heat. It's kind of a lot lower scoring than what I thought was going to happen. Maybe showing the conditions like we've been speaking about might just be slowing down as we're reaching the middle of the day here. But there's still those incredible waves on offer. We saw Dylan already with a 7-point ride, and now I can see the little shuffling in priority here as we're going towards
sensing the set coming.
Yeah, and the important part, Crispy and a lot of the other guys that work in the booth and along as coaches always talk about the heats being lost and won in the last 3 minutes. They reckon that's
awesome.
The most pivotal part of the heat, because it's finally when you realise if you're in third and fourth, you've got 3 minutes, it's crunch time, and you make the concerted move to take the lead.
Yeah.
Or the leaders play strategy and play defense and block everybody else.
So much involved that you just wouldn't.
Yeah.
And time management of I'm going to capitalize on this moment that I have.
Yep. Here goes Geordie. Nice carve. Ooh, big manoeuvre to finish off.
Just got a right-hander, now a left-hander. That's a nice.
Yeah, I think that might go into his top two, actually. That was a nice looking wave. His previous ride of 5.73. So lowest score for him is 5.33 with just over 3 minutes. Here goes Dylan Moffat having a look at that one. So he'll lose he'll lose priority, and he'll have to go to, I believe it might be second priority. Luke O'Connell will hold that priority position, needing a 4.57. There's still a score to drop for last of Geordie. So at the moment, the North Narrabeen locals in the lead. Here's the replay for Geordie Lawler. Waiting for that score. Bit of a mid-face kind of turn. That's the critical manoeuvre there. well ridden out of as well.
I don't see a watch on his hand. I wonder how they're... Didn't see it. Did you see a watch? I wonder if
No.
they're doing... You know how some of the guys got into the whole, I've got my strategy and timing down right to...
Ooh, that was a hustle. So Luke using priority there. Nice up and over the roof for the first section. He's going to need another opportunity. You can see it. He had to pull the trigger and use priority. Dylan forced the issue on him, and he used it. He only needed a 4.68, and I think that's going to come just short. It looks like it does, a 2.6. So last score of Geordie is 6.57, and he'll take the lead. Just over 2 minutes on the clock. Dylan now in second. Luke looking for a 4.68. Tie a 5.85, and there you go, crystal clear conditions here, beautiful contest site. How could you not want to go swimming or surfing today?
Yeah, I want to go for a swim. That looks beautiful.
Yeah, and here goes Luke, last opportunity. Or he may get another one, but he's looking for something pretty serious here, and that's a smaller inside wave under prio. You can see he's got the surfing on tap. The wave choice at the moment's just let him down, but 3-turn combo on the backhand steps
and a
off.
runoff. Oh, come on.
He needs a 4.68, Ash.
Might be drama here.
There might be drama here unfolding in the last minute and a half. And the surfing there, the 3 turns.
A half, he could go back out and try and find another one, really. That's pretty, yeah, it's not like the dying seconds.
Yeah,
so
100%.
That could give him a boost of confidence.
I think he's going to come close to a 4.68. He had 3 solid backhand turns. It's a smaller wave. I'm not sure if the judges are going to grill him because of the wave quality and choice. That always brings the score down. Have a look at the replay. What do you reckon?
Bam. And around the face. Nah. It's just that he just got caught up there. That might have...
He did everything he could.
He did. He really did. And the effort of the finish was... At least he put in effort. So it's just where he got caught up. So I don't know. It depends what the judges...
No, waiting to see that last score. I'm not sure if it's locked on him properly yet, but 40 seconds. He needed a bigger...
He's hunting still.
Yeah, he needs a bigger wave. He needs the same surfing, the 3-turn combo in the backhand, but a bigger opportunity. Scores to come for last of Ty and Luke. Jordan and Dylan sitting in progression at the moment, the North Narrabeen pair. Here goes
Dylan.
Ooh,
just
hung up.
Caught up there.
Yeah, he's looking to put a finishing manoeuvre in here, no doubt. Big closeout Rio on the backhand, and 15 seconds on the clock. That'll be his last chance. Luke O'Connell needed a 4.68 on that last one, Ash. Posted a 4.47. So just short.
No.
0.21. 0.21 short of the requirement on the buzzer. So it is the North Narrabeen duo. Jordan Lawler taking that one out. Dylan Moffat, #1 rank on the Australian Open. Scratching on through by his standards at least, but great performance from the two guys. Commiserations, Luke O'Connell, great surfing, and Ty Coulis. And stick with us. We've got quarterfinal #2 action of the Open Men's coming up at the Australian Open of Surf Series live right after this.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon close.
Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
And a very good morning, still in the morning of Sunday, finals day with the Australian Open of Surfing here on the far south coast. It is the 5th instalment. We're welcoming back, well, up-and-coming semi-finalist, but True Starling, co-commentator to the booth. True?
Morning, Jess. Still morning, can't believe it.
I know, it's been a long morning.
Yeah.
There's been so many heats already this morning. And it's hard to believe we're not even near the midday, but we're into quarterfinal number 2 for the men already. And in the water, there will be Jamie Thompson, Philip Davies, Joshua Stretton, and Saxon Reba. So another heavy-hitting quarter for the guys, and beautiful conditions here Sunday morning at Yabbara Beach, Yarrabadalla Shire.
It's pretty fun out there. Not going to lie. It's gotten a little bit trickier than earlier, maybe a tad bit smaller, but still pretty fun. So we see, I think that's Saxon Reba having a paddle at that one. Yeah, he's a machine getting onto waves. So tags that first section. Oh, unfortunately, just maybe a bit nervous on that first wave. We'll have to see. Hopefully he can regather and smash the next one.
Yeah, and he's going to have a good matchup. Whoa, see that big fish jumping out in the background there. Oh, look, maybe it's a little pod of dolphins. It's incredible ecosystem here. Yeah, it is a pod of dolphins there cruising across the screen. There's so much wildlife around this area.
Oh, stunning.
You had a chance to do some adventuring, searching up and down.
I did. We actually, first day we came here, I put in Dalmeny Beach in the maps, and it took me down, well, it took us down this, like, me and Jesse and Dad down this, like, weird, windy dirt track, and it was just all trees, and we're just going down this track, and then it just opens up into this beautiful, bright blue beach, and I was like, oh my gosh. It was insane.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful part of the world, isn't it? And I don't know if you've had the opportunity to come down here much with competition.
No,
since you competed.
Yeah, I think the furthest south that we've been, New South Wales, has been Culburra, and then any further south has been like Vic, so Torquay, Jan-Juc.
Yeah, you usually just bypass this part of the coast, don't you? And make the beeline for Jan-Juc for all those Grom Series events. So it's an incredible part of the coast. There's fresh seafood on offer every day here on the local wharves, and there's of course the community. We checked out the local brewery that they even have their own board riders ale.
Wow.
Especially for the Dalmeny guys here.
Wow.
So that's called the Big Gnarl Brewery. It's just in town, and it's just such a great little community and hotspot. And you would have seen as well, the board riders guys been on the barbecue. All the mums, all the families, all the kids are running around. And
yeah, there was actually a lovely lady. I was running up before my heat. I was like, I need water, as we see Josh Stretton up and riding. He's been surfing so good. All these events, great first turn. Brings it around for a second one. Unfortunately, that wave just fizzing out. Yeah, before my heat, I was like, oh my God, I really need water. I was so dehydrated, and I ran up, and this lady's like, just take it, go. Don't pay for it. I was like, oh my gosh, you're amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, they're so cool, aren't they?
So nice.
Yeah, and then we've got last heat's heat winner, so quarterfinal number 1, taking the heat winner once again in form, Geordie Lawler.
Yeah, George.
Hello, how are you?
Good, congratulations again. We're going to start running out of questions to ask you after post-heat interviews because you're just in such good form. You haven't been at the other instalments of the events, is that correct? Is this your first Australian Open event?
Yeah. First one.
Yeah,
I've just been hanging out with family and stuff, so yeah, I really like the South Coast. That's why I did this one, so yeah.
Beautiful. Well, it's a good one to choose from. It's been the best waves that we've had across any of the comps, so it's a good one to get into. What are you looking for coming into 2021 season? Because you were sitting really high up on the QS this season at the start.
Yeah, I want to qualify. But yeah, a bit of hard work to be done, and I want to be in that top 10, and bit of a weird one this year, so it's just going to be extra work, but yeah, I'm up for it, and that's the plan.
Sweet. Well, we're looking forward. We won't keep you too long because you will have your semi-final coming up very shortly, but looking forward to seeing you just rev it up into that 5th and 6th gear for the semis, and good luck going in against whoever makes it through the next few quarters.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say hello to my nephews too, Cash and Jesse.
Aww.
Yeah, they're watching. My brother sent me a video this morning of them, and it was pretty cute. So.
Well, a massive shout out, Cash and Jesse.
Yeah.
They're on the couch at home, no doubt. Got the big screen.
I don't know, yeah.
It's okay. You can rewind it and show it later.
Yeah, fully.
Great. Well, great to hear from you, and look forward to the next semi for you, Geordie. Good luck.
See you, George.
That's sick. That's like the best thing that I find about being able to broadcast all these events through, like when the competitors and the guys get to say, or the girls, this is who's watching, or my workmates, or my family, or like my nephews. Can you imagine his nephew sitting there just going, this is so cool. Like Uncle Geordie's like pro surfer and we're watching him on TV.
So sick.
It's cool. Hey, actually Joshua Stretton in his post-season interview gave a shout out to his cat Oki.
Oh,
who's tuning in with his, I think it's with his family. So
that's so cute.
No doubt they'll be tuning in too. It's so great because back before they were broadcasting, I remember your family, they'd have to wait for you to email them. Go to the internet cafe overseas or wherever you were, pay $1.50 for 15 minutes, send an email to them. This is before smartphones, and let them know how you went in your heat today. So they just wouldn't know how you went. So now to be able to watch it like live vision and hear them pretty much on the spot, say hello, and that's pretty cool.
It's pretty amazing, isn't it? I always call my mama. I was just on the phone to my mum before I came in here. I was like, hi, Mum. She's like, good job, True.
Oh, yeah.
She's
Hello.
So
Mama Starling then.
Mama Star. She sent the cutest video of Bill because there was a storm down on the northern beaches.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like hiding in the corner of her like wardrobe, just like tongue out, sitting there.
Big Billy.
Yeah, Big Bill, not so big. Bit of a sook.
Oh, yeah, so there's beautiful crystal clear waters. That's the competition zone and the 4 competitors sitting pretty spread out actually at this point in the heat. And what's going on at the moment, you can look on live heats.
Yeah, well, Jamie Thompson's out in front with a 3.37 and a 2.70. Saxon Reba is sitting in second with a 1-point ride and a 3.83. Josh Stretton is in third with a 3.67, chasing a 1.17. And Philip Davies has not yet opened up his account, looking for a 4.84 to move on through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, he'd be holding down that first priority position now.
Yeah, I think he would be, well, seeing as he hasn't caught a wave yet. Definitely he'd be holding down that first priority position. It's kind of weird down there. Normally you see the priority board right next to the commentary booth for the beach comms, but it's actually further down the beach as we see Philip Davies tagging his way on his forehand on this one. So White locking in his first scoring ride. Yeah, so it's kind of weird, like it's further down the beach, so wherever I look, normally I just go beach marshal commentary. Okay, there's a priority board, but it's like beach marshal commentary. Oh, a little bit further down, there's a priority board. So it's
maybe that's why we've seen a few strange little almost interferences. I don't think anything was being officially called this morning, but in both the girls and the guys.
Yeah, well, priority wasn't being called on the beach comms because we couldn't actually see it. So, and if we were to see it, we'd have to go out the front of the the tent, but then we'd get in the way of the camera. So.
So the updates aren't as regular. I guess the competitors, you're pretty spoilt these days as a competitor that you get to get the updates from the beach comms literally every minute, and then you can raise your hand for another update if you just don't want to wait an extra 30 seconds. But yeah, like you said, maybe a little bit less spoiled with the updating, so they have to keep their eyes on the priority a bit more and take that responsibility too, as you see the more experienced competitors really rely on their own judgment of priority rather than waiting to hear it all the time. They're always a step ahead.
Yeah,
generally.
Totally. I know for watching the heats as well, people have been like, where are these, where's the priority? And you just go, I'm not, you have to look, I'm really sorry. And you just remind them, Saxon, great first turn. His backhand is on point at the moment. So Saxon locking in another score. This is a pretty stacked heat. All these heats are really stacked. I think coming up next, we've got quarterfinal number 3. Coda Killon in the red, Brett Burchard in the white, Grayson Heinrichs in the yellow, and Chad Elkins in the blue. That's a stacked one. I think the last one is the one. The last one, Jarvis Earl, Keanu Miller, Joel Wood, Joel Vaughan.
Oh yeah, that's going to be... I feel like once you get to the quarters, if you're only posting 5s, you're pretty much going to be out of it, especially when there's waves on offer like this, like any of those guys, there's like 14s, 15 heat total on offer out there if they can find them. Like we saw from Geordie and from Dylan and that, you might start with 3s, 4s and 5s, but by the end of it, in this level of competition, if you're not posting those 7s or above, you're not going to be able to make it through. So just over 11 minutes on the clock, and Saxon has been a bit of a slow heat with that heat totals up there for the first half. Hopefully we'll see some bigger sets, and I think maybe with the little bit of change in the wind, we're going to see some more aerial manoeuvres coming down. Ash was saying she feels like when you're watching some of these guys surf, like Dylan, that it's like a PlayStation game, like Tony Hawk Skater or something, and they're doing these crazy like special maneuvers. And
that's so true.
yeah, so there's a nice little panned out vision of the contest zone there, and just going from strength to strength down here in the Eurobodalla Shire. It's beautiful weather, and it's quite warm too, so it's an incredible place to be. Of course, the Australian Open of Surfing is presented by Mental Health 360, and that's been something that's been massive over the last few weeks for us.
Yeah.
Here we go, Philip.
Whoa.
Goes into the air, speaking tricks. Can't ride on out of that one.
Josh Stratton. Great first turn. Unfortunately, that one only offering the one. It feels like the waves out there maybe just offering that one good turn and then potentially a second one. It just depends if it's maybe a bigger set or not. But there's still plenty of opportunity. Philip actually opened up with a 3.03 for his first wave. So he's sitting in fourth, but only chasing a 4.02. Josh Stratton moved up into second with a 3.37 on his last. So Jamie Thompson down into third, chasing a 3.68. And as I said before, Philip Davies looking for a 4.02 to progress through the heat.
Yeah, you know JT's going to be waiting for set two. He's so keen to get back in front of the camera. I feel like that's where he really shines.
Yeah.
Very charismatic fella.
When I was talking to you before, he's like behind the camera just
practicing,
trying so hard to make me laugh, and I was very close to giving in.
Yeah, he's a funny fella. There goes Josh Stratton. Hopefully Oki's keeping a close eye on his performance as well. He's maybe a bit of a split peak between Saxon and Philip.
Well, that's a good one. Whoa, that's a good one.
Yeah, he's quick. He's real elasto looking. There goes Philip.
Yeah.
He's found himself some opportunity on the left-hander as well. So we look to see the finishing manoeuvre for him, and he'll get himself back into the game. Perhaps Jamie's got another wave as well under his belt. There's going to be a fair few scores to lock on in as we're going down under the 9-minute mark here in quarterfinal number 2.
Here we go.
Paddle battle.
Yeah, paddle battle.
Yeah, Jamie's just put the pedal to the metal there a little bit, and he's trying to get the jump on Saxon. So we'll wait to see who picks up that second or third priority. You'll be able to see in the probably by the body language. And I love the trick that you see a lot of the competitors do. I don't think it works. See that he's done it right then. When you think that you get out the back and you're neck and neck, you sit on your board quickly, and then you look back to see if they give you priority. But there's actually, I guess, an imaginary line that the priority judge has just outside the takeoff peak, where it doesn't matter if you sit on your board first, the first person to pass that line paddling, or however, is the first person to get the priority jump on. So I'm not sure. I think Saxon probably got the priority jump on Jamie there, because Jamie's moving away from the pack and he's going to move down the beach. A few scores to lock on in.
Yeah, well, Jamie locked in a 4.57 on his last, so that takes him up into second spot. Last of Philip Davies was a 3.47. Josh Stratton locked in a 2.63. So Saxon out in front. His last was a 4.53. Jamie in second. Josh Stratton chasing a 4.28, and Philip Davies sitting in fourth, looking for a 4.48. I've done that trick once out in the heat, just like paddled and just sat.
Did it work?
No.
Nah.
So coming after that, I was like, you know what? Anytime I need priority, I'm just going to paddle my heart out as we see Josh Stratton up and riding on a good-looking right, seeing if he can get his way around the wobble on this one. Unfortunately, that one potentially kicking off right near the sand.
You're better off to just keep paddling, aren't you, to find... Because they kind of award it. I mean, it's the first nose. It's pretty much your board nose over that imaginary line on the takeoff, like out the back. But if you're putting in that concerted effort, if you're pulling up a little bit short, you're best off to just paddle straight through it.
Yeah. Well, I was just like... Now I'm just like, paddle, 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 paddle. Get out there first, but...
Yeah. And the priority judge is no slouch either. They're usually former QS competitors or they're professional judges themselves.
Yeah, they're pretty onto it.
Yeah, they're not going to just award it for a tricky little sit-up.
You got to work for it.
And it's so important, especially as we're going towards the finals heats and moving into that semis part, especially with the high tide rising as well. That priority spot, if you're sitting in that first, second priority position, you're going to be able to command the back ends of the heats and kind of dictate, I guess, the other competitors what they can get and what they can't get. You can play defense a lot easier.
Yeah.
Whereas, I guess, this is just observation, because it's been so long since I've had the opportunity in conditions like this. But if you're in third and fourth priority, I would be doing what Jamie's done, like completely move away from the pack and just leave it, because with under 6 minutes to go, I can't imagine first and second giving up an opportunity.
Yeah, totally. And Jamie's he actually locked in a 4.60 on his last wave, so he's in the lead now. So probably a smart call to just move down, potentially better that 4.57. That's his second score. There is waves coming through a little bit further down, but it's just not as consistent, so it's quite tricky. Whereas Saxon's probably like, I just got to stay out here and just sit on Josh Stretton and Philip Davies, because Josh has been ripping all of these events. Philip Davies, I feel like he's a bit of a smiling assassin. Maybe you just don't really know what he's going to do, and he comes out and he's just making heats. He just keeps making heats. So, he could easily get the score. There's small scores, a 4.64 and a 5.64 needed. So, as we see, yellow and blue, I wonder who had priority then.
Oh, nice wave for Josh. That first turn was really critical. I think that's going to go well into his top two, and he's fit in, 3-4 extra turns?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that will be a pretty good one. We'll have to see what Saxon Reba did on his last. Hopefully we can get the Destination New South Wales wave replay if the boys have it.
We'll see if there's the replay there for last of Josh Stretton. So just over 4.5 minutes on the clock. JT and Philip Davies now sitting in the box seats. Here goes Philip. Drops to the bottom, up and over the foam. He's setting up for this inside section. He goes to the rail to wrap and looking for something else, but that's not going to be what he needs. He needs to get back out there in the next 4 minutes and find a bigger opportunity.
Yeah.
So scores to come for Larsa Joshua Stretton and Saxon Reba. Could put the pressure on JT out there sitting in first priority now.
Yeah, it could. If I was JT, I'd bolt straight back up to where everyone, which I think he's done. So he's well ahead of the pack. He knows what he's doing. He's surfed enough heats.
He's a smart tactical surfer, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, has the North Narrabeen team been selected for the ABB yet?
Oh.
Yeah, it has.
No, it actually hasn't.
Oh, it hasn't?
Nah. Or I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, righto. Well, we'll wait to see. Apparently, JT might be making his return from commentary retirement into the booth to talk about the ABB, some of the North Narrabeen stuff. So, you know the old saying.
I'll have to word him up and say, Jamie,
you
don't be giving too much away.
That old saying.
Not that there's much to give away.
Loose lips sink ships.
Yeah.
Could be the death of North Narrabeen. Nah, I'm only kidding. You guys are a formidable force. You've seen across the series for both the women's division and the men's division.
Yeah,
you guys have been showing up.
Yeah. Well, JT's in a bit of trouble here. Saxon Reba locked in a 7-point ride on his last. Joshua Stretton, we see him up and riding, dropped a 6.10. So Jamie's now chasing a 5.98. Philip Davies looking for a 7.11. Josh Stretton finishing that one off, potentially trying to better that 4.47 as we see Jamie tags that first section, brings it around for a second. So he's chasing a score. We'll have to see what the judges think of that one.
I think it's going to be more now because of Larsa Joshua's.
Yeah, I think you're right. So there's 2 minutes, 30 seconds around remaining.
Larsa Josh, I think that's going to go into his top two. What's his throwaway score that he has?
4.47.
Yeah, that last wave for Mr. Stretton, that first turn where he had a bit of release. Here's the Destination New South Wales wave replay. This first turn here drops right to the bottom, connects with the coping and gets the release through the tail. Oh, I have to say, for me, that's going to go above that 4.
Yeah, I think it will.
He still gets another turn, bit of a rail check, and then I guess a closeout manoeuvre on the Sam. I'm not sure if they'll pay the completion of it.
Paid it at a 5.50. Here's Jamie's replay. So Josh Stretton moved up into the lead. Saxon Reba now in second. Jamie chasing a 6.98, dropped a 3.77 on that last. Philip Davies now looking for an 8.11.
Oh, he had the opportunity there again. JT, only one turn under the lip there for him. So he'll have to find another opportunity. Time's against him now. Saxon Reba scratching into this one.
Yeah, Saxon up and riding on his forehand. Found a little left on this one. Tags that end section. He just doesn't fall at all.
Nah, it doesn't look like he has any trouble getting those toes stuck into the wax, and he's had a lot of momentum throughout the whole heat, and perhaps a little bit behind on the top widget there on the live heats, but it looks like it's the end of that heat. We just can hear the buzzer going outside the booth. So unofficially, looks like Joshua Stretton and Saxon Reba progressing on through to the semi-finals. Stick with us. Quarterfinal live action coming up for the Open Men's Australian Open of Surfing at the Far South Coast instalment right after this break.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6.
Yeah.
And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
I was going to say good afternoon, but it's good morning and welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing, the Far South Coast Open, coming to you live from Yabara Beach here at Dalmini on the beautiful south coast of New South Wales in the Eurobodalla Shire, just north of Narooma. And still some fun waves coming through. Wind swung further around to the northeast, which is a bit annoying. It means the Weather Bureau was wrong. They were saying it was going to go around to the west-northwest in the middle of the day. So we might still see a swing around, but I just went for a bit of a drive down the coast a bit. Well, 3 beaches down.
Yeah.
How do you go to the loo when there's no loo around here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so down at Kayanga. There's actually some fun little beach breaks down there as well. A few surfers out there enjoying their Sunday session, which is pretty cool. But I was just thinking, Sunday, and there was like 4 or 5 people out there, 3 or 4, and I thought, imagine what Narrabeen or Curl or Bondi are like right now in Sydney. It'd be like carnage.
40 people?
Yeah, at least.
More, at least.
Manly'd have like 1,000 from one end to the other. That'll be falling off and throwing their surfboards away in front of you, so it hits you in the head. That's what happens down there now.
Crazy.
Too many kooks.
Hey?
Too many kooks.
Oh, too many kooks all the time.
I mean that in a nice way. Grayson Hendricks with a 4 on his opening ride. Grayson was in great form at Kiama a couple of weeks ago.
He was.
Wary Beach to be specific.
And his previous heat as well, dropping an 8.5 and a 7.5.
That's pretty good. It's like bordering on showing off.
Yeah, I know.
So how'd you go?
I did okay.
Yeah? Come on, don't be shy.
No, I made it through my heat. It was good.
That's good. So you're in the semi-finals.
Yes.
Yes, we're just looking at the commentary schedule, and you actually looks like you could be commentating your own heat.
Yeah.
Unless we can work something out.
I know.
We just got to prioritise it. We'll
sort it out.
We'll sort it out. But it should be good. I mean, what are the waves like out there now? It's changed a little bit. Your heat was only, 2 heats ago?
Yeah, it's definitely changed a lot. It's probably gotten a little bit smaller. The wind has come into it a little bit more, but it's still fun. It's still so surfable and contestable, and there's definitely sections where you can just completely let loose and just tag it as hard as you want to. So we see this one. This is Brett Bircher up and riding. Tag that first section. Just a 1 turn on that one. He's having good.
Yeah, he's been surfing really well in all the heats, all the events.
Yeah.
And, Brett, really nice style. He's got that ability, just draws those long lines off the bottom and goes straight up into the lip. I really enjoy watching him surf. So another good heat coming up. Of course, we've got Coda Kalorn in the red. Grayson, we already talked about in the yellow, and Chad Elkins, who had a good heat this morning as well in the blue with Brady in the white. So another great heat coming up. And, it's looking pretty good. We got the winner of that last heat. Is anyone we know?
Josh Stratton. Congrats, Josh. Talk to me about that last heat. You kind of had a bit of a slower start and then kind of got your groove on towards the end of the heat. How are you feeling?
I was feeling good. There was some waves before, like our heat, and then it kind of just died off, I think. So I had to do that board change, a little risky board change at last 3 minutes to go, but I reckon it kind of helped. And
We didn't notice the board change. So what
Yeah.
was the theory behind that? Did you go from a PU onto an epoxy, or what was the board swap?
I went from my 5'11" normal shorty straight onto my pool toy, and yeah, I was glad I did it because the next wave I got just felt so good in those little waves.
So that was that right hander that went into your score, and
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, so you pretty much had a 3-minute heat.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're surfing really good. You sound a bit puffed just running up the beach
Yeah,
from
yeah,
there.
a bit, yeah.
Anything you're going to be changing up into the semis, maybe sticking on that same board?
Definitely sticking with this board now. It was yeah, yeah, it feels so much better now. So yeah, I'm definitely going to stay with this one. Just going to get having fun. Going to try and catch some waves, and it's a great day for it. So I'm happy to be down here.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, good luck in the semis, and keep ripping. You're surfing so good.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, have a good time.
Yeah, we'll do.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it is a nice day for it. That's succinctly put
Yeah.
it in a nutshell, I think, here, as we've got this beautiful weather down here on the far south coast. Some fun little waves, crystal clear water, and it's pretty warm, the water as well. Like, we've seen
Yeah.
people surfing in board shorts. And did you go out in your short leg?
I did, yeah.
Yep. Was it all right?
Yeah, it was so nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful, actually. I'm hoping it's dry by the time I get down there, because
Oh.
I don't want to put a wet wetsuit on.
No one likes putting on a wet wetsuit.
Oh, wet bikinis are bad too.
Yeah, anything, especially that's got sand in it.
Yeah. Ugh. Anyway, well, Brett Bircher opened up with a 4.33 on his first. Coda Killorn, Chad Elkins, patiently waiting. There's almost 7 minutes down in this heat, so I feel like it's maybe getting a little bit slower, but those waves coming through are a little bit better. So it's kind of one of those risk versus reward situations, I think. But we'll have to see. And Coda, no doubt, will be choosing one. I remember in one of the events earlier on, I think it was Port Macquarie or Coffs.
It's
No.
all a bit of a
It's
blur,
all
isn't
a bit
it?
of a
I
blur. I
know.
think it was Port Macquarie, and Coda waited like 12 minutes for a wave, opens up, gets an 8.5, needs a 2, gets a 2, progresses through the heat.
That happened. No, that was at Kiama, wasn't it? Wary. It
Yes,
happened to him at Wary. He
it's
remember he had that.
Kiama.
Yeah, and
That's
he
right.
took him ages to get that last wave, and
Yes.
he wasn't sure if he got it.
Yes.
Yeah, that score. But yeah, he obviously doesn't want to repeat of that out here.
No.
Because these 20-minute heats, as we've been saying, they do fly by. And but today we've had pretty consistent waves coming through, so everyone's had a healthy wave count. It's just a matter of finding that those scoreable sections. So at the moment, still waiting on Coda and Chad Elkins to open their account. But Brett Bircher and Grayson Heinrichs just with a couple of fours.
Yeah, we'll have to see what comes through. 12.5 minutes down. So, or sorry, 12.5 minutes remaining, I should say. Plenty of time to go. Up next, we will have heat number 4 of the Open Men's Quarterfinal, which will feature Jarvis Earl in the red, Keanu Miller in the white, Joel Wood in the yellow, and Joel Vaughan in the blue. So, pretty stacked quarterfinals for the Open Men's division, and then we will have top 8 coming through after they wrap the quarterfinals up, and then we'll roll into the Open Women's semi-finals.
Yep. And here we go. Looks like Coda.
Coda up and riding on his backhand, tags that first section. Can he get another one? He does. Tags it again. So Coda just managing to manufacture 2 good turns out of that one. A score to drop for first of red. That will leave blue out there with first priority, if he hasn't caught a wave in that little time frame that we were with Coda on screen. So 11.5 minutes remaining, blue to lock in his first scoring ride. Judges taking a look at first of reds. It's been really good. They've been watching the wave replays, and they've just been making sure that all the scores have been getting in properly, getting in on time, and making sure that everything is consistent throughout the score lines and throughout the event, which is super exciting to see and really professional. So yeah, judges are doing a great job. Yesterday they were down on the beach, and
That was heavy.
it was crazy.
You had to beach announce a couple of heats too, didn't you?
Yeah, I was beach announcing when
everything
we
blew
had
up?
to called it off, and the tents just went woof and went up, and everyone just grabbed them and brought them down. It was quite scary, actually.
Well, that was a howling northerly.
Yeah.
It was like 40 knots, probably even a bit stronger.
Yeah.
And blew the infrastructure
So crazy.
down. But yeah, it was okay up here in the truck,
Yeah.
out of the wind.
Oh,
you know.
jealous. Well, first of red locks in at a 5.83, takes Coda Killorn straight up into the lead. Brett Bircher now in second, chasing a 151. to take the lead off Coda, and Grayson Heinrich sitting in third has a 4-point ride, looking for a 0.34 to move up into second spot. Chad Elkins looking for a 4.34 to progress through this heat. We're pretty much halfway down, so Chad patiently waiting for a wave to come through. So we'll have to see if he utilises his priority, potentially a couple of sets rolling through, hopefully very shortly. We'll have to see. I feel like maybe towards the end of the heat, this will be a bit of a flurry of waves.
Well, yeah, the first half's been really quiet. You see, Chad, we won't be freaking out yet, but he'd love to get a wave under his belt. And at this stage, yeah, just one wave ridden by the other three. And it looks like, oh, here you go, Coda just finishing off on his second wave. Didn't see the start of that. It looks like he's gone down the beach a bit. And Coda Kalorn there in the red. And, well, here we go, white. Brett Bircher now. Little wave on the inside, just looking to get a second score on the board. This wave not offering too much as he heads behind the crowd. A little snap to finish, and he kicks out. Meanwhile, here goes Chad on his first wave.
There we go.
Yep. And good solid turn on the outside. He'll be happy to get that one under his belt. We hit the 9-minute mark in this heat, so not long to go. As looks like Grayson now. He's waited a long time for this wave. He had that first one at the very start. Throws it up into the lip. Well, that's cool, releasing the fins. And a bit of a flat section there. So just that one manoeuvre on the outside so far. A little snap and just kicks out. So Grayson Hinrichs just finishing off his second wave. And yeah, with that. So just waiting for those scores to come in. So both Coda, Brett and Grayson all with 2 waves now. Chad just locked in his first wave. So as you can see, not a lot going on. You saw Coda with the highest score of the early exchange with the 5.83. So plenty of room to move in this seat. I'm sure we'll see the lead change quite a bit in these final 8 minutes.
Yeah. You always seem to see the lead change in the last 30 seconds, 90 seconds to 30 seconds. I feel like it just goes boo, 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 up and down.
Yes.
Which is exciting.
It's cool when you get a, it's great when you get a flurry of sets in the final 3 minutes of a heat because it moves around.
Yeah, as a competitor,
you don't
not
like it.
So nice.
No.
You just want if you're in the lead, you want to stay there, but
you want a lull.
Yeah. Wave, stop breaking. So it's 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Scores locking in from the judges for second of Coda, Brett and Grayson, and first of Chad. So we saw Grayson throw a nice frontside air reverse. Coda getting a nice second scoring ride, as well as Brett and Chad Elkins opening up his account. So scores are locking in. First of Chad was a 4.97. That puts him up into second spot. So judges slowly filtering these scores through. They're just watching the replays. Scores locking in for last of Grayson Heinrichs. Looks like it could potentially be the best wave of the heat so far. We'll have to see what they think of it. So with just on 7 minutes remaining, scores still filtering on through for Coda, Brett and Grayson, as we see Coda up and riding on this really nice looking left.
Yeah, nice little snap there. Long wall ahead of him, might get some opportunity on the inside. Sets it up for a big crack off the top. Yeah, that was a nice critical turn, and with the foam climb to punctuate that wave. So there, that was a really nice turn, that second one.
Yeah.
Really threw a beautiful fan of spray. And, yeah, that's going to obviously boost his score. That'll go in his top 2. Still waiting on the second score to come through. There you go, as you said. So you see Grayson. He got a 6.43 for that air reverse. And puts him up in the lead. We've still got waves to get locked in for Coda and I think Brett. But Chad's first wave was at 4.97.
Yeah.
So
Brett just locked in a 4.80. Last for Coda was, previous to last was a 3.67. 2.90, sorry, and last of Coda was a 5.10. So situation Coda out in front with a 5.83 and a 5.10. Grayson Heinrichs is in second with a 4-point ride and a 6.43. Brett Bircher is sitting in third with a 4.33 and a 4.80, chasing a 5.61 to move up into second, and Chad Elkins just on that single scoring ride of a 4.97, needing a 5.47 to move up into second spot and progress through this heat. There's 5 minutes and pretty much 30 seconds remaining in this heat. crazy. We just saw like quite a few changes in that scoreline.
Yeah, we did. I think we'll see it again, that three-wave set. So everyone had an opportunity on those waves. Probably Brett's was the smallest one. Didn't really open up for him like he would have liked. But Coda and Grayson both getting decent scores there and have boosted their tallies into the double figures at least.
Yeah.
But they'll be very keen to lock something a bit more substantial.
Have you chosen your fantasy team yet? for the
No, I haven't.
WSL?
No, I keep forgetting.
I did it. Coda actually reminded me yesterday. He's like, True, put your fantasy team in.
Because
So, locked that away.
the women's has already started the waiting period, hasn't it? Another flat,
Yeah.
no comp day. Actually,
Yeah.
the forecast isn't looking too good for the next couple of days.
Yeah, another lay day for the girls, and then I don't think the Billabong Pipe Masters has started just yet.
No, I think that's sometime this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I locked my team away yesterday afternoon. It was tricky. There's so many. You forget how many good surfers there are on tour.
Yeah, when you look at it, you go, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And here we go. Brett, no, unfortunately, that wave backing off. But not for Coda. He's on the left now. Throws it up into the
Whoa.
lip. Good vertical turn. And just hits that little hack. Look at this rebound section. And he gives it a nice bit of stick to finish off with. And this is going to be a good little wave here for Coda.
Yeah.
And he'll be stoked with that. So it's backed up. That's two good waves in a row. And we're just waiting on those scores to come through for his, I think he got a 5. No, his previous one hasn't come through either. So he's got 2 scores to lock in.
No, came through at a 5.10.
Oh, did it? There you go.
Yeah, so scores to lock in for last of the Surfer in red. We've got 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. So Brett chasing a 5.64 and Chad Elkins looking for a 5.47. So interesting times. We've got a score to lock in for last of Coda Killon. He's been the busiest surfer out there,
Yeah.
locking in his 4th wave of the heat so far. I'm sure plenty more waves coming through as we see blue and white splitting the peak. Blue takes to the air. Unfortunately, that wave just dying out, and white looks like he's getting the better option on the left.
Yeah, that left have a lot more wall on it. We just saw with
Yeah.
Chad, just one manoeuvre, just that little air, and unfortunately won't do much. We'll give him his second score at least, but time's really running away from it for Chad, and yeah, he's got a lot of catching up to do. He needs a 5.47, but Brett Bircher may have extended that. Nice little slash here on the Visit New South Wales replay. And just wait for those scores to get locked in.
Yeah, well, last of the Surfer in blue, just a 1.67, so judges have deemed that incomplete. Last of white locking in, as well as last of red, 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. So Grayson has gone, okay, I'm probably going to need a wave, so he's taking off on this one as we see yellow up and riding. Beautiful first carve. Tags it for that second one. And rides out of that one potentially. I think he just
Yeah.
kicked out. I'm
Did he
not
kick
sure.
out? Yeah.
I think he did.
Bloke was in the way.
I know.
Big straw hat got in the way.
Having a dance.
He's having a dance. He's just getting down there.
Too
So,
funny.
yeah, I think Grayson may have stolen the lead there from Coda. We'll just have to wait. No, Coda had that score to get locked in,
Yeah,
which has
so-
extended it.
Yeah, Coda locked in a 6.60. So Grayson is going to be locking in a score shortly. Last of Grayson just filtering on through. There it is, a 5.33 for last of the Surfer in white. Got a score to lock in for last of the Surfer in yellow was a 5.33. Last of white is locking in with the judges with 1 minute and around about 35 seconds remaining. Interesting times. We'll have to see what the judges think in the last of white. I think it could come close.
Yeah, well, he's not chasing a huge score. 6.97. Grayson now needs a 6.01 to move into first. We've got just over a minute to go, 1 minute and 15 seconds to be exact.
Yeah.
And Coda Killorn just holding the lead at the moment, waiting on that score. Or did Brett just go in?
Yeah, last of Brett missed out by 1 point. He was chasing a 6.97 and locked in a 5.97. So he's now looking for a 5.80 with 1 minute remaining. Grayson's gone, okay, I'm just going to have to consolidate my second spot. Takes off on this right, just not really offering too much.
Nope.
So,
Oh, Brett caught a wave
Ooh.
then. That'll be interesting. So he was chasing a 5.8. And so we'll just have to see what happened there with 40 seconds remaining. And, well, we saw just Grayson quick in and out. Brett Bircher hits his wave. There was a turn on the outside, a little slash on the inside. So again, not sure what he did on the outside of that way finish. His body language isn't saying anything too much
Yeah.
either. He's a bit of a casual character, just cruising, and he goes to current heat leader with 20 seconds to go.
Air Coda floats that first section, and he's eyeing off this second one and jumps off that one. So Coda just having a bit of fun with 10 seconds remaining.
I thought he was going to crack that last turn, but
I know,
no.
me too.
And just hit the eject button.
Yep.
But there you go. So that heat has wound down. So Coda Kalorn and Grayson Heinrichs, the two goofy footers, are moving through to the... Well, we don't know what Brett's last wave was, but at this stage, unofficially, Coda and Grayson. Any changes with that, we'll let you know. We'll be back with quarterfinal number 3 of the Australian Open of Surfing right after this break.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah. Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing, the Far South Coast Open, happening here at Dalmini on the beautiful South Coast. Out there, quarterfinal number 4. Jarvis Earl in the red, Keanu Miller in the white, Joel Wood in the yellow, and Joel Vaughan in the blue. Another stacked heat. It's going to be definitely worth watching as these waves continue to come through. We've got high tide in about an hour, so it has filled up quite a bit. Wind swung around to the northeast, contrary to the forecast, which was for west-northwesterlies in the afternoon. But probably, I don't know, I don't think it's a bad thing. It'll keep this swell pushing in. Strong offshore might have, knocked the top off it as we see Keanu putting the big ones in, but he can't catch that wave. So, Jess, what's been going on out there? You've been surveying the scene.
Have been.
Getting a feel for the atmosphere here at the Australian Open of Surfing.
Yeah,
Exciting.
I just had a chat with Rob Nedwich, who's been down on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been doing the beach cons, and he's just been talking about how good it is to have the event kind of around this area, and all the locals are frothing. And here we go, Joel Wood up and riding. First wave, nothing on offer there, but
Yeah, quick in and out.
I've never been so, I haven't got that many events under my belt, but I've never been so well looked after as the Dalmini board riders have been looking after us. So they just dropped off board riders' key rings, which I'm going to take back to North Shelley with pride and say, why don't we have?
Well, the next time you're surfing here and anyone says anything, you just drop your keys.
Drop your keys.
Hey, excuse me.
Yeah, we've got the official token to pass on through the area now. So, they've just been feeding us non-stop, straight off the barbie, fresh food for the crew. So it's quite an enjoyable event.
It's been a great event.
Mm.
We had that weird half day yesterday, but it's been a fun day today. Consistent surf. We just saw Joel, that quick in and out. It will not factor in at the end of the heat, I presume. And, so a bit of a slow start. This one we've seen, it's kind of like this off and on thing. Some heats they get 3 or 4 waves in the first 5 to 7 minutes, and others are a bit of a slow start. So hopefully we'll see the next set come through pretty soon.
I just had a chat. We saw Philip Davies, Michael Davies, and Crystal Davies, the local siblings from this area.
Yep.
I just ran into their dad out the front too. So Philip unfortunately lost in his early quarterfinal, and his dad was saying that they sail. They have a catamaran, and they're looking to maybe sail up the coast past for the kickoff of the regional QS. So imagine being a young competitor. The boys are only young. I think they're 15, 16, and
just sail in.
Just sail
jump
on
off
in.
the boat for your heat.
Yeah. anchor out the back of the lineup and then paddle in to get your ashy and then kick
That's
off.
so cool. That'd be unreal.
So cool.
Oh,
And
that's an ocean life, isn't it?
yeah, they've been impressive surfers too. It's the first time I've seen them surf. He goes Jarvis Earl on the back end and looks like nothing super crazy on offer for him. He's going to jump through to the inside connection as he works the rails through the lumps and bumps. Looks for the closeout manoeuvre. Keanu out the back, and we're going to cross down to quarterfinal number 3, heat winner. And Coda Cologne once again on the winner's side of the camera. Congratulations.
Oh, it was actually pretty tricky out there. It was slow, and I got to like a good start, but it took a while, and then I found a couple, so I was stoked.
Yeah, like you said, you had that wave early, and then it seemed like it was difficult finding the right wave with a bit of punch in it, but then those 2 lefts at the end sort of did you, that put you up there.
Yeah, well, I got like my first one kind of close to the judging tent, and then I went a little bit further south again and just able to find some longer lefts to do a couple more turns and get the scores.
Yeah, so that primary peak we've been surfing most of the day, that looks like those rights have run out of steam on the higher tide. So was your strategy just to move around and hunt out what you could find?
Yeah, like I didn't want priority really. I wanted to go under priority so I could move around and try and sneak a couple, and then that's what I did, so yeah.
Oh, okay, because in here we can't really tell who's got priority. How are the waves feel? Like the wind's gone on shore a little bit. How are the waves? So they've still got a bit of punch in them?
Yeah, it's still got a little bit of energy. You need to kind of get speed from the takeoff, but once you got speed, the waves are fun.
All right, cool. Well, it's not long until you have to head it back out there again. So great surfing, Coda. Look forward to seeing the semi, and if we talk to you next time, it means you won.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, see you later there, Coda Cologne. And yeah, he surfed really well in that heat. Smart, got a few of the other surfers got stuck, and like Chad Elkins didn't catch a wave until there was 5 minutes to go. Look out, Joel Vaughan now. He's been outstanding through this series. He was ripping this morning, and there you go, just throwing up vertically on that. He's an okay little surfer, isn't he? He's been doing the job today.
Yeah, he's not bad. There goes Jarvis Earl again on the shore. He steps off onto the dry sand. And spectators, look at that grin on his face.
He's just the grommy.
He's so stoked.
Having a good time.
Yeah, he's always so stoked to be surfing. And I wonder, I wonder if his mum's tuning in. Hello, Miss Clawn, if you're tuning on in, Shannon, from her home. I think Coda's dad's on the beach.
Okay.
So I'm sure she's tuning in to watch action. Look at the local guys soaking up the sun and beautiful weather on offer. Like you said, Jolie Vaughan's been looking pretty good over the last few events too. He's on that reclaimed board.
Yeah,
his
from
older
brother.
brothers. Yeah,
he stole it.
Yeah, Zacky's board. I did see this morning that his youngest brother Huey just got his first double page spread in surfing life.
Oh, very good.
Spencer Hornsby took the shot, and he's got the double. It might be in the center. It's a double page spread of him pulling into pretty well known local right hander from around our area. Pretty
In
nice
your
picture.
area?
Well, yeah, around
Banzai?
my area somewhere. Nah, well, yeah, Benzo. Let's go with that.
It wasn't?
Sure.
Okay.
Nah, I don't know where it was. Can't remember.
Yes, you do. Is that where you're? Okay, I know where it is.
I can't remember. But so it's great to see the Vaughan boys, taking charge and getting well into or stuck into their junior surfing career. There's the first few scores locking on in for quarterfinal number 4. Jarvis had a 4.5. Joel Woods got a 107 and a 3. And Keanu opened up with a 2.5. There's 2 more scores to lock on in for Jolie and Jarvis. Just over 13 minutes on the clock. And, we're close to moving back into those semis. How was True seeming? Was she a little bit uptight?
No, she wasn't uptight. She was cruising, being a bit cool, cool and collected. But I could tell underneath. Well, she's more concerned about having a commentator on heat.
Oh, yeah.
I said, don't worry, I'm sure we'll be able to, I love your work ethic, but we'll be able to figure it out.
Yeah. Like when they mic'd up, she wasn't serving a heat, but did you watch in that Tweed Coast Pro, they mic'd up Laura Eniver on the back of the ski. She was on the sled.
Oh, cool.
And she had the water mic, like that Strider style water interview. Here goes Jarvis.
Oh, nice slashing turn. And again, it's good how they've technology's improved with the waterproof mics, because at Bell's, we used to do it with a hand mic in a condom. Seriously. So Adrian Dent, the unfortunately late Adrian Dent legend, him and Wes from Bose, they'd put this thing out and you'd paddle out and you'd have to duck dive holding the mic, and if you lost the mic, they don't lose the mic. It's like $1,000 mic, and then you're hanging there talking into the condom.
Water protection.
Yeah, but it was
Is
really funny
waterproof.
because you'd have it turned on, and then if I was doing it or someone else, you could hear that duct guys go, the mic hitting your board going. It was pretty cool. And then they figured, well, it might be better if we put them out on a ski.
Yeah.
But once again, it was with, which used to be pretty scary down there, especially at, the bowl. Like 2019 bells, it was massive, and Italo got swept on the rocks down there.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I tried to go, was getting nailed left, right, and centre. It was pretty impressive. But he loves getting nailed. He'll just sit under the, that's his job.
Sit under the lip and get hammered.
He does a crucifix like that and just smash. It's pretty cool. Here we see Jolie Vaughan throws it up in. I love that vertical turn and really crisp and sharp out of the top again. And even with that little one there. So, what's Joel 17, right?
Yeah, he's just turned 17 because he's got his P plates now. So hangs out a lot with Molly. Him and Molly, same age,
Right.
cruising around the Central Coast together, causing havoc.
Oh, hanging out.
Well, yeah,
Just hanging out.
I think more of brother versus sister vibe there with those two. Cause
He'll start a rumour.
well, yeah, we could start a rumour, but they're so obsessed
What?
with surfing. I think they don't have time for anything else.
No
those
holding
two.
hands.
Nah, they're probably more
Molly's
likely to punch up.
I'm sure Molly's listening to this going, shut up.
Yeah, hello Pickles. If you're tuning on in, we had board riders yesterday. Actually, our last event for the season. So Joel would have missed that, and he would have been spewing to miss out on those points because it's there's always cash on offer for our board riders. I was telling you
you're
about last
saying.
night.
Yeah, it's very good. Well, Joel just got locked in a decent score then to go up to what's he got? Well, there's 6.17, so matches his first score. So they were two-wave total of 12.34. Jarvis Earl just behind him. So Joel Wood still looking for something serious. Here's the Visit New South Wales replay. And, those just 3 turns, and even that little one off the whitewater just got that clear, precise turn out of the top, as does this dude here on his backhand.
Yeah.
So Jarvis Earl, Jarvis, king of the post-heat interviews today, just smiling his way through. And Joel Wood, now he's been surfing extremely well. Just finding this little inside runner. Look at this section. Goes, hooks into it. In nice little reverse. Rides out of that so cleanly and, well, sets it up on the inside. This is going to be a good score. Really nice surfing there from Joel Wood. There's the old speed and flow part of the criteria was there for you to witness on that. And Kiana Miller still waiting to find that solid score. Into the back end of the heat now, so just under 10 minutes remaining. 9:20 to be exact. So
yeah, good performance. Jarvis has that pair of 5.8, so 5.83 and a 5.8, and still that score for the last wave to come on in. Whoa. Nice first turn.
Well, Kiana, plenty of power. That was a sick turn. Unfortunately, it didn't offer him much after that, but shows you what he's capable of, and hopefully we'll see him get more opportunity on his next wave. Still plenty of time with just under 9 minutes remaining. Joel Vaughan holding that lead. Still waiting on a couple of scores to come through for Joel and Kiana. Or Joel Wood, not Joel Vaughan. And Kiana Miller just waiting on his last score too. So this heat's starting to develop into something pretty tight.
Yeah, the Super Grums at the moment running away with it. I feel like when you look at Jarvis Earl as an athlete, surely he's like the sponsor's dream. He's like I don't know what the equivalent would be in Australia, but he's like the All-American.
Yeah, the shocker, the blonde hair.
Yeah, just the all-round athlete. He's the whole package already.
He's from Cronulla, isn't he?
He's from Cronulla.
That's
and he's just the all-round like that guy, and he's like you said, he's really good at post-heat interviews. He's super smiley. He has a great vibe about him, and here we go. A bit of an update from Daddy Vaughan. So he's on the text line, and he said,
Ian, how you doing, mate?
Joel had enough points to win board riders, and Huey needed to win to take the title, but he got second to Shane Holmes by 0.1.
No way.
So Huey needed to take the win to take it off Joel, but Joel had enough throughout the season, so good for him.
Oh, there
Here
you
he goes.
go. Speaking of the devil, throws it up, cracks that. Oh, unfortunately, just got stuck up there, and couldn't get the points he wanted out of that wave. So Joel,
he's sitting in second position at the moment. So he's got those sixes. We're still waiting for the previous ride, Jarvis Earl. Joel Wood's last wave, a 5-point ride. Keanu has a 3.67. So last wave for Jarvis Earl is going to be important to reshuffle and see if he's posted enough to overtake Jolie Vaughan, a 6.52. required. Let's see what it locks in as. At the moment, Jolly Wood needs a 6.64 and Keanu needs a 7.97. So let's wait to see.
Here you go, Keanu. Little slash. This one fills up. Here's a nice section. He'll throw it up vertically. Really precise. Unfortunately, he couldn't get around it for that one last turn. So Keanu Miller kicking out that one again. Just real one solid manoeuvre. He's looking for a big score of an 8.68. And currently holding a 2.5 and a 3.67 as he's scoring waves. Yeah, just needs to find something where he can link a couple of those big turns together at this stage. So far, his opportunities have been limited. You see Jarvis Earl just standing up.
There he goes, back into the lead. So 6.67 for Jarvis's last wave. And Jolly Vaughan in second. So Keanu's requirement, that's just increased, has it? 7.88.
Yep.
And
so
a 7.35 for Joel Wood now.
Yeah, so Keanu's moved up into second, or third, I should say. So, yeah, it's pretty tight. Still they can get Joel. They need to lock in something soon. Just under 6 minutes remaining. And these 6 minutes will fly past pretty quickly for the surfers.
Yeah.
Keanu and Joel, they'll be trying to will a set coming their way. Of course, priority comes into play. Although it was interesting to see Coda Kalorn say he didn't want priority at all during his heat. He just wanted to stay under and paddle up and down.
Yeah, I mean...
Didn't want the responsibility.
It worked well for him, but...
Yeah, it did.
I feel like he's so capable of using that priority to his advantage. He has so much experience under his belt. Surely you'd be wanting to hold that, especially in conditions like this, and just play defense to the boys. I don't know. Maybe he's just wanted to keep it light and easy for that quarterfinal.
Well, it sounds like it. Yeah, as he said, not keen to have it.
Yeah,
I kind of agree with you. I was surprised when he said that, but at the moment now, you see the Jarvis and Joel still holding that good buffer zone between them and Keanu and Joel Wood. So they need to do something soon. Surfer in white, you can see on screen, currently in third spot. Needs a solid score though.
Yeah, he's looking for the 7.88, so it's going to have to be the best wave of the heat that we're going to see, because at the moment the highest wave score locked in is a 6.67. Here goes Jarvis Earl, heat leader on the backhand.
Big snap out. Look at this section. Sets it up, throws it up. Critical turn. Wow, two good solid turns. And this wave's really turned it on for Jarvis, and he hasn't wasted it. Another big snap to finish. Didn't quite ride out of that one. Those first two turns, just the way that wave just stood up and offered him just two crackable sections. And you'll see in the Visit New South Wales replay. Look at this. Nice. And then this is where it really stands up vertically. And, well, really critical surfing here from the young goofy footer and Jarvis Earl.
He reminds me of Ace Buchan.
He does look, yeah. That was real, yeah. That was like the technique, because Ace is a perfect technical surfer.
Yeah.
And that was,
Yeah, that bottom turn, the top turn. I remember the first time I saw Ace surf in real life at Avoca Point, and I always watched him on the tour, and I kind of, I guess, just thought he was the bottom half of the tour, and just kind of went, oh yeah, he surfs good, but he's not that good. And then I saw him in real life, and the speed, and like you said, the technique is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's an awesome surfer. Been on tour for a long time, of course, old Ace.
Yeah, here he goes again. Jeez, Jarvis winding up the backhand, just one turn there.
I took Ace on a surf trip once when he was Grommet, surfing World Grombash down the south coast. Yeah, he was unreal, because there was a bunch of grommets, Micro, him, Travis, Liz, a bit of a rat pack, but Ace would clean up. He was the only one who'd do the dishes, and he'd come in and say, oh, Reg, can you guys need any help? Can I do anything? Yeah, he was a most well-mannered young man.
Oh, he's the people's champ. He still is.
Whoa, Jarvis, that was sick. He didn't quite ride out of that. Want to see that again. That was so fast and a bit of a non-wave.
Yeah, he lost connection a little bit. Have a look at the replay here, Reggae. It looks like his feet come flying off. Maybe, yeah, the back. Loses connection and just lands a little bit behind the push there. That would have been an incredible score.
Yeah, really liked that. He's going to town out there. He's extended his lead on that last wave, which was no surprise with that 7.83, and pushed him out a little bit further. Joel Vaughan still in second, and now needs an 8.32. So here goes Joel Vaughan. He might answer back now. Nice section ahead of him. Throws it up into the lip vertically. And again, there's the air. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck. But
he's got that first turn on tap, doesn't he? That's
Yeah.
kind of been the formula to making every single heat. Here goes Joel Wood. Oh, kind of caught behind the foam there on that wave. Really tricky little bumpy inside section. So
Yep.
just under 2 minutes. Yeah, that first turn for Vorney, he just has it on tap, and it's like the perfect setup. It uses that really critical part of the wave. He drops all the way down to the bottom and quite aggressively tacks the lip and then sets him up for that second turn. Unfortunately, he didn't ride out of that reverse, but yeah, nice surfing from him. Sitting in second position, so like you said, Kiana Miller needs still a 7.88 and a 7.35 required for Joel Wood, so it's going to have to be the highest wave still of the heat. Jarvis's last ride, a 7.83 that locked in, and that so far is the highest wave score, so it's going to have to be something better than that backhand attack, which is kind of hard to imagine as we're nearing the minute mark. I feel like we've only seen probably 2 pulses in the sets during the heats now with that filling in tide. So to wish for, it's going to have to be the best wave that comes through, and he's going to have to do the best combo in the last 50 seconds.
Exactly.
Pressure's on.
Pressure is on, and yeah, having a wave that opens up like that that one did for Jarvis. But you never know. We've seen it happen before, but with 40 seconds to go in this, the clock picking up pace as far as these guys are concerned. And of course, next heat in the world will be semi-final number 1 of the women's.
Yeah, the women's will be out there. Will be, I think it's a bit of a Grum versus the veteran, or Sky Burgess. She's making her resurgence into the QS. She's from down the south coast here, like a little bit further north of here. Talina Wilson will be in the water in the white. Casey Hargreaves in the yellow, and Layla Rich. So a nice mixed batch of...
Yeah, good mix of surfers there. And of course, that'll be coming up very soon. So the clock winding down. And now you can hear the who to go. So Jarvis Earl and Joel Vaughan, 2 surfers progressing through to the semi-finals. Both surfed really well throughout that heat. And we'll be back with semi-final number 1 of the women's here at the Australian Open of Surfing right after this break.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon close to 3.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing. We're into the business end of the competition with the semi-finals out there right now. And women's semi-finals up and riding in... Oh,
that might have been a collision.
No, look at Blue. She's not paying any attention to it.
I think it was Talina Wilson in the white. And wait to see you just open up the live heats thing. I'm just trying to stitch you up a little bit there, Reggae, and turn your mic off.
I know, I saw that. What are you doing to me? Come on.
I got to get the jump on you. Well, you've got, fair few heats under your belt?
Today,
yeah. Oh, no, I just mean over your career.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
You've got a couple of heats on me.
Maybe a 10, 10 or 20, I don't know.
A few decades on me, maybe.
A few decades.
I think so.
Yeah, probably. How long have you been doing it?
2 seconds. Pretty green. My hat's still green.
Your hat's still green?
Yeah. I've been in the booth for 2 seconds.
2 seconds. Well, yeah. I know. It is not. Yeah, well, it is 2020, I suppose. It's 20 years straight off the bat.
The godfather of web commentary. Down here on the far south coast at the moment, the women's semi-finals. So it looks like 25-minute semis are now in play for the rest of the afternoon. I'd imagine that rolls on into the afternoon of finals too. And yeah, Sky Burgess, just a small opening wave of 2.83. Casey Hargreaves and Layla Rich sitting on the 1-4s apiece, and Talina just a 1-point ride. So Sky Burgess, she's been the dark horse in the women's realm. Only the few older competitors and I guess we've been calling them the veterans of the women's draw, know who she is, which has played well into her hand. She's been able to kind of fly through under the radar, and she was a really serious competitor back. She was around 19 or 20 years old.
Yeah, I remember, So, 'cause then she's, got the coffee thing going now.
Yeah, she's got that mobile coffee van down here. Where was it this morning?
Oh, yeah, she needed it this morning. And looks like, no takeoff there. Talina Wilson just having a look. So, our 4 surfers yet to lock in anything substantial. Just Sky with that, the highest score of the throwaways with a 2.83 25-minute heats. Of course, at 5 minutes could make a difference at the end. And no doubt we'll see someone who wishes they didn't have it and someone who wishes they did.
Yeah, so Talina, she's just getting some inside info on her. She's also a horse rider and performance surf coach from the Coal Coast. So she's...
the Coal Coast up there in the Gong.
Yeah, similar area to Sky Burgess as well. I'm pretty sure those two know each other, competitive-wise. I think maybe Talina might be a little bit older than Sky. And there you see, she's trying to get that roll on. So she's trying to pick up some momentum and get a few waves under her belt. And she knows, like, with these conditions out here this afternoon, there's only been a couple of serious waves in a heat. Here goes the burger. Sky Burgess up and riding on the backhand.
The burger.
Yeah, we used to call her the burger back in the Grom days. And yeah, when she gets the opportunity to open up, she's got a really solid, aggressive approach. And we're going to wait to see. Probably nothing too serious to write home about for that wave. And Casey Hargreaves, I think she's one of the Groms, along with the Short sisters from Scarborough Board Riders.
Yep, she surfed really well earlier on in her second round heat. So have a look at the Visit New South Wales replay here.
Yeah, just kind of one turn, really, there. Because that second turn was cut into about 3 or 4 stage cutties just to negotiate that fat left section. So, I mean, it's going to increase her lead, but hopefully she's going to have that as a throwaway by the end of this 20 minutes.
Yeah, we'll go into there.
Yeah, she's definitely looking for a finals berth as well.
Wow,
moving to the cash zone.
We've got homemade cakes from Dalmini Board Riders coming in here.
They're challenging the Coffs Harbour Board Riders community, I reckon, because we've got, Tracy and the crew up there with Mayshow. They're always bringing fresh cakes in, and now Dalmini. We get key rings as well. We're going to have to take that back to Tracy and let her know. Here goes Talina. Ooh, goes down on the second turn, so kind of just a set-up manoeuvre on the opening turn on the backhand, but nothing super critical either. Let's see what Berger's second wave locked in as. As you see the girls just shuffling for position. So the first wave for Sky was a 283. Last wave for her, well, 3-point ride actually. Waiting for that second wave to lock on in. So the average of her first wave, a 3-point ride. And 19 minutes on the clock. Talina out in the lead. 2.57 for her last ride. Casey Hargreaves needs a 1.61. Layla Rich, the same thing, a 1.61 for those girls. So we're waiting to see it really open up, and we're welcoming Maddie Allen-Zark into the booth, the computer man, the whiz behind the draws, and all the points. He's been bringing us live updates from way down on the beach. So thanks, Maddie. It's great to have such a good vibe in the work.
He's a good driver too. Great driver.
Great driver. He does well to keep the crew together. The Rat Pack of Surfing New South Wales. Keeps us all on our toes and together. And 18.5 on the clock. There we go. That score locking in for Sky, 5.5.
Well, Layla just going over the falls there. So 5.5 for Sky. That puts her up to that 8.5. So not a bad score and a good time to get it with 18 minutes remaining in this heat. So first of the women's semi-final. Men's semi-finals coming up in a couple of heats. Semi-1 with Geordie Lawler, Dylan Moffat, Josh Stratton and Saxon Reba, and Semi-2, Coda Cologne, Grayson Heinrichs, Jarvis Earl and Joel Vaughan. So a couple of packed semi-finals coming up.
Hopefully we're going to see a little bit of improvement in the sets as well. It's kind of been quiet over the last hour and a half. But
Here we go. Casey Hargraves, can she get into it? Yes, she can. So, unfortunately, just off the balance on the takeoff trying to get into that one. She won't be happy with that. And 17 and a half minutes remaining. So we got high tide in about 55 minutes. So it's going to fill up pretty quickly. Once the tide turns, so we should see things improve by the time the finals head out there. But we still do have these sets coming through. Just a matter of finding the right one. We saw in that last heat with Jarvis Earl and Joel Vaughan. The opportunities are definitely still there. And so Sky Burgess, Talina, Layla and Casey Hargraves looking for something similar. Sky, current heat leader with that 5.5, the highest score. Down the beach now, it looks like, bummer, Talina couldn't get into that one.
No. So coming up next too, that'll be Kira Buckpitt. The Supergram, I think Ashley was calling her Beetle. She's from Carlbara Beach Board Riders as well. Real young, up-and-coming surfer from there. Freya Prum, of course, the chemist from down Marimbula way. True Starling, North Narrabeen, and Zalia Short, Scarborough Board Riders. So that's going to be a pretty solid matchup for those four ladies, and they're close in that top 5 of the seeding. Here goes Layla Rich. Nothing on offer. That was pretty much just a wind swell. A little bit of a sloppy kind of lip to take off on. There was no actual open face for her there. She's going to have to wait to find a bigger looking wave like we see rolling on through. There's still opportunity here. And I heard from some of the local guys as well, generally when they come to this beach, they said the end of that right-hander there, you can see on the screen, there's that little bit of rock crop. They said the left kind of breaks rolling off that, and that's the very end of the wave when they get the right conditions.
Oh, okay.
And the biggest swell, so pretty nice little, almost like a little bit of a point break.
Yep.
And they said it's kind of unusual, they reckon, for this little inside shorey right-hander to be in play, but we're stoked to have that today and some opportunity for the competitors to bring performance to the forefront. And Reggae, over your career, you've watched so many women's heats.
Yeah.
What sticks out in your mind for the best women's heat that you've seen go down? The most intense? Or is that you got too many to list from?
Oh, there's some amazing ones, I reckon. There's a Steph Sally final at Bells that stands out. I think Steph got it that time. Then there's actually, again, it was Steph, and it was when she started in career, and Silvana Lima. I think it was a curl, so it must have been in Lane's event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and was really tight. Silvana was busting these huge airs, Steph was about 17, 18, and I actually interviewed her before the heat, and she was not freaking out, but she was a little bit nervous going, because she was a rookie. And then going...
Savannah's pretty ferocious.
Yeah, I know.
She? Yeah,
she's gnarly. And she was ripping too, like seriously ripping, So, a few heats like that, but there's been a million of them, At one stage there, I remember Brooke Farris, who was a tour manager, she was calling me the voice of women's surfing because I commentated pretty well the whole tour, as we see Casey Hargraves, great surfer, setting up this inside section and just, unfortunately that wave not riding through, And the thing that strikes me, what I've witnessed in women's surfing is just how the depth grows and grows every year, Like I remember when you guys were grommets, and then it's, it's just a never-ending, feed of great surfers coming through. And definitely now you can see, and I think it goes back to the Board Riders Club where there's such heavy support, strong support for the girls, they'll, especially in those, those young divisions. Every Board Riders Club has a sort of, under 12s going on.
Yeah.
And you just don't, I think things have improved in the lineup, It used to be pretty,
rough and tough,
rough and tough. Well, I remember, when, you talk to someone like Pam Burridge and that, like Manly, where I grew up, she was like her and Tony Sawyer before her were pretty well the only women surfers in the lineup.
Yeah. There's that new documentary coming out called Girls Can't Surf.
Yeah.
And it's got all of those, like Pam Burridge and all of that
Wendy
generation.
Botha, Jodie Cooper, Pauline Mensah.
Yeah, talking about the come up into that. And I think you're right. Like, back, even when I started doing juniors, the depth just wasn't there because I guess it just wasn't, there just weren't that many women in the water. There was a lot more than there used to be, but there'd still be those heats where girls would just be doing their first event and you were doing a QS and they'd be getting into it. So you had all those heats still that you go, this one's going to be all right. Or It just, you didn't have that well-rounded group of girls like you're coming into the Australian Open series, and you just can't look at any of the heats and go, oh yeah, that'll be
Yeah,
sweet for
yeah.
these two girls. They're not easy anymore.
No, not easy at all. I remember when it first, the depth started improving, it was more regional too. Like there was more girls surfing in regional areas than you're getting in the cities, you know, like still even now, you know, I think, and that was, a lot of that was second generation stuff too.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of dads super encouraging,
Yeah.
mums and dads who surf really encouraging their kids to get into it.
That was one thing that I think that we've really missed in the media, is because there's that massive push for women in surfing, but you forget that, yeah, all these girls have dads, and majority of them have been pushing them into board riders since under 10s or under 12s, and they've been hugely instrumental in creating that space, like in the lineup for the younger girls that were, I mean, in the past intimidated. But here we go, Talina Wilson, she's found herself a bit more open face to work with, and she's going to get back into the mix at the moment. Casey's last wave of 4.5. Talina needs a 3.34, and Layla needs a 4.38. So we'll see what that last score locks in as. But yeah, that we have. I remember growing up surfing at our local beach. There's a few older girls that kind of gave us the pathway into having that space in the lineup and the opportunity to surf in the club comps and the memorials. And then now it's 50-50 in the lineup at home, if not 70-30 girls over guys. There's so many girls. There's just this whole big pack of under 14s or under 15s coming up. And they're like, there's a couple of that I can think of off the top of my head from the Board Riders Club that are so aggressive competitively. There's twins from home actually that these girls will probably get to move into the Australian Open series, you know, in the next few years if they're interested in following the competition, and they are so aggressive competitively, which I feel like you never really saw. Apart from Silvana, she was that generation where you'd see her almost get into punch-ups in the lineups in the free surfs before the events. And here goes Sky Burgess. Two-turn combo already, looking for the closeout manoeuvre. Smart surfing from her. She's trying to create some space. Only got an 8.5 total at the moment, so looking to replace the 3-point ride.
Yeah, well, getting through there. I was just thinking another one when Tyler was got the wildcard invite to Lane's event. She knocked Lane out. And then Tyler, of course, was 14 and went on and won 20 grand, I think.
Yeah, the biggest prize pool in women's surfing.
And the Grommet won it.
Yeah, I remember that because I feel like Lane did so much for women's surfing and still was able to compete and enjoy what she'd been able to create for the sport and for our side of the industry. And yeah, Tyler, what did you say she was 14? Took home 20 grand.
She was 14, yeah, I remember doing the presentation. It was pretty funny. But as we see Layla Rich there, just a bit of chop knocking her off there. But yeah, Lane has been doing amazing things for women's surfing, for years. Of course, she's the chair of Surfing Australia. You can never accuse Lane of not putting back in.
Nah.
And for a while there, she didn't get much out of surfing. You know, she was at the first half of the career with limited sponsorship. You know, pulling beers and picking up glasses at the boat shed in Manly and working at Australian Surfer headquarters down there. But now she's. It's funny. I've known Lane for a long time. It's funny to watch her mature.
If you haven't read her book, as a young female surfer coming up in the industry, if you haven't read Lane's book, then you definitely need to get that under your belt, because then you can really understand what it would have been like in a less inclusive kind of environment coming in, and so brutal back when they were blazing the path along with, like you said, Jodie Cooper and Wendy Botha. And
that's an awesome book. Michael Gordon, who wrote it, like senior journalist with Fairfax at the time. You know, he's a heavy hitter, and he was a super keen surfer. His brother, Gordo the Great, is cameraman on the World Surf League.
Wow.
Yeah, but and Michael was a keen surfer. He wrote a book about bells as well, and he wrote heaps of books. But it's funny. Then he was this hard-hitting political journalist in the Canberra Press Gallery. But yeah, he unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago. But yeah, he wrote Lane's book. So yeah, definitely read it for inspiration.
Yeah, I've got a couple of copies if anyone needs to borrow it too.
Did she sign it? You got a signed copy?
No, not yet. I'll have to book in with her.
Yeah, come on, Elaine.
The last score for Burgh Sky Burgess is 7.83 for that last 3-turn combo. So the judging scale kind of shifting now with the conditions.
Yeah.
Scored us locking in for Casey Hargreaves, her previous ride of 4.5, a 2.67 for Talina, and a 1.43 for Layla. So Sky Burgess out in the lead. Casey needs an 8.84. Talina needs a 3.24 to move into progression, and Layla needs a 4.38. And gee, a 3.24 and a 4.38, that's not much in it. It's going to be one turn, maybe one strong opening manoeuvre, and a closeout manoeuvre on the end is going to get the girls back in the mix. And
there's still plenty of time too, because these heats were extended to 25 minutes. So a good 7 minutes left. Sky Burgess, so she's been doing a good job out there and just maintaining that lead throughout. She came out early and locked in a score.
Yeah, she opened up with that. I think it was a 5-point ride. You can see them just keeping busy out there. Sky maybe trying to keep focus, flicking the water around a little bit. Be interesting to see how she plays out. I mean, she's been out of competition for so long, but still looking pretty competitively savvy.
That's 7.83, highest score, of course, of this heat. And, it's put in a great position. So 7.83 and a third. Only caught 3 waves, but a 5.5 on a second. Because she came out right early with that 3-point ride. And then Sky, a 5.5 and a 7.83. So the Burgh doing the job out there.
The Burgh, yeah.
And as you said, she was competing, prolific competitor in her grommet days and early 20s. And then she took a bit of a hiatus. And now she's back.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen that a lot as well across the women's QS, especially in Australia. People that come to mind, like Sarah Beardmore, you would remember her.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Beardy.
Yep.
She's always the life or the morale, the life of the party on the QS. And she kind of, her along with that whole group of older Australian girls too, I guess they kick off, do heaps of events, and then kind of take a couple of years and then resurge and smash it again, and then kind of drift away for another year or two, and they just
come back as a commentator.
Yeah,
When's your competitive contact, Jess Grimwood? I want to see you out there.
Nah, I'm well and truly retired. I retired years ago. I started getting absolutely flogged by the Super Groms coming up. That level of surfing, for me to surf at their level, to keep up with them, the amount of training that I had to put in behind it to be at the level was a lot.
Yeah.
Just to be at a level that they just cruise in at.
Yeah,
so
right.
I kind of just, realised and gracefully
retired,
took the
bowed
exit,
out.
yeah.
Okay, you see Layla Rich, one of those grommets Jess is referring to. Looking for a little section here. Unfortunately, that wave, you can see she's pretty frustrated with that. Not a lot of any opportunity. She's looking towards the beach, maybe for some advice, as we see. Pretty junky little wave there as well. So this tide and wind, the combination, playing a bit of havoc at the moment, but as we know from Sky as 7.83, the scores are available. 4.5 minutes to go in this semi-final, of course. This is a big heat. First and second through to the final and into the cash. $1,500 first prize here today in both the women's and men's events. $7,000 across both divisions. And this is the 5th event on the Australian Open Series, and the winners of each division. I mean, the top point scores after next week at Narrabeen, they are getting their accommodation costs covered for the 21 Whistler Pro Surf Series.
Yeah, and there's True. You can see her getting ready for her semi-final. This is super important for her too if she wants to get some space. There goes Talina up and riding on the back end. Important way for her. She's 3 and a bit points away from payday, and that's going to cut it very, very close to the line. I don't know if she's got the depth in that wave to post a 3.24. The first turn was nice and smooth, but nothing really critical on offer for that second section. So here's the wave replay. Is there a 3.24 in this reggae?
Well, look at this turn. Yeah, a bit of a midsection snap there, and not much on that second one. Just a little bit of a climb. So not a great wave, but then 3.25 is not a great score.
Yeah, there's really not much in it. Casey Hargreaves, though, posted a 2.27. So increase the requirement. 3 minutes on the clock, 3.61 for Talina required to move into second. That last wave, a 3.17. There goes Sky, swooping first turn, and she kind of sets up the rail for the inside, but there's going to be nothing else on offer. So Talina just short, still needs a 3.61. So the 3.17, you can say, on that first turn. She just needs the backup manoeuvre, and she's going to be way up into the 4s and 5s and find herself back into progression. Layla's still looking for a 5.25 now. Score to come for last ride of Casey and Layla. 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Wow, so it's definitely coming down to the wire here for second position, but Casey's just hanging in.
Yeah, and just searching the lineup a little bit for the competitors. There's been plenty of waves ridden, and just nothing of too high quality, bar Sky 783. She's been able to just really capitalise on pretty much the only biggest set that we've seen throughout the semi-final so far. So, yeah, very small scores required. 361, 525, and the difference between the finals berth, like you said, Reggae, and a chance at some of the prize money, or the bow out in the semi-final, and they're going to have to look to reset for that last instalment for the series in the Northern Beaches. Here's an opportunity now. 1 minute, 45 seconds on the clock. Hopefully the girls are going to get another chance. Casey probably looking at the priority situation, so interesting to see for her. She's a super young competitor as well, along with the Short sisters from the same area, and she's going to have to decide if she needs to play defense now against Talina and Layla.
She's holding a 2.27 as a second score, I think, so needs to, it's not going to do much to better a situation, but yeah, Casey Hargraves, no, 3.73 she needs to improve on. So at this stage, holding a slender lead, we got Lena Wilson, doesn't need much, currently chasing 5.07. We've only got a minute to go. We're not sure who's got priority. Looks like on screen, Casey not stressing out too much. There's the overview. So our surfer's just trying to maintain position, waiting for that elusive set. And here we see Layla Rich throws it up into the lip. That was a nice critical turn. And that wave, but I think that was just one manoeuvre. She's looking for a 6.71 prior to that. And we're down to the last 35 seconds. So Sky Burgess comfortably home and hosed in first place. Casey Hargraves just hanging on at the moment with just a two-wave total, 8.23. Not the kind of total you want to have in the bank this late in a heat, but at the moment it's enough to hold her in second place.
Ooh, last wave for Layla Rich in the last dying seconds, a 4.47 on one turn. So she moves into third, now needs a 3.77, but 5 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, well, Casey Hargraves has got to be breathing a sigh of relief because she just managed to hold on with a very low two-wave total, but that's the way it goes sometimes. But Sky Burgess surfed a great heat, high score, that's 7.83, and was looking very solid. Anyway, we'll be back with semi-final number 2 of the women's here at the Australian Open of Surfing right after this.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon 20.
Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back to Australian Open of Surfing Far South Coast Series, installment number 5. I'd like to welcome Jessie Starling to the booth.
Hey, Jess.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ooh, we're into, for me, my most anticipated heat of the day, the semi-final number 2 of the Open Women's. Freya Prum out there in the white, Zalia Shorts in the blue, Kira Buckpitt is in the red, and
Hi.
True Starling out there as well.
Yeah, Truzy.
Yeah, so Sister Starling out there in the yellow. It's going to be a really big heat for her. I know you've probably been keeping up to date with the seedings. She's now probably overtaken Cedar, I
Yeah,
believe, in the
yeah.
points for the rankings. Not official, it's just the quick math off the bat. There goes
Zalia short.
Zalia. So opening right to her. It's going to be really important. I think Freya's sitting at maybe number 4, 3 or 4.
I think Freya's definitely up there, and I know Sarah Baum and Molly Picklum are up there too. But as of the last comp, it was Cedar, then True.
Yeah.
And then Cedar unfortunately got knocked out in the earlier rounds, and Truzy got through on that last heat. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Maybe, yeah. But I think I heard something that only take the top 3 results or something.
Oh, for the overall rankings?
Yeah.
Jeez.
I
Oh, that's a new
know.
spanner in the works. There's the overall seedings list. Dylan Moffat is out in front. This was as of the last event, so this event will reshuffle quite a few people, I think. Dylan probably remaining on front at the moment. Joel and Coda are looking to move up. Cedar eliminated, so you can scratch her from the seedings for this event. True sitting in the number 1 now. Freya's 4. And it doesn't look like... Oh, Layla Rich, 14. We just saw her get eliminated, along with Talina Wilson. So Sky Burgess is going to make a fair big hop from number 25. And it looks like there'll be quite a big shuffle up for the women.
Go Truzy.
Yeah, there she goes. Now, gives a little insight. We haven't had the opportunity to talk to you too much about what True's been doing in the off season. We've been smashing her on the commentary, trying to find out, because I feel like over the last year, she was surfing really well on the QS, but not quite enjoying too much success. We had a massive break, and then she suddenly has come back, and she looks like she's surfing better than ever, as we see.
Freya Prum. That was a nice first hit off that section. Hopefully, just didn't get the link up on that one, but yeah, the conditions are starting to change out there. But yeah, True and I have been lucky enough to join the Chocolate Box family.
Oh, yeah.
And they've been spoiling us and helping us get stronger, which is good. And as we see Zalia Short up on a nice little right-hander. Good first turn and nice little second turn, but that one doesn't look like it will offer a lot. But she takes it to the beach.
Have you had much opportunity to surf against the Short sisters, Shyla and Zalia?
No, we haven't. We did a little bit when we were in the junior comps.
Because they're still quite young, aren't they?
Yes, I think 16, 15, that kind of age, yeah, I think. But yeah, they rip. I love the Short sisters. We consider them family. So yeah, we love them.
They're kind of in that part of transition where yourself and True have already made the move from the juniors up into the QS and into the, I guess it's the Opens division on the World Qualifying Series. And yeah, like you said, Zalia and Shyla a little bit younger, so they're still kind of in that cusp where you have to decide whether or not you're going to chase the whole of the junior tour and the QS, or you're just going to kind of retire a little bit early from the juniors and go full force at the QS, because there's too many events otherwise.
Yeah, Kira on a nice looking little right hand. Whoa, good first turn into a nice second, and will she get anything else? Nice third turn, taking this one all the way in.
Yeah,
she's the best groveler. She can just link waves. And there's True just pulling out of that one.
So yeah, she's a super Kira Buckpit, the super grommet from Carlbarra Beach board riders.
She is such a cracker. She's got so much personality. You just sit there and you laugh. She's so funny.
She was saying that she was a little bit nervous and a bit intimidated coming into this open style division against these older girls. And we were saying, well, Kira, like, this is your opportunity. The surfing is there. Let's see a bit of the competitive nature come into play and get a bit aggressive and try and take a win off some of the big girls.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, she's done so in the last heat. She took out a couple of names. So as we see Freya Prum on a nice little left-hander, good first turn, straight into a second. I think that's all she wrote on that one. But she is in second place at the moment with Zalia in first. Kira in third and True is in third. Kira and True's in fourth.
Yeah, let's have a look at the score. So Zalia, her 2 waves at the moment locked in, a 3.67 and a 3. We've got 3.67 for 3.83 for Freya and a 5.5 for her last ride. So that must have been the backhand attack there with the 2 turns. 4.5 for Kira's opening ride, the right hander, and True just has a 2.5 and a 1.23. So hopefully going to be throwaways by the end of this heat for her. She needs a 4.18. Kira needs a 2.18. Zalia needs a 5.67. It's pretty much anyone's game at the moment. And while we wait for the next set to roll on through, just over 18 minutes on the clock, we'll cross down to a revamped version of the burger. Sky Burgess, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, you've come out of retirement, back into competition and taking down people left, right and centre. Are we looking for a full QS reinstatement for the burger?
I don't know, it was more just a bit of fun. I haven't really thought about it too much. Just enjoying surfing again, and I love this part of the coastline, so I thought I'd come down and have a bit of fun.
Yeah, so you're obviously from the Wollongong area, or down the south coast. Yeah. Is this somewhere that you've come and done a lot of surf trips growing up around here?
A little bit. I have a place at Bendalong, it's called, and it's a few hours just up the coast. But this part of the coast is absolutely stunning, so it's good to come down. There's so many waves, and yeah, it's just beautiful.
And what's the mindset like coming back into competition? You've been away from it for quite a few years now. Is it, we were speaking about it earlier with Ash, and she is a former competitor. Were you nervous kind of getting back into the Rashi and thinking, geez, what's the level like coming back in?
A little bit, but then also you just, I don't know, don't really care, I guess.
Yeah.
You're just like, let's just go, what have you got to lose? It's just, yeah, just have fun.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you've just been slaying them left, right and centre. Any shout outs to support crew or family tuning in from home?
Yeah, mum and dad are watching. Yeah, some of the girls from Sydney are watching, so hey everyone. And Charlie's sitting there watching on the phone.
Well, it's great to see you back into action. Good luck going into payday, I guess, for you.
Yeah, winning.
Yeah, good day, wins all round. Looking forward to seeing you light it up for the final. Excellent. And go get some rest, and we'll see you soon.
Excellent, cheers, thanks.
Sky Burgess, I'm not sure if you might be a little bit too, she used to be back on the QS kind of in when Freya started as well. Here goes Leah. She's like around, yeah, I guess Freya's era. There used to be a few surfers like Ornella Pellizzari and a bunch of Latin girls on the QS around the time that Sky came onto the QS, and I think that is probably what you see with how competitive and ferocious she is strategy-wise as well. She knows how to surf a heat because she's growing up surfing against girls like Dominic Barona from Ecuador, and Anneli Gomez from Peru, and Ornella from Argentina.
Yeah,
like
wow.
you turn up to heats like this in Australia for the QS, and those girls are just absolutely fired up. And here we go.
Truzy. Just a bit of maybe a bad call on that one. I think she would have had priority, but that's okay. There's still 15 minutes to go, so plenty of time.
Yeah, there's heaps of time. There's not really any separation in the scoreline at the moment. When you have a look at that setup, they're all kind of probably under the fives. I think Freya's the only one that's posted some score above the 5. So it's really anyone's heat at this stage, and there's only been 10 minutes down, and there's looks like there's a lot of space in the lineup as well. The girls are staying really spread.
I don't know if you've been out in a little while.
They haven't let me out of here for hours.
But it's like there's a main peak like right where those rocks are kind of, but then there's a wider peak that some of the boys were looking at a bit further down the beach, which is actually where I had a free surf after the quarterfinal, and I have a feeling it might push a bit down there because it was really fun down there.
Oh, actually, I did see you in the top corner of the screen quite a bit over the other heats after your heat and getting the free surf in. I wondered if the girls were going to push down there because there just seems to be more opportunity to open up as we see.
It stands up a little more, but Zalia finishes off that wave nicely, and I think Freya went left on that one too.
Yeah, so the girls collecting that and doing well to reshuffle. Look at that, right onto the sand.
Careful of the fins.
Yeah, looking for the full fin snapper on the shore. Like I said, the highest wave score we've seen so far, 5.5 from Freya. So Freya's in the lead. Kira Buckpitts moved into second. Her last wave of 4.57. Zalia short. Needs a 5.41. And True's looking for a 6.58. So pretty much a pair of 4s. We'll get True and Zalia back into the mix. It's really nothing when you look at the calibre of surfing spread across. Freya's done well at the start of this heat to get the momentum rolling for herself in the corner. I think that's something probably that she's been working on too. We've seen a lot of heats for her start off really slow, and she leaves it right to the last minute to find a score. So I think that's something that's good to see her adjust in conditions like this, but she doesn't necessarily be as selective. She's trying to just get the ball rolling because it looks really hard to choose
Yeah,
between the
it's-
good waves and the bad waves
yeah,
out there?
it's definitely getting more difficult out there. Watching, just watching the past couple of heats pass through. Like I just watched Joel and Coda's heat, and it just looks so difficult. You know, picking the right ones. Where this morning it was a bit bigger, and you could kind of take off on pretty much anything, guaranteed at least one turn.
Oh, yeah.
Where I think right now I think the wind swung again, and it's just tide's getting high.
Yep.
True's looking at this little right. Here she goes. Up, nice
Ooh.
first snap.
This is more of the true styling that we've seen over the competition series. She looks a bit more solid, really aggressive in her upper body rotation.
She looks angry.
Yeah, she looks angry. She's going to do it for you. She's thinking about you. She's like, Jessie's watching. I need to put the work in. So just over 12 and a half on the clock. Score to come for Larsa True. And I know you said you've been working with Chocolate Box.
Yes.
Oh, here's the wave replay of True's. First of all, nice looking wave too. She almost had the opportunity for the double up.
Yeah, I thought it might have bounced up and given her a second wedge, and then she might have just bit of backwash there and a nice little turn. And then it fizzled out, but pretty well surf wave, if I'm being biased.
No, not at all. It's just the perspective from the booth. So 3.87, and it goes into a top two, reduces the requirement. 12 minutes on the clock. Kira's in second. Zalia needs a 4.58, and True needs a 5.28.
Okay.
So Zalia's last wave of 4.57, that one that she rode all the way to the sand. And the Chemist remains in the lead. Yeah, you're working with the crew at Chocolate Box. I know you're along the likes of world champion longboarder Chelsea Williams.
Yeah, we
and
love Chelsea.
Baz, Annabelle Barrett
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
mix there. She's a former QS competitor and Chargers as well. So you guys have got a good group of
Yeah, they
people.
really, they spoiled True and I. We're so lucky to be a part of such an amazing team, and just, you know, they're always looking out for us, like, especially because we've had comps, like, back to back. They'll be like, okay, usually we'd want you to lift this weight, but because of comps, you should lift this weight. And, like, they just explain everything really well, and
Yeah.
they make specific programs. As Freya's up and gets one tap off there.
Yeah, well, it's been helping. I feel like that's the difference that I've seen in True surfing coming back after the break, is she's just had a bit more of a kind of like a strength edge to her surfing.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's well, so True and I, as we see a wave replay, sorry, Freya, she kind of just got one nice hit off that end section there. That was actually really nice.
Yeah, it
And
was
then it
well
didn't really do
timed,
much.
wasn't it?
But our schedules haven't been like lining up lately, so True's been like training with Dad, and then I'd be training with Dad, because Dad's awesome. Like, he's just like honest, like brutally honest sometimes. Like, but it's good though, because it's what we need to hear, and she takes that feedback really well, and then goes back out there and applies it straight away.
Does he come into the Chocolate Box and train in the gym with you guys as well?
We have been trying for so long
To get him in there.
Mum comes with us. Mum's a gun in the gym.
Is she?
Yeah, she's a freak.
Wow, Mama Starling. So that's where you guys get the drive from, maybe?
Yeah, well, we get the Mum is just as competitive as we are, so Mum likes to keep up with us.
Hey,
Hi,
Mama
Mum.
Starling.
Hi, Mum.
I'm sure that you're tuning in right now, and your daughter's putting on a show for Australian Open Surf Series.
Yeah, True's killing it. But yeah, Mum, we got to get Dad to come to the gym.
Yeah, get him in there. He's that guy that you see every morning too. Every time we rock up to the event, he's here like first. He's always got coffees on hand. You girls, he's super supportive. I think that's really important too. Now with surfing, it's become more of a team push.
Yeah.
Have a look at here. Priority.
Go
True.
Truesy.
Using priority. Great looking section ahead. Nice open wrap. There's that aggressive thing. That top body rotation, that's definitely what's come into play for her surfing. It makes it look so good. She pushes so much more
Yeah.
power through her rail at the end.
They've been working, I know that True and Dad have been working on that a lot, and just now Dad and I are trying to work on it, so I use like True as like a model, I guess. Like, just he really wants us to mimic that Mick Fanning carve.
Oh, yeah.
So we have done like 3-hour sessions, like just trying to do rail work. Like, just he's like, dump the snap, go to your rail. So it's working for True. I mean, yeah, she's ripping.
That's interesting to hear, because I've been pointing that out every heat that I've watched of hers, and I've just been like, where has this come from? Like it just seems
We-
to be getting stronger and stronger and stronger,
Yeah,
and
we've
that's been
been
the difference.
spending like a long time on it, and True started working on it a little bit before I did, so it's only just now like I'm starting to feel more confident on my rail. But yeah, like sometimes she's in the serve, and I'll just be like, what?
Yeah.
How did you do that?
Oh, here she goes again. She's trying to get herself back into the mix at the moment, and those lefts looking really tricky in that. She's looking fired up though, and coming into competition, Jessie, you setting your sights on the QS as well? I know True.
Yeah,
I mean, I've had the
definitely.
chance to sit next to True a lot throughout all the heats, but we're stoked to have you in the booth. We haven't gotten to dig under what's going on for you competitive wise. Are you looking for the QS, the regional tour?
Yeah, so this year was going to be my first full year competing on the QS, just giving it a go. But obviously plans changed. I'm kind of glad because I felt like my surfing wasn't at the level it needed to be at. So I think some well-needed time off is good. And I'm excited for the Christmas break as well to train really hard before QS comes back. But yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
having the best time, like traveling with True and Dad and Mum and Bill when they can come. And we have got a really good crew at the moment of like friends and like their parents and stuff. So it's just working. Like everything just feels right. So
Yeah, and of course you guys are working on being kind of that voice for female surfing as
Yeah.
well. Here goes Kira.
straight up into the lip. This is the nicest wave. And again, it just comes off the
Ooh,
back.
Lost opportunity at the end there, but I think she's going to post some nice numbers on that opening maneuver. Like you said, it was the biggest set or the biggest section that we've seen.
Yeah, one of the nicest waves to come through this heat, I think, on that left. It was a bit bigger. As we see the replay, she just drops straight down and goes straight up, bang. she's a little dark horse. And then just comes unstuck on that one, which is a shame. But still did some damage on that first turn. And Freya up on a little left-hander. She's staying very busy.
Yeah, she's busy. So 3.60 for the last Kira. True still needing 4.28.
Go,
Zalia
Trusy.
needing a 4.58. There's Kira
Kira,
again, I
yeah.
think, down to the south. So picking up plenty of waves, and exactly like you're saying, Jessie, they're all shuffling kind of south of the competition bank now towards the little headland, the little rocky outcrop there.
Just as the tide's getting higher, I think that bank is just getting like less and less consistent, and it's a bit shallow up further down. And everyone was surfing there, and I was just down the beach like, please don't come down.
Oh, yeah. It looked absolutely pumping there this morning. I saw even some barrels going down earlier. There was just incredible conditions to kick off. And luckily for us, the morning of the finals competition. And, yeah, yourself and True, you have, like I said, become one of the new voices for female surfing. And I feel like there's so much content around for the guys and for free surfing. But there's no actual dedicated people that cover all the stuff that goes on with female surfing, like the free surfing and like people like Jaleesa Vincent and
she was
all
so
those.
awesome.
Yeah, so like it's great to see you guys with Murmur Mag and becoming that fresh voice, and you tapped in, like you're right in the vein. You
I think that's
are the
where
competitors.
we have a little bit of a point of difference compared to some of the previous magazines, as we see a paddle Freya up and riding on a nice little right wedge. Ooh. Beautiful hook back to the pocket. And again, wow, that was a nice wave. Straight up and into it.
I know her partner Paddy will be cheering on the beach. I don't know if you
actually had a free surf with him.
Oh, you did?
He's so lovely.
He's a legend, isn't he?
He's so lovely.
He's another good example of the importance of having the support behind you. So you're speaking about with yourself and True, you have your dad and you have your mum and you got Bill. Here's the wave
We got
replay
Bill.
of the chemist. That first turn, nice, lays into the rail and rotates all the way through. Kind of has to nurse a little bit of a rail tap there for the second turn, but good wave for her. So yeah, Freya, she's got a pharmaceutical degree.
I was going to say, why the chemist?
Yeah, so she's got a pharmaceutical degree. I think that's what it's
Yeah.
called. And she did her internship as a chemist.
Yeah,
so now she's a
wow.
fully qualified chemist. There goes
Wow.
Zalia. And yeah, that's why I call her the chemist. And they live down in Marimbula, herself and Paddy. And he's just such a great support. He's always on the beach for her. He's always filming her. He helps her with her boards. He helps her with training. He's just that solid rock that you need as a
Yeah.
competitor, because you know it's ideal like lifestyle. You go traveling around Australia at the moment and eventually the world. Like for yourself, when you go on the QS, you need somebody that's with you all the time to
Yeah.
ride the highs and then the lows of losing and get you back into that middle zone and get you frothing and help you just like, especially you girls are juggling your business as well as working part-time in your competition with commentary, and then
Mhm.
we had like True commentating her own heat, so you guys have got to balance all
Yeah,
that
yeah,
and be
yeah.
aware of it as
Yeah.
well as coming to do your best surfing. So there's a lot. You need a pretty good support network behind you.
I think that's been like the biggest lesson for us this year. You know, we've got Dad and Mum who always come down and support us, but you know, we both work part-time at home, and then we have the magazine, and then we try to train. Go Truzy, that was a really nice turn.
Ooh, perhaps back into the mix.
Yeah, maybe. We'll leave it to the judges, but
Don't be scared to throw out some scores. So last score of Zalia
is-
Short, 4.57.
what does True need?
True needs a 4.28. Her second last ride was 4.87.
It's right there. It's right there.
Well, you think maybe they might...
I think they'll give her a 4.6.
It's
that's-
so hard when the scores are so close, and it just comes down to the averaging across the panel too.
Mm.
Sometimes if the judges give it to you and then someone doesn't, here goes Freya,
And a
deep bottom turn.
Nice little nugget. No, the
Goes
chemist.
down. Yeah, the chemist goes down on the hook.
But yeah, as I was saying, like we have a lot to try and juggle, and I think that's been our biggest lesson this year. This is the wave. She just goes up. Oh, it was a little under maybe.
That's going to come close, I think, as well, because you saw with the bottom hand turn, she didn't have the time to drop all the way down to the bottom of the wave because it ran off kind of. Here goes Zalia. She sets up the first section, gets a turn in, gets kind of a second wrap, and looking for the closeout maneuver.
Wow, that's probably the score.
Well, we've still got numbers to lock in for last to True. I think there's a wave, or throwaway for Freya. Zalia, important wave for her. Needs a 4.58. Let's have a look at the replay. It's hard to tell from this angle. It's tricky because she missed that first section, but I think that she gets enough turns done to chip away at that score. Even though the second wrap was flat, that last maneuver was pretty good. So perhaps getting the 4.58, I'm really not sure. I
And
find
they'll
it...
have to compare it to Freya's like one big hit that she got off that left, because that was a pretty critical turn that she had.
So hard when you look at 1 minute on the clock and the difference between first and fourth is under a point or just on the point mark. It's so close, and for these girls to be making it into payday. 50 seconds. Last score for True, a 4.17.
No.
Needs a 4.28. A number to come for last Azalia. I think it's just the 2.93 unless there's another one locking on in. Oh yeah, here we go. We've got a score to come for last Azalia. It's an important way for her as well. She needs a 4.58. When you measure it up against True's, though, 4.17, I feel like they're going to come close. And
Yeah, because they both got a similar, like the maybe Zalia's car was a little flat, but the end turn was kind of similar to True's.
And it locks in. There goes Freya again up and riding on a bigger looking left. Nice second turn. Looking for the closeout maneuver with under 10 seconds. Good little wrap there too. Plenty of...
Yeah, that was a nice wave.
And she's got the leg burn going on. So last score of Zalia Short, just a little under the requirement of 3.93. True, just expelling some frustration perhaps. It's the only heat that I've seen her experience this kind of result. So you can see the emotion for her. But you know what? It's going to light the fire under her belt coming into North Narrabeen.
Yeah, the one at home. If there's one you want to do well at, it's the one
yeah,
that's
it's
at
home. And so Freya Prum, the chemist, takes it out over Kira Butt-Pitt. Commiserations to True and Zalia. Incredible semi-final for the ladies. And we'll stick with live action coming up with the men's semi-final of the Australian Open of Surfing after this.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to live action here for the Australian Open of Surfing Far South Coast edition. It is the 5th instalment. We are into the Open Men's semi-finals, heat number 1, and looks like there's already been some busy boys in the lineup. Saxon Reber up and riding and buries the rail bog section, unfortunately, for his opening ride. Dylan Moffat looks like he's already posted a 7.83 and a 6.5 for Joshua Stretton. And welcome, of course, we've had you for the last couple of heats, Jessie Starling.
Hey.
Hey.
Sorry, I was just mesmerised by that last turn of Saxon's.
Hey, no one can blame you. It's been incredible surfing. It's hard to keep your focus when there's just wave after wave of competition going down. Have a look at the replay.
Who's Joshua Stretton? So this must be his first wave. Beautiful carve back to the section. Oh, into a nice little snap. Straight out there.
Yeah, so the guys just hunting down some pretty serious sections straight away. You can have a look at the score lines already. So 25 minutes for the semi-finals. And Dylan's opening wave is 7.83. And here we go. Josh Stretton right up and riding straight back into it. It will be his 3rd wave already. And those lefts look so tricky. Such a flat little section until it gets right into this inside.
Wow. He milked that.
Yeah, so he's coming out swinging. I think he's had a fair few kind of average to good results over the last few events, but he's really looking to put in the extra work on the legs and find himself in the final. And his opening ride was a 5-point ride, a 1.5 second wave, and last wave for him to come. Saxon Reber's second ride, a 6-point ride. And yeah, Dylan seems to have those 7s and 8s on tap. I'd love to have a look back at the stats of every single one of Dylan's heats across the Australian Open Surf Series and see his opening wave, because I'm pretty sure on every heat that I've seen him surf, he opens up with a 7 or an 8.
Yeah, he's just got them on dial. And you know what? Like, at home, he probably gets a 7 or an 8 every single wave. He just rips.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. So you get to watch him free surf a lot. There he goes in the white, up and riding on the left. And
wow.
Puts it up there so high and just...
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's just such a crucial part to ride out of, and they're not going to award that being stuck behind the whitewash, even though there's hardly any energy left. But when you see him free surf, do you see much of a difference? I know that it happens a lot with a lot of competitors and athletes. Their free surfing is like 3 times better than their competition surfing, or vice versa. People like Medina and Italo, their competition surfing is 3 times better than their free surfing because it pushes them. So people, I guess, yeah.
You know what? Dylan is pretty on par. Like, he rips just as much in his heats as he does in his free surfs. I think he tries harder maneuvers in his free surfs just because he can fall. But yeah, he always just gives it his all, and I need to take a leaf out of his book, because I think I struggle with my free surfs are better than my competition surfs.
Oh, you have that.
Yeah, and True used to have that too, and I think a big thing for True is she's finally found that level for her that she can push herself in heats now. So
like that where you get rid of those jelly legs.
Yeah,
in
I
the
just
heats.
get really nervous, and there's no reason. As we see the other Narrabeen boy, Geordie, beautiful first turn, beautiful second turn, right out, yes. And then a third.
Ooh, he goes down again. I heard some of the local guys in the family standing on the headland this morning saying that they were just in awe of the level of surfing talent that's come down from the Northern Beaches area. And they had some young guys in the event. Here's the wave replay of Geordie's. That was really critical first manoeuvre.
First turn.
Second one was good too. If he had landed this third one, we'd been looking towards pretty high score, I think.
Yeah, extremely high score, I reckon.
Yeah, so first wave for Geordie was a 5.6. Last wave for Joshua Stretton was a 4.33. Last wave for Dill, 3.83. So he goes to the lead. But yeah, they were saying that level, I guess the hub that you're in the Northern Beaches, the level of talent, if people are surfing there like Dylan and like Geordie and like yourself, it's so hard to not be that good as we clock on in with the post-heat interview with the chemist. She's making sure we're staying on our toes. Freya Prum, congratulations into the finals.
Yes, about bloody time. I've been trying so hard, you know, and it's good to get one, you know. I can't wait.
Oh, it's so good to have you on the microphone. You're such a character. I obviously enjoy watching your surfing, as do the rest of us. So, is this the first final that you've able to click on into?
Yeah, since Chile and I don't know, some year. But yeah, like, you know, week after week you think, yeah, this is the one, and then you just get pipped in the semis and the quarters, and then. But it's cool. I got all my family here, so it's good that this is the one, you know.
Oh, wouldn't it be good to take the crown here in front of everyone? So you got Rob and Dean on the beach?
I don't know if Dean's here. I think he might have had a big night. I don't know, but I got my grandma here, and I got Paddy's parents and a couple of people from the local board riders.
Oh, great. Talk to us a bit about Paddy, because I feel like not many people know the importance of his role in your life, and I feel like lots of people get really surprised when I say, oh yeah, that's Paddy. He's like the super coach, the filmer, the trainer.
He's like the strategic genius. So when we rock up today and we look at the conditions, we're like, okay, what plan should we have? And when it's like this, the plans go back to bed because you just wouldn't even surf. So I just go out there and like don't have any plans because I just get too tense on it. So if I just was like, oh well, I'd be back in bed anyway if the surf was like this, then I seem to do better. Like the waves come to me more than me trying to get them and not finding them. So we just try and keep it light, I suppose, because sometimes I get a bit intense because I want it so bad.
Yeah. Well, you've been right in that top conversation. You've been so close to being qualifying, and this season was pretty serious kickoff for you. Are you looking to get back into it and give it a fair shot for 2021?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm getting organised for next year. I think some of the events are going to fall through my like final pharmacy exam, so I'm just trying to figure out coaches and when I can get boards and work, and yeah, but I'm super amped because it's like 3 or 4 comps, you know, and then, you know, you could be in the Challenger Series like trying to qualify. So I really like, I think the new format will be sick, and yeah, I'm frothing.
Well,
I've got plenty of years in the tank.
Yeah, you got plenty of energy left as well. We'll be so excited to see you, cheering for you to qualify on the QS, of course. Always in the corner for the
Thanks,
chemist.
legend.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you in the final.
Thanks, Grimwood. Appreciate it. Thanks, ladies.
All right. Freya Prum, there you go. She's always a great character to have on the microphone. She's a funny lady, and looking for the finals berth. Of course, it's her first final into the Australian Open Series coming up shortly after the boys' semis, and there's been a fair bit of action thrown on down. I think we're down to around about 15 minutes on the clock. Let's have a look at the updated scores. Wave replay here from Destination New South Wales. Saxon Reba. Ooh, nice timed lip line kind of snap to finish that wave. I always like those there. I guess in the free surf for him, that kind of section would be maybe a launch pad, but you can see him kind of like sit down into the bottom turn and dial it back and go, okay, I realise that I need a score at the moment. I need to put a little bit more work in, groundwork, and do the closeout manoeuvre. So smart surfing from Saxon Reba. He's looking for the finals berth. Last wave for him, a 5.07. Jordan Lawler, 5.6 and a 4.9. So Geordie needs a 5.48 and Joshua Stratton needs a 6.08. 15 minutes on the clock.
I was talking about this heat with my dad because obviously Dylan and Geordie, they're like family, you know, we're from the same place, but then Saxon's like, he's in our really like he's one of our good friends, especially this trip we've hung out with him heaps, so we're like, can 3 people get through?
Yeah. Where's he from? What's his home break?
Oh, he's from Manly. I don't want to say which part of Manly because I don't exactly know and people get a bit
he's under the North Stain banner there, along with Dimmy, huh?
North Stain.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Good
he
thing,
is. He's
'cause
one
I was
of their
gonna say
juniors.
Quincy, so it's a good thing I didn't say that.
He's one. Yeah, that's right. We did watch him in some of the junior events after we kicked off post-COVID. That's right, and he's under the North Stain banner there. So good battle between those 3 guys then. There's going to be that rivalry between your pack of the Northern Beaches. And coming into the final instalment, obviously stop number 6 for the AOS series. And we're looking to kick off the Australian Board Riders Battle as well. So that Northern Beaches
Yeah.
qualifier. Did you know that your regional qualifier there is open to all of us Central Coast teams? So we'll be coming down, like a Vocar, our
You're all
club.
coming down?
We're coming down for the Northern
No
Beaches
way.
qualifier. Yeah.
Oh
So
my
we've been
gosh.
the way that I guess that they restructured the regions. There's that like Greater Sydney area,
Mhm.
and so that includes I think the Central Coast and the Hunter. There you go. You see me drawing it in the air. Central Coast and the Hunter. So we'll all file down into the Northern Beaches region along with your whole concentrated hub
Yeah.
of surfing.
You
and
know-
I think they take more people.
Yeah, cool.
Mm.
Well, 'cause there's the Board Riders Club that is very underrated but very deadly is Cuba. The Kelco, I don't know what the
Yeah.
thing is, but Josh is on a nice looking right-hander, straight up and into the lip and looks for the carve, goes for the snap, carves back to the pocket, and that one's just going to fizzle out maybe. Oh no, he's going to keep milking it.
Oh, he's looking for a 6.08. I think that's probably the best wave that I've seen bar the opening score for Dylan. Good looking wave for
Yeah.
Josh.
Geordie got a nice wave as well. He did like a cool little flick, like spinny thing.
Let's have a look at the replay then. Here's Josh replay. That first turn, nice. He kind of had to flatten it out a little bit to redirect and ride out in front, I feel like. It could have been a bit
Yeah.
sharper. They might cook him a little bit on that first section.
Maybe.
But that's just been really nitty-picking now because we're into the semi-finals action. You know, the judges are really looking for that crispness in their surfing. But interesting, Cuba. So the Curl United Board Riders Association.
They've got like Harley Ross, Ed Aubrey, he's a really good surfer, and they last year when we had the qualifiers, they almost took us. Harley was just, I think Harley got a 10. He was just on fire.
Yeah, he's been. Oh, we saw him turn up in the start of the AOS series
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
first
yeah.
few events, and his brother Corey works alongside
Oh,
the
yeah.
work staff as well.
Such a legend.
Yeah, so interesting. That's your call for the the underdogs.
They're the underdogs, Cuba.
For the Northern Beaches.
They were underdogs last year, and they almost took it out. So yeah, it'll be interesting. They're my favourite because everyone comes down and supports and.
Yeah, they got a strong like flag bearing social part of the community, don't they?
Yeah, they do. But
Yeah.
it'll be interesting as well for the last competition of this one because we've had heaps of strong like Northern Beaches surfing competing in these consistently, but then all these like random guys like, yeah, I'll do it, and it's like, but you rip, like they absolutely rip, and they're just like, yeah, I'll have fun and do a comp. So it's like a 6-star. Like found out so many people who are doing it. As we see Geordie, speaking of Northern Beaches, it's on his second turn, and then a nice third turn for Geordie. Really link it. No, that was a good little inside wave.
Yeah, I think that's going to get him back into the mix. He needs that 5.48. Last score for Joshua Stretton, a 5.27. So
Wow.
5.81 required. I think it was that kind of, he had to readjust his weight on that first section and he kind of lost a little bit. Here's the replay for Geordie's.
First turn was pretty spicy, and then just a carve back to the pocket, straight into a third one. So I think it was a pretty nice wave. I wish I could have seen it like front on, to see how vertical it was.
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes, isn't it,
Mm.
from an angle, and yeah, the different kind of perspectives into the waves. It makes it look a bit flatter, or sometimes it makes it look a lot steeper than what it was. But when you're sitting in that judging tent head on in that beachcom spot as well, it's always a little different. So we wait to see the score for the last of Geordie. Lock on in. He's sitting in third position, and we're down to 10 minutes remaining in semi-final number 1. It is the chance for these guys to make it into the money round, the finals, where first place takes home $1,500 for the men and the women, $7,000 across each event, and just so much cash on offer for these surfers. Like you've been speaking about, Jesse, you guys juggling as competitors, professional athletes, juggling jobs, juggling hobbies, juggling training, and everything else comes with normal life. There goes Josh, nice open face wrap, but nothing else on offer there. Geordie.
Wow, that was really nice.
He's looking very quick. His previous ride, a 5.53, so it pushed him into second position. Look how close the scoreline is for the guys. Dylan Moffat's holding on to the lead. Geordie needs a 6.07 to take the lead. Saxon now needs a 5.14. Here's the Destination New South Wales replay.
Beautiful first turn, and then that turn was pretty good for that section.
I think that's going to go into his top 2 and replace the 5.53.
Yeah, I think so too. I really liked that second turn.
Yeah, there was 3 strong turns, and they were really aggressive. He tacked the lip. There wasn't any stumbling. There goes Dylan.
Oh, what?
Oh, with ease, pulls it out of the bag. Another one of his tricks. What's the type of grab that he did? I'm interested to see on the replay. If there's, I was just looking towards the fresh air guys. I thought that he might tell me the style of grab that he did. So inside, I don't know if it was his front hand or his backhand on the inside of that rail there on his toe edge. Let's have a look at the replay. And he lines up that section easily, grabs with the left hand, just briefly. We'd have to ask a snowboarder, I reckon, or a skateboarder. Look at the height he gets.
Yeah, the front hand gets it, and then, yeah.
Gosh, it's such a sick.
That was really high.
That was huge for the section. Look, he's had a little bit of a tongue stuck out as well, feeling a bit cheeky and looking really confident. And like we've been saying, that's why he's on the very lead of...
Looks like Geordie just went to the lead.
Yeah, he did. Last score for Geordie, that 3 turn. Oh, here he goes up and riding again. Similar looking approach. First turn, huge. Second turn on the wind up. Third wrap. And that previous ride for him, similar wave, an 8.17.
8.17, yeah, wow.
So last score to come for Dylan Moffat's front side grab. Waiting to see how it locks in. 7.5 minutes on the clock. Saxon and Joshua are going to have some work to do, I think, after this last score of Dylan, because his previous ride that he needs to replace was a 3.83. It's definitely going to go into the top 2. 7.83 is his highest ride so far. And coming up, we do have semi-final number 2 while we wait for that score to lock on in. It will be Coda Cologne, Grayson Hinrich, Jarvis Earl, and Jolie Vaughan.
As we see the replay of Geordie's last wave, beautiful first turn, very, very spicy second turn, and then into a wrap. That was a pretty good wave, but yeah, I feel like he's just getting a roll on, you know? It feels like he's just getting that snowball, just keep growing.
Yeah, he's got so much momentum. There he goes again. He has such a high turnover for waves caught.
Oh, yeah. Is he going to... Oh, I thought he might have boosted for there then.
I reckon he was setting up for it too, but he was kind of... That wave just threw a little bit quicker than what he kind of imagined.
But at home, he gets so many waves. And Dad will always be like, you need to catch more waves. Geordie's catching heaps of waves.
He catches so many. He's already up to 7 waves in his earlier heats today. He was up in the 9 and 10 wave count when everyone was still sitting in 3 and 4 waves.
He gets so many waves, which I think he uses in his favour because it just adds to the momentum for him. And it's just, it shows how like fit some of the surfers are. Like they can just catch so many waves within, just 20 minutes and then give it their all on their wave.
Yeah, his average in an earlier heat was 1 wave every 2 minutes, which is a massive turnover. If you're going for 20 minutes straight, you're pretty much sprinting. He's sprinting his paddles back and forths. He's, I guess, exploding performance-wise during the wave, and then sprint paddling back out and paddling hard into the next one within a 2-minute turnover consistently for 20 minutes is a very high rate of work as an athlete. And
he
do
surfs, that's how he free surfs as well. So it's crazy.
He does it back to back as well. He doesn't just do it for 1 heat and then have like a slow, slothy heat. He just seems to go heat to heat to heat in the same manner. But at the moment, last score for Dylan Moffat, 7.20 for that single manoeuvre. Here's another wave replay for Dill. Slow motion thanks to fresh air. Draws off the bottom, gets so much lift out of that section and lands pretty cleanly on top of the roof there. Feeling pretty confident, looking pretty cheeky, and that's why he's number 1 on the leaderboard. 5 minutes on the clock. Geordie looking for a 6.87 to take the lead back. Saxon needs a 7.78. And Josh looking for an 8.51. We're into the semis. We obviously have semi-final number 2 yet to get underway. Here goes Geordie again. There's that 2-minute turnover.
First turn kind of kicks the tail out a little bit on that one. Second turn, this one might bowl up for him. And then a third. And then we'll offer a fourth. Little carve. Straight to the beach. Not much more you can do on that one.
Yeah, there's not much more he can do. I think he's trying to take the lead back and give himself a bit more space as well to really consolidate that progression. Who should you pick for the men's final? I mean, it's a bit of an advantage seeing the scoreline at the moment, but coming in with that second semi, you obviously been a fan of Coda surfing early this morning, but if you had to put the $5 on it?
You'd have to say either Dylan or Geordie. They seem
They just seem in rhythm with the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And I really hope Dylan wins one. I think he's got second to every single one.
Yeah, he's been a bridesmaid literally every single event. He makes it all the way to the final, and he gets pipped right at the last kind of minute for him. So it'd be nice to see him in the wedding gown.
Oh,
take
yeah.
the top spot.
Love to see him as the bride.
Love to see him as the bride and take that spot. He's such a humble guy too. I've never, ever heard a word come out of his mouth that's anything but humble
I know,
about his performance.
he's just so lovely. And, I thought Geordie might have been on another one. But Geordie, yeah, if I would like Dylan to win because I'd like to see him in the wedding gown. But Geordie just seems like he's building momentum. So I think either one of them, $2.50 on each, $2.50 on each.
Yeah, split bet. Well, let's see them push each other up too and kind of lift each other's performances. If they're both going ham, then they're going to have to really both step it up. There goes Geordie, just a slow little wave down to the south of the contest. 3 minutes on the clock. Saxon and Joshua looking to get some work done to get themselves back into the mix and into the finals. Who's your pick, Jesse, for the women? Sky Burgess, Casey Hargreaves, Freya Prum and Kira Buckpitt in the women's final.
Freya Prum. But you know what? Kira Buckpitt's been a little dark horse.
Yeah, Freya has been looking sharp, and obviously the experience.
I would like to see Freya win it. Her family's here.
Yeah, and like you heard her say too, it's the first final she's made in since Chile. Her and Patty often go to that. I think it's a 5,000 event in Chile.
Yeah.
The QS, they go there every year.
It's on like a big left.
Yeah, and so it'll be her first final showing. And I think that you might be right though, Kira. She might have built enough confidence now to go, actually, I've got a really good chance of taking this final out. She needs to bring that aggression.
I think all the girls have a really good chance. Everyone there has a chance. My money's on Freya for that one. What about you? Who do you think?
Well, I'm interested to see how Kira handles the final. I'm not sure how many finals she's got under her belt. I mean, obviously mates with Freya, but I might have to say we'll have to keep a close eye on Kira. Here goes Josh.
That's better. That was a beautiful two of them. And then a carve back to the pocket. Beautiful wave surf by Josh Stretton. And, straight onto the sand.
Yeah, right on the sand. He's looking for a near excellent score. So up in the 8.78 range. That's got to be one of the most critical manoeuvres we've seen throughout the semi-final. Just over a minute on the clock. Saxon looking for an 8.05. There's semi-final number 2 making their way. Here's the Destination New South Wales replay. Looks like Dylan up and riding on a left-hander.
Oh, beautiful first turn. I didn't see this wave, I don't think. Carve back to the pocket, into a third, and then pulls off that one.
Yeah, how about that last wave for Joshua Stretton?
Here it is. This is a nice looking wave. He goes up and really gives it some on that one. Really nice turn, and then straight into a second one. That's better. That's what we were talking about earlier, how he should give it a little bit more. And
yeah, he's not nursing that first section like he got kind of crucified on from the judges in that previous ride. So score to come for last year, Joshua Stretton.
What did he need?
He needed an 8.67 or a high 8. He's posted a 7.23, so he's moved into third. Now he's looking for a 6.82. So 2 turns will get him into progression onto the finals day, but Geordie Lawler 5.87 for the 8th wave on the board for him. He's got 9 waves under his belt. He's sitting in second position and 15 seconds on the clock. I think we're going to have to see him go into defense mode if he's anywhere in striking distance of Joshua Stretton, because he's chasing. But with the 5 seconds remaining, there you go, they're sitting pretty close. Geordie closing the gap there in the red Rashi, and looks like unofficially Dylan Moffat and Geordie Lawler, the North Narrabeen duo, moving on through to the finals of the Open Men's. Stick with us. We have live action coming up. Semi-final number 2 in the water for the Australian Open of Surfing right after this break.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah, Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
Welcome back to the Australian Open of Surfing, coming to you live from... Where are we?
Yabbera.
Yabbera Beach, just north of Narooma here at beautiful Dalmini. And yeah, it's a perfect afternoon out there. Still some fun little waves coming through. A little bit full because we were hit dead high tide about 20 minutes ago. The northeasterly, which wasn't forecast, but it's not causing too many problems. In fact, I think it's probably a good thing, keeping this swell coming through. Anyway, semi-final number 2, we got Coda Cologne with his nice haircut there, Jesse.
Yeah,
he's out
fast
there.
haircut.
Yeah, he's out there in the red. Grayson Hendricks in the white. Jarvis Earl in the yellow, and Joel Vaughan in the blue. This is a heavy heat.
It is. This is almost like a pro junior final.
It is. Yeah, they're all grommets, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all 18 and under.
Is Grayson still, because he won the ISA World Juniors over there at Huntington
Yeah.
Beach 2018?
Grayson, yeah, 2018. So I think Grayson's 18 in January. So he's almost.
Oh, he's the old bloke in this then, is
Yeah,
he?
and then Joel's 18 next year, and then Coda's 17 next year, and Jarvis is 17 next year.
All right, so
All youngins.
16 and 17-year-olds. There you go.
Mm.
So, well, they're out there now, and this will be a great heat. Both, all these guys have been on fire during the event, quite creative in their surfing, and that last heat was pretty good as well. So, I think once the tide starts running out, we will see a slight improvement in wave shape over the next, 75 minutes. So, before we wrap things up, 25-minute semis and finals coming up, I think, unless they make those.
Yeah, no, it is 25 minutes from now on. So
The finals 30 or 25?
Oh, finals are 25, I believe.
Right, so there you go. So that's all looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good day of competing. Everyone's just been flaring, especially the boys in this heat. I mean,
Yeah, who's going to open the account early? Nope, looks like Joel Vaughan. Having a look at that one, but it didn't happen. And yeah, I think it's fair to say, like you said, pro junior finalists are some of the best junior surfers in Australia.
yeah, they pretty much are. I mean,
This
they've
is-
all been dropping 7s and 8s all day, so
Yeah.
it'll be a pretty interesting heat if they all get a good chance to open up on some.
Yeah, well, looks like Grayson. Nope, no takeoff. So the surfers just sort of patrolling the lineup, trying to find that elusive first wave to get their heat underway.
Who's your pick for this heat?
Ah. You know what? I really don't know. I'd say, I don't know, Joel.
Mm.
Well, Joel, because he's the only natural footer. So there you go.
Yeah, he
So
is.
there you go. I'll throw that out. That's my only reasoning. Not much logic there, but yeah, it's going to be an awesome heat. And I think Joel, well, he's been
He's
very
been-
impressive.
Yeah, in good form all event.
Yeah,
In-
good form. He's been good form this whole series.
Yeah,
throwing
in
down
every
some
event.
some massive, like individual manoeuvres, and
Mm.
also obviously puts together pretty amazing waves as well.
And he makes it look so easy.
He does. He's got that very watchable style.
Yeah, it's good to see him do well in these events. As we see Jarvis Earl looking at this little left-hander, straight up for a carve and not sure, and then an end section coming towards him, and tags that nicely. So that's a good first wave for him.
Yeah, just got that one. He'd be happy to get something under his belt as we, well, 5 minutes has gone already in this heat. So first wave is ridden by Jarvis Earl in the yellow. A little hack on the outside, and then that finishing mover. Have a look at the Visit New South Wales replay. So he just gets into this, cruises in, and he's got this little flat section, just a little snap, and looking to maintain some speed for one final manoeuvre, and just throws it up. So quite sharp off that last turn, but pretty well 1.5 manoeuvres, I think it's fair to say. So
Yeah.
won't be a huge score.
3.33 he got.
There you go.
Still good to get the feet in the wax.
Yep. get
Start
things
building a
moving.
house off that. Yeah, all these boys absolutely shredded. I'll be really interested to see who gets through this one because I have no idea.
Well, who's your tip?
Come
on, you
know
put me
what?
on the spot.
I think I'm going to go Jarvis.
You're going to go Jarvis,
Because he's just been...
the Super Grom.
Yeah, the Super Grom. He's just been so in form. I like all of these boys are my friends, but yeah, I'm going to go Jarvis on this one. Sorry, Joel.
There you go. Well,
Yeah, they're looking at a couple. I think Grayson's going to pull the trigger on this one.
he's on his backhand, throws it up critically into the lip. And again, 2 good solid turns. Might get a connection for a third turn, dealing with that backwash pretty well. And
Yeah,
one little
wow.
slash to finish. So, and here goes Coda.
Oh, no.
Just buried the nose there.
Just clipped the nose. You see the frustration as he came up out of that one.
Yep.
Grayson got a nice one, though. He got 3 turns on his backhand. But, yeah, that'll be a good wave as we see the replay of Grayson. He could have gone left on that one, too. Straight up for a critical first turn. Straight into a second. And then he links his third turn really nicely. Straight onto the sand. Bang.
Yeah, that was a good wave. Yeah, surfing well. So just waiting on those scores to come through and we'll give you the update. But just under 18 minutes remaining, so just waiting on Joel to lock in his first score. So Jarvis, Coda, there goes Coda with that fall off. Just a 1.67, so that will be a throwaway at some stage, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And just waiting on Grayson's last wave to come through as well.
We must have missed Jarvis's second wave. Because he's got 6.9 now. His total was 3.33 before.
Yeah, 3.33 and a 3.57. And then Grayson, he got a 5 on his first wave. Coda with 1.67. So Grayson, that 2 quick hacks off the top, netting him 5 points from the judges. Jarvis Earl with 2 waves, a pair of 3 point something. So
Yeah. I thought Grayson's might have gone a little higher than that. But maybe it's start of the heat. They know the calibre of the surfing that all these boys can present, so got to keep it low.
yeah, I think maybe that third was a little bit fat and hung up there. But there's the Coda Killorn on the screen and Joel Vaughan to the right. Semi-final number 2, of course, battling out to make it to the final, where we've already seen Dylan Moffat and Geordie Lawler, I think.
Yeah, Narrabeen boys.
The Northie boys. Well, Dylan's into another final, of course, where he's been in lots of finals this year, but he always comes second.
I know. I'd like to see him win.
Yeah.
This one, and
It'd be pretty funny if Geordie wins and he comes
I
second.
know. I know. Take it to home.
Take it to home.
If
Well,
there's a place to win.
yeah, well, next week, of course, we are at North Narrabeen for the final event of the Australian Open of Surfing Series. This is the 5th event here on the Far South Coast Open. And next week, of course, we've also got the Australian Board Riders Battle.
Yeah, we do.
Central Division happening, which features clubs from Newcastle down to Manly. So Newcastle clubs, Central Coast clubs, and Northern Beaches clubs.
Pretty stacked event.
Yeah, that's going to be full on.
There's some of the strongest clubs from Newcastle to Manly.
Yep, only 3 of them go through.
Only 3 of them go through?
Yep.
Wow, that's definitely going to be interesting to watch and hopefully be a part of.
Yeah, it's going to be a you surfing for Narrabeen?
They haven't released the teams yet, so we're not sure. But we had team training a couple times, and all of us came down. And Matty Cattle, the super coach of North Narrabeen, as we see Jarvis up and riding on a
nice hit.
Yeah.
Really vertical.
Yeah, just might not offer anything else.
No. So one manoeuvre there for Jarvis. So Matty Cattle's a super coach.
Yeah, super coach.
So what do you got to have? A Masters, 2 Open, a Junior, and a girl. That's a...
Yeah.
Right. So it's between you and True?
And Laura, Sophia, and Kyla Whitfield.
Oh, wow.
Elle Northey and Belle Hardwick as well. So there's we have a really strong girls team, and I think any girl that gets picked, it'll be a...
Put Belinda in there. Hardwick, she'll be the master and the girl at the same time.
She still rips. Absolutely rips. So we love surfing with Belle.
I remember Belinda Godfrey from South Australia.
Yeah.
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 I remember. No, I know Belle. And I know her husband, Neil.
Oh, yeah, love their family. And they've got 3 gorgeous little boys.
Well, not that
well,
little.
not little anymore,
I was
yeah.
going to say they're big.
We
And-
got Gabe the babe. He's our fave.
Oh, okay. Ooh,
Oh.
so Jarvis. Because, Neil used to be a full pro snowboarder. Like
Yeah, well,
full on Big Mountain, Alaska type stuff.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, like he's a
There's
heavy hitter.
Grayson, 2 beautiful turns. Well, their son, Vaughn, their middle son.
I know, yeah.
He's like 3rd in the world or something for his age division for snowboarding.
Yeah, in the Freeride World Tour.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's runs in the family.
Yeah,
Phenomenal.
we were at a couple of events in Japan. My
Oh,
daughter does big
wow.
mountain skiing.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, so yeah. So yeah, I was sort of hanging out in Hucklebar.
Yeah, I was meant. Well, True and I were meant to do Japan this year. For
Not happening
competing,
this year, is it?
But obviously not.
No.
But it's okay. It's made us appreciate Australia a whole lot more.
Well, just under 13 minutes remaining. So Grayson, with that 9.17 total.
Yeah, he would have got a good score for his last one. He got 2 nice hits off it. Might be in the 4 range.
Yeah, we're looking at
417 probably.
Yeah, a 4.17 and a 5 is what he had. So no one's locked in anything substantial yet. And so we're pretty well at the halfway mark of this heat. Semi-final number 2. Joel yet to lock in a score. Coda just with that 1.67. So what do you reckon? What will we be going through their minds now, Joel and Coda going, well, we've got nothing.
Well, if I was Joel, I'd be like, do I sit and wait for a set, or do I just try to catch a wave and just pounce? Just keep like building a house? Or, because it's random, like the little ones sometimes stand up.
Well, the highest score in this heat is Grayson's first wave, which is a 5.
Yeah, so he
so,
could,
yeah.
it's a makeable heat still.
Oh, totally. You lock in a pair of 6s now, and you can do pretty well. So, 12 minutes remaining, but I think they'd both, Coda and Joel, be liking to lock in a score soon. But, Jarvis only has a 3.33 and a 3.57, so you wouldn't have thought we'd be that halfway mark with a 5-point ride as the highest score in this heat. So,
no.
yeah, the tide really affecting the break here this afternoon. Hopefully, title's probably turn pretty soon. We passed dead high tide 30 minutes ago, so should start running out. And everyone's having a chat. What are they saying? How fun is that? All 3 of them in the circle, having a free surf chat.
I know, so good. Love it. Friends in and out of the water.
Yeah. Except Joel, he's down there. I'm not going to hang out with these clowns. I want to get some waves.
I need a wave. Yeah.
So we're not sure who has priority at the moment. I'm thinking Joel because he hasn't caught a wave.
Yeah.
You can see Jarvis and Grayson just hanging in there. Coda to the right.
Yeah, if I was Joel, I'd be trying to keep my cool right now.
Yeah.
Trying to stay calm. And Coda as well, if I was either of them. And if I was Grayson and Jarvis, I'd just keep trying to catch waves.
Yeah, because neither of them has a real keeper. I mean, that 5-point ride may
Yeah.
turn into a keeper, but you'd hope it doesn't.
You wouldn't be comfortable with that scoreline knowing that Coda and Joel are
Well,
a
he
couple
go-
waves away.
Yeah, he goes Coda now. A little hit on his backhand before this one stands up on the shorey, but no action there. So that wave just flattens out.
See a bit of frustration coming out of Coda.
Yeah, that wave's slightly better than the fall off on his first one. Just
Yeah, it'll improve in score.
yeah, 1.5 turns. And looks like Joel having a look at this.
Go, Joel.
Oh, does he get it? Yes, he does. So Joel Vaughan, first wave of the heat, smacks it up, busts out a little air, but that wave just runs out of steam. So at least he's got something under his feet now. Took a while, only 10 minutes to go in this 25-minute semi-final. So, wow, it took him 15 minutes to catch that wave, and it didn't really amount to much. Yeah, there you go, 1.37. So he still needs to get...
He'd be stoked for that extra 5 minutes now.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so Joel Vaughan just can't find a wave at the moment. And who we got down there? I'm just going to keep him waiting for the final. No, Dylan, how you doing, mate? You won your heat. Good work.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so so you and Geordie got the right waves out there. Looking at this heat, it's slowed down a bit. What's going to be your plan going into the final?
I'm not sure. It's kind of one of those ones. It's like get busy, stay patient. Like
Yeah.
you don't want to sit there and wait for ages because there's not a whole lot of waves coming through, but you also want to be on the good ones because there's not a whole lot of them. So it's like kind of take what comes and use your priority in the right spot times.
Right, now this is your third or fourth final on this series?
My fourth.
Okay, now you know what my next question is going to be, don't you?
Don't ask it to me.
You've come second. Okay, how you going to? What's your plan, mate? What's your plan to get the big win?
Obviously, I want to get the win in one of them at least, but I'm just going to try and do the same thing, like get 2 waves, do 2 turns on 2 waves, and that's kind of the formula in any heat.
Yeah, well, they've been pretty tight finals. You know, the one when Kalani just nipped you at up at Kiama, that was, tiny waves, but pretty awesome surfing going on. Like with this, it's going to be a tough heat. You've already got Geordie in there, and the person second out of this one. So, these Australian surfing, opener surfing finals are pretty torrid.
Yeah, definitely. Like all the competitors, especially when the waves get a little bit tricky, everyone's so comp savvy now. It's like you got to be on your game all the time.
Yeah, so you feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good. I think I've ridden the same board in every heat over the whole series.
Mate, you're looking forward to riding something a little bit bigger maybe one day.
Yeah, I might get on the short board once. Hopefully next weekend.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. But anyway, all right, Dylan, so always great to watch you surf. Always enjoy it. And all the best in the final, mate. Hopefully we'll be talking to you. I'll be biased. I want you to win. There you go.
Cheers.
See you, Dill.
See you later. Well, I do want him to win. He's had,
I want him to win too.
Sentimental favourite.
I saw Joel get a smoker.
How was that?
Yeah.
During that interview we saw in the corner of the screen, it looked like he went down the beach a bit, little peak, and he just
teed off like 3 really nice turns.
Beautiful, and every turn, like the bottom turn, top turn combo was pretty sick. So have a look at the Visit New South Wales replay. Oh, here we see Jarvis throwing it up.
Just looks like he's just getting stuck. That wave looked a little slow.
Yeah, it was a smaller one. And we're just waiting on those scores to come through.
This is when we said you wouldn't want to beat Grayson and Jarvis because you had the other two coming up behind you.
Yeah.
You're definitely going to get good scores. So I wonder what Joel will get for that.
Yeah, just waiting on that one to come through. You can see Grayson out there. He was leading prior to that exchange, so those scores on your screen now are going to change over the next couple of minutes as the judges lock in those last 2 waves. Semi-final number 2. Wow, it's gone down pretty quickly. Already just over 6 minutes remaining, so not a lot of time left. We're just waiting on those last scores to come through, and the judges having a good. There you go, Joel. A 4.
Really? Really? Wow.
And there's Coda Kalorn whacking it up as well.
Nice 2 turns for Coda.
So there you go, Joel Vaughan. Currently with a 2-wave total of 5.37. There's just on 5.5 minutes remaining. And we got Grayson still in the lead.
Jarvis looking at this little one, doesn't really stand up.
No, not much going on with that. So, well, this is the crucial time of the heat at this stage. Grayson and Jarvis just hanging in, but look how low this score is for, with this on paper, this was, well, it's an insane heat, but unfortunately the waves just haven't come their way. So they're scratching for scores at the moment. The highest score of the heat is still that 5-point ride for Grayson. And
I thought Joel's wave might have gone a little bit higher on that one.
Yeah.
But maybe we saw it from a different angle.
Yeah, it was a small wave, so
tiny
one down the beach, but he did surf it really well. So he scored 4 for that. He now needs a 2.91.
Oh, nothing.
Yeah, so and Jarvis needs a 5.61 to move from second to first, and Coda needs a 4.44. Here we see Joel Vaughan looking for a 2.91. Throws it up.
Wow.
So there you go. There's his 2.91. And with a little thing to finish. Well, I presume so.
Oh yeah, I'd say so.
I don't want to,
You'd
hang
hope.
my neck out too far.
Touch wood.
Those judges go, what the hell do you know, mate? Just because of that, we're going to make sure it's not a 2.9. No, they can't even hear us down there, obviously, and they would not do that anyway because they're very professional.
They are very professional. They've got the scoring right for every event. So yeah, stoked to have a good panel of judges for these events.
Yes, indeed. So Joel Vaughan, we're just waiting. Well, he's obviously jumped up into first place, courtesy of that wave. He scored a 6.17 on that last wave. So that puts him into the lead. Jarvis Earl now back into third, needing a 5.61. Cody Cologne needing a 5.45. And Grayson needs only a 5.18 to move back into first. 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go. And Joel Vaughan, the only surfer to hit double figures with his 2-wave total. And that was that last wave. Well, his last 2 waves. He got the 4, then he got the 6.17. And Jarvis and Coda probably, I think Grayson might have priority. He hasn't caught a wave for a while.
Yeah, he hasn't got away for a while actually. We saw Joel pull priority over Coda for that last one for his 6.17.
Yeah, well, it's a smart move.
Yeah.
Well, Grayson's only had 2 waves, so the 5 and a 4.17. So pretty quiet heat for all surfers, but Joel Vaughan just making, here he goes again. So he's obviously just catching this one under priority. We're not sure how that one started. And Jarvis Earl looking to get back in a second spot. Needs a 5.61.
He just he just squeezed 4 turns in, the tiniest amount of wave.
Yeah.
That was really impressive.
Yeah, it's good work to get the turns in. Whether or not it's a 5.61, we'll just wait and see. 2.5 minutes remaining in this semi-final. So 2 surfers going through to join Dylan Moffat. And there's a replay. A couple little snaps, really flat, nothing too critical. Just little slashes off the shoulder, really, as this wave just pushes through. And well, Jarvis looking for that 5.21.
It'll be a pretty stacked final. Geordie, Dylan, and
yeah, just a 3.27 that last one. So not going in there. Yeah, at this stage we got Geordie Lawler and Dylan Moffat in the final, and currently Joel Vaughan and Grayson Hendricks look like they're going to use it, but something could change. And looks like Jarvis having a look here on the inside on his backhand. This wave just throws in one turn.
Freya waving to the camera.
And Jarvis, not really a connection there, so still searching for that. Well, he only needs a 4.85 now.
Yeah, well, what do you think about that?
That one backside air, I don't know. Sometimes they go psycho, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they go for that one.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't, what is it? Height, speed, and rotation is what the sort of,
yeah.
Here
we go, might get a replay of it.
Okay,
You didn't expect him to do it, and he just goes bang.
Yeah, I don't know. Freya Prum getting ready for the women's final, which will be out very, very soon. In fact, we do not have long to go in this heat at all. We're in the final minute. Yeah, so Jarvis Earl waiting to see what that last score is. Looking for 4.85. Cody Cologne sort of out of sync at the moment.
Here goes Grayson on a little right-hander, using up priority, we'd assume.
Well, this will be good if he can extend his lead over Jarvis. He'll rest a bit easier for the final 30 seconds. So only looking to improve on a 4-point-something. Might have done that. So in the last 25 seconds of this heat, Joel Vaughan, Grayson Hendricks still holding on to first and second place. And I think they're going to hang into it. As you can see the overview, not much coming through here.
No.
You can see the beautiful beach here, and there's Montague Island out there on the horizon.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Wow.
See there's a lighthouse on it?
Yeah, I did.
I think you can go out there for tours. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, wow.
But there you go. So that is counting down. So it looks like, well, look how close it was. 9.17 to 9.16. So Jarvis came in just under what he needed on that. So Joel Vaughan and Grayson into the final. Oh, my stupid thing says I want to see what he got. Oh, they haven't locked it in. Anyway, bad luck for Jarvis. Anyway, we'll be back with the women's final of the Australian Open of Surfing, coming to you live from Dalmini right after this break.
South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon coastal.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Surfing, we are bringing you the final of the women's right now, and up and raging is the mean mother from Mawimba. No, she's not a mother and she's not mean.
Oh, she's a mother of sorts, I guess.
Yeah.
Spiritual mother for us.
Spiritual mother, Freya Plum, of course. And, been around for a while, and she opened her account quickly in this. She probably watched that last semi-final and thought, you know what, I'm not going to hang around. I'm going to get out there and get moving. So we've got Sky Burgess in the red, Casey Hargraves in the white, Freya Plum, who we just saw in the yellow, and Kira Buckpitt in the blue. So it's fair to say, I was going to say old versus young. But
Yeah, no,
because
I
Sky
think it's fair to say.
Yeah, Sky and Freya.
Fine, yeah.
Experience versus, novice.
Yeah, and look at this. Nice first section too. She capitalises on it, hits the lip, and goes for a little top of the wave carve. Again, clicks off with that. So nice way to open up the finals. We are into the finals. Woohoo!
Yeah.
For the women, 25-minute finals. We have semi-final number 2 winner. Looks like Grayson down there taking the lead at the very last section of the heat. Congratulations, Grayson.
Thank you. Very happy.
Yeah, I bet you are. It was a pretty scratchy semi-final there. You were sitting in second spot, and Jarvis didn't need much to overtake it. Then bang, just with that last 10 seconds to go, you found that wave and not only gave you breathing space, but you jumped Joel in the first. So that must have been a relief.
Yeah, it was amazing. I felt like I had a quick start and then sat with priority for so long and was very happy to get another wave at the end. I was getting a little bit nervous that something wasn't going to break, but I just noticed the boys sitting way further down the beach than me.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, probably should sit with them. Nothing's breaking where I am, so move down the beach. And
Right, so when you sat with priority for 15 minutes, you were up the northern end on the peak we've been surfing most of the day.
Yeah, I was up in the north corner and it just stopped breaking there. And I was like, I got to change something here. Got to do something. Need a score.
It's hard to get through when you don't catch waves.
Yeah, it's. I think catching waves is essential.
Grayson surf coaching 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I should be a surf coach.
Yeah, well, you might be one day.
Go out, catch waves, and make a heat.
Yeah. That's right. Well, with that, I mean, the waves were pretty tough when you did catch them to find a hittable section. So the tides played around with it. What are your thoughts going in the final?
Yeah, got to watch out for that backwash, definitely. So I think you have to be a lot more aware than usual. Got to really make sure that backwash is timing when you're going up to hit the turn. Otherwise, you're just going to get caught up in that. And I actually did get caught up at the start of the heat. So just got to notice the backwash and just give it my all. Made the final, give it all.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a great final. Looking forward to watching you, and we'll let you go and relax and get out there and prepare. Have a good time.
Thank you.
So there you go, Grayson Hinrichs, of course, winning that second semi-final, where he and Joel Vaughan moving through to the final, where they'll be up or surfing against and with Geordie Lawler and Dylan Moffat.
Great awareness and insight as an athlete immediately after that semi to be able to sit back and go, oh yeah, I realised I needed to change something. And then I realised what everyone else was doing and where the scores were. And then he changed up plan B halfway through a heat. So hard to do, especially if you've waited that long.
Yeah, you think, is this the right decision or the poor decision? So he did the right thing, and he headed down the beach where Grayson got the 2 scores he needed. So just waiting on that first score for Freya Plum to lock in. We'll give you the rundown. Judges having a think about that as they...
Here she goes again. Look, she's been busy. The chemist... Ooh, slides a little bit of tail out through the end. She's really going to shift it up. I think this is a good indication that she wants to win. And sometimes I think when you make your first final as a competitor, it's really easy to feel like you've accomplished what you set out to do already, and you just find yourself in the final. You kind of sit back and casually just take whatever position you end up in. But for her to come out swinging and she's reset and she wants the win in the final is nice to see.
Yeah, well, she came out with a 6.17 in those first 3 minutes, her opening ride. So, Freya Prum backed that up with a 3.33. So, sitting there with 2 waves under her belt and waiting on the other surfers yet to lock in. So, Freya, here she goes on the Visit New South Wales replay. Nice little slide there and sets it up. So, just this inside run, a pretty flat section to deal with. Gets a little hook on the inside to finish. But, as Jess said, she's getting busy out there and is keen to control this final from the outset, and it looks like Sky Burgess just finishing off something.
Yeah, gee, it'd be nice to see her, of course, take, you know, a nice finals win in a QS style event. Although it doesn't go towards the 2021 season, it's definitely going to help boost the confidence of Casey Hargraves and Kira Buckpitt. Kira's hopefully been building that confidence throughout the rounds today, and she's found herself against these, all of them, I would imagine, older than her. I think Kira's about 15, Casey 16-ish. Here she goes, up and riding in the white. She's got to find a section, looks to click off the first turn, and jumps on the front foot, looking for the inside. I can see where she's heading towards. There's a shory right on the sand, and she won't get the closeout manoeuvre. But opening up her campaign from Scarborough Board Riders, Casey Hargreaves. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see Kira step up and match up against the veterans. She wouldn't have known these girls too well in their prime time. There goes Freya. Nice release on the backhand carve.
Yeah, and she did well to handle that backwash as it came through. So Freya's getting pretty busy out there. I think that was her third wave.
Well, yeah, third wave score locking in for Freya, 7.33.
So that was a fourth wave. So 7.33. Look at that. So she has taken full control of this final with a 6.17 on her first wave, and then she's got that 7.33. So, wow, there you go. Not even anywhere near the halfway mark, and Freya Prum in a commanding position.
Yeah, look at the power she had through the top. She kind of wobbles, hits a bit of a lump, and almost goes down, but manages to do the scratch back in front of the whitewash. And for Freya, I think, going over the last few, here we go, Casey Hargreaves, up and riding. Times that connection with the lip really nicely. She's been able to pick the first section really well, but none of her waves have stood up really through that inside section. Got to find those running rights. They look so tricky to pick when you step outside the booth and have a look at the contest, and the girls have shuffled all the way down to the south of the contest bank. Like Grayson was saying, there's a lot more waves on offer down there. But they still look really tricky to find, the ones that kind of run through and keep walling up through to the end.
Yeah, and when you do get the opportunity, you've got to take it pretty hard, as we've seen Freya do. That last wave was just a 3.04 for that left, or 3.07. It hasn't changed the situation. So Freya Prum way out in front with the rest of the field combo, but early stages with 16.5 minutes remaining.
She came into the 2020 QS season looking like really revved up, and she matched up continuously in heats and up in towards the semis and quarters of events against people like Sarah Baum, who we've seen across this series, and Philippa Anderson, who won Coffs Harbour. And it seemed to be like Freya had done the hard work. She works and trains so hard in the the pre-season and behind the scenes, and she's not massive on socials, and she's not you wouldn't really know what's going on for her behind the scenes. And she seemed to turn up at those first few events, and I remember the trials at the Sydney Surf Pro.
Yeah.
And she got pipped right at the end of the trial by Bormy, who ended up winning and finding the wild card spot. So here she goes again, open rail carve. She's been putting in the work. She hasn't enjoyed, I don't think, the success yet. But it looks like it's all coming together for her at the moment, looking really revved up in the final. There's Kira trying to find some opportunity, but tricky waves. Here goes Sky, open face carve.
Yeah, it's Sky's first wave there, or second, I think, just kicking out. So a bit of an exchange going on there, nothing too crucial wave-wise from any of the surfers. So we'll just see how this sets up. 15 minutes remaining, and look at the replay there.
Oh, if that section
Kira
had have walled up a little more for her, she was really loading up on that bottom turn.
Yeah, just a bit flat, isn't it?
tricky wave to surf across there. Yeah, just the pumping conditions this morning, and that tide just filled in. What is it? Just past high tide now, Reggae.
No, it's an hour off.
Hour over high tide.
Hour over high tide. So tide will start running out, and once it does, it'll be quick.
Yeah, some steeper sections maybe on the takeoff. But at the moment, Freya Prum, she's got the family on the beach, and she's in the lead of the women's final here for the Australian Open. She's comboed the field. So 13.51 for Casey and Sky to go into that first position. Kira Buckpitt, opening ride for her, 3.93. It's a nice, stronger way to open up. Sky Burgess, her last wave, 2.47 and a 2.6 for Casey. Here she goes.
Yeah, a nice hit off the top. This wave just flattens out pretty quickly. Will she get another inside connection? Well, a little change of direction turn, not really even a snap. So, yeah, a little bit frustrated with that wave. One turn on the outside. But Casey Hargraves, currently in second, needs to get back out there. And sort of reset with 14 minutes remaining. So, plenty of time.
Yeah, she's got a solid backhand hook on her as well. And, of course, for these four women, it's payday. They've made it to the finals. $1,500 for first place. And I think it is $900 for second.
Yeah.
$600 for third and $500 for fourth. So it's the time to make the push and do your best surfing. You want to be putting it all on the line at this point in competition. There's nothing to be left in the tank. You don't want to be walking out of the heat after these 13.5 minutes going, oh, actually, I probably should have hit that section instead of flattening out. So it's got to go all or nothing here for the finals and the grab. And Freya.
Yeah, there goes Freya. Big hook off the top. And gets hung up there. Unfortunately, that wave flattened out a little bit, but still nice turn there and a third. So, whoa. What the... little bit of a slip up the front with the...
Who knows if Freya did that on purpose or not. It could have just been... might be a little bit of a gesture of how excited she's feeling out the back.
Well, she's probably pretty happy as we see Sky Burgess that wave just shutting down on us. So quick in and out there for the surfer in red. 12.5 minutes remaining. Freya Prum in the lead.
I'll tell you what, Freya's from down this area, Reggae. She's from Marimbula.
Yep.
And this is one of the first times I've seen her able in the last few years to have all of her family and support crew on the beach, because usually she's travelling around to all the other events. But I got a bit of footage from the COVID era. There's a nice little view of the contest site. You can see the bank there. Ooh, looks like a nice wave from somebody as well. I think that might be Kira Buckpitt going nuts there on that right-hander and getting 3 or 4 turns, and she's going to get herself well back into the mix. That looked like some aggressive surfing even from this distance. So it'll be interesting to see the replay maybe for Kira. But, yeah, Freya, she sent some clips through in the middle of the COVID lockdown when she's still able to surf. Some slabs down to the south here. I don't know what they're called or where they are, but it was her and Paddy surfing, and they're literally taking off behind a step and just standing tall in these like freight train right-hand barrels and then getting spat out the end and nobody else around. She said, yeah, it's been like this for weeks down here, just getting barreled like day after day. So she's pretty tapped into the South Coast spots, and she's a full adventurer and charger along with Paddy.
She'd know every nook and cranny between here and Malakuta, I'd say. And there are quite a few good waves and some pretty gnarly stuff a little bit further south. As we see the replay, Visit New South Wales, a replay. So Freya, little snap, and then she does this, and then she gets into the poo stance.
I'm going to say, just knowing probably what's going through her head at the moment and feeling the vibes that she's feeling in the finals, it was a bit of a celebration poo stance. So she's feeling pretty happy and feeling pretty confident on her feet. Things seem to be, the momentum's in her corner at the moment, but I'm interested to see what Kira's wave drops in as, because that was a solid right-hander. We saw from such a panned out view that there was plenty of spray flying off the lip. So last wave for Freya, 6.50.
Yeah, so that's extended her lead. We got rid of the 6.17. So yeah, Freya Prum just stepping out a little bit further there. And it means that Casey now needs a 9.77. Sky Burgess combo to get into second, and Kira Buckpitt needs a 9.91. So
it's pretty much a reset for the girls. They need to be posting so Freya's up in the 14 range. They need to get a pair of mid-sevens or a pair of eights to get them back in the
Yep.
in the run for the champ's crown and the $1,500. At 10 minutes on the clock, that's plenty of time. If we look at the wave rate and the work rate of somebody like Geordie Lawler, one wave every 2 minutes.
Yep.
He has the opportunity in 10 minutes to have 5 shots at getting those eights. And if you look at it that way, like statistically, the girls just need to get moving and get themselves on next opportunity, the next 3 or 4 opportunities that come through to have a shot. And there you go, Kira Buckpitt.
Yeah, that last wave, that right we saw from, she got a 5.4 for that. So that has put her into second place, needing an 8.44 to move into first. Casey Hargraves chasing down a 9.77, while Sky Burgess comboed 13.84 with Sky. She knows that she needs 2 waves, as you wisely said, needs to reset, as we see Kira Buckpitt now, a little right-hander ahead of her, needs to get down and up into that lip, which she did, just unfortunately one manoeuvre before that wave shut down. So not a lot of opportunity there for Kira, and it's not going to change her situation as far as taking first place goes.
No. Patient surfing, though, for her. You could see her consciously, I think, make the decision to wait on that bottom hand turn until she got that one bigger section, and maybe just to get a little bit of confidence, maybe throw away the 3.93. Here's the replay. And she drops all the way down to the bottom here, waits patiently, lines up the lip, and connects. So nice turn for her, looking to get rid of that 3.93 and build on the momentum to move into first position. So if you have just tuned in, KO Sports, or online, you are watching the women's final here at Yabbara Beach, Eurobodalla Shire on the far south coast. And the Marimbula local, Freya Prum, out in the lead. She was holding on to combination. So at the moment, Sky Burgess in combo for first. Casey needs a 9.77. Last wave to come for Kira Buckpitt. At the moment, needing an 8.4. 8 minutes on the clock here. And we might see the maiden wins for both, well, it will be for both the women's and the men's.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. There goes Sky Burgess.
Nice big snap. That was good. So Sky needs to lock in a couple of scores. She looks a little bit frustrated there, but that was a good turn, as it looks like Kira Buckpitt just falling on that second hit. 7.5 minutes remaining. Freya Prum in the lead.
There's a perfect example of Sky's got the surfing there in her tool belt as well. She's a really, really aggressive forehand and backhand surfer, and this is where it comes into play. How much experience or practice that she's had, and the reset. Like, she has still over 7 minutes on the clock, and we've seen crazy situations unfold in the last minute of heats where people go from last to first with 2 8s back to back. So if she's able to keep the head in play and reset and not let the frustration ebb into her performance, she can get back out there and get rid of those scores and post 2 really good scores, or at least 1, and get herself back into the mix. And 4.43 for her last wave.
All right, that's
So
put her into...
there you go. Out of combo.
Out of combo, and further up the ladder as far as the money goes too. So, and she needs a 9.41 to move into second place. So Sky putting a little bit of pressure on, but there's 6.5 minutes remaining. So yeah, if anyone can put anything on Freya, they're going to need to lock in a good solid score, like a 7-point ride, pretty soon. Freya is in the box seat at the moment. 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this final.
Yeah, is she tailing Kira already? She's looking like she's sitting very close to Kira out there in the lineup. Still 6 minutes on the clock. Maybe she's decided to already play strategy, seeing Kira as the biggest threat out there. That was kind of what I was speaking about with Jessie earlier. She picked Freya, and I would love to see Freya win final, but also flagged Kira being a real threat as kind of the Super Grom with nothing to lose. But I mean, you can't count out Casey and Sky. They've surfed so well through such different conditions to get themselves into the final. But with the time against them now, they're really going to have to see a set roll on through. That last wave for Casey was a 4.07, so similar score lines for the girls in third and fourth. They've got a couple of, or 2 low, mid 2s and 4s in the range. They really need to find something a bit more spectacular or steeper, because Freya's had a 6 wave count, and She's actually got a throwaway 6. Here goes Casey. And smooth backhand surfing. Just kind of resets the rail. She's looking for the inside connection. She knows the importance of making it all the way through that wave. There wasn't even a wave there, and she was just keeping the speed all the way through the channel bit. So,
well, looking to get rid of that 2.6, so we'll probably do that, but whether or not, it's not going to make much difference in the overall picture. Casey, a long way to go, needing that 9.77 now. Well, this clock has ticked away very quickly because all of a sudden it's gone from 10 minutes, got some time, to 4.5 minutes. So things are changing out there. Freya Prum, not changing for her. She is in the box seat and staring down the barrel of winning the event.
Maiden Australian Open Surfing Series event win, and it would probably be, if she can hold on to it though, the first win for her season at least. Last score for Casey, 3.97. So she edges away again, moves into third, or sitting in third, needs that 9.77 still. Kira, she's in striking distance, an 8.44 required for her. If a beautiful wave pops up, one of the sets, and she gets 3 of those cracks like we saw on her previous ride, that 4.23 top to bottom attack on the lip. She gets 3 opportunities. We're going to see her get way back into the game. You can see Freya feeling the real threat from Kira right now, but leaving Casey unattended. Here she goes up and riding again on a DP board. So like seeing all the South Coast girls on these shapers, although Freya, I think's on Central Coast shaper. Dan McManus, I think he shapes Freya Prum's board. So we are watching the final, just over 3 minutes on the clock, and it's going to be the longest 3 minutes of Freya Prum's life out here. The difference between first and second. Ooh, have we got some scores coming in there?
Well, just nothing major. Just still the Sky has been pushed back to 4th place, so she just now needs a 9.41 move up in a second. So Casey Hargraves at 3.97 on her 4th wave was enough to leapfrog Sky. Sky wants to get rid of that 2.47. And
oh, look at this. I think Freya is sticking really close. Here goes Sky up into the lip for the first turn. Will she get another opportunity? No, she goes down. So only one turn on offer, and I think you can kind of tell from the body language she's kind of maybe already put herself out of the mix mentally. Yeah, Freya's sticking very close to Kira.
She doesn't need a lot to move up in a second, so maybe she'd start thinking financially.
Yeah, she's a businesswoman herself.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's, so what's second prize? $900? Yeah.
Yeah, $900. That's a good week or fortnight's work.
Yeah,
some people.
$1,500 for first, of course. So as we approach the 2-minute mark, we've got Freya Prum in the lead. Looks like Kira Buckpitt now. Have a look at this. So Kira, a little right hand ahead of her, throws it up, nice little turn out of the top, and gets a second hit there. And she'll just kick out of that one. So looking for her to improve, she needs to get rid of her 4.23. And
definitely after that, I'd have to say.
But still looking for that 8.44 to steal the win from Freya Prum. And with 1.5 minutes remaining, Freya Prum has surfed an excellent heat. With a 6.5 and a 7.33. Her throwaway wave was her first, a 6.17. And of course, that is higher than any other wave ridden in this heat.
Oh, Kira, 6.30 for that last wave.
Oh, there you go.
Great approach too. Here goes Casey, up and riding over the top of Kira, looking to put some rail work in. Smooth style, heap, really, really small wave. Very hard to get any speed at all, but she sticks with it all the way through to the sand, and she's not going to give up. She's being pushed back to 4th position. That last wave for Kira, really important wave. Such a great approach. Very mature competition surfing under pressure too. You saw her realise and line up the 2 sections. Here's the replay. Great looking wave.
Yeah, just sets it up nicely. Just hooks it into the lip and a second turn. Nice. Only needs a 7.54 now to steal this win. And as we see the replay there, also Casey just coming through to the inside. And yeah, not sure. It looks like it's a 3.03 for that one. So not long to go now in the final 30 seconds. You can see Freya Prum down there right next to Kira. Looks like Sky Burgess now got a nice section ahead of her. Wants to hit this lip and hit it hard. Nice little hook into the No, but unfortunately fell
Ooh.
on that little fin slide.
15 seconds on the clock. I'm a little bit nervous, Reggae. This is in striking distance for Kira,
Yeah.
but time against her, and Freya's not going to give her a bar. She needs a 7.54. Freya out in the lead. Last 3 seconds of the heat, and it looks like the chemist takes the win.
There you go. Freya Prum winning. And here she goes. Bit of a victory lap for Freya from Marimbula. And she's just going to hook it up the top and cruise through. And she's very casual about her win here, isn't it?
Oh, you wait till she... I reckon it's probably still sinking in for her. It's not a familiar position to take out the final, like you heard her speaking about. And she's going to be so pumped. Wait to see that presentation interview. And she's got all her family on the beach. There's your 2020 Far South Coast Australian Open Surfing champion, Freya Prum from Marimbula.
Very appropriate. She's from the Far South Coast.
She's proper Far South Coast,
Yep.
and congratulations, so well earned. There's the smile now. Sky Burgess out there as well. There's Paddy when we're speaking about it, and they embrace beautiful show of emotion from those two.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's stoked there for Freya. That's awesome. Great surfing. She has been pushing hard the whole way through. So Freya Prum from Marimbula. And she came out guns blazing, of course, opened the final with a 6.17 in the first 2 minutes, and she ended up throwing that wave out of her scores. So awesome surfing there for Freya Prum, and yeah, she pretty stoked. And as you said, like a good event at this level, great to get the win, and it'll set her up confidence for not just next week, but also the qualifying series next year. And Freya, thumbs up to her, looking pretty good. Anyway, we'll be back with the men's final right after this break.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon 24
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the last heat, the men's final of the Australian Open of Surfing, the Far South Coast Open, coming to you live from Yabara Beach here in Dalmini. A few windswept waves out there, but look at the opening for Geordie Lawler as we see, looks like Dylan Moffat there in the red. So yeah, so it looks like the boys have been busy at the start of this heat.
Yeah, and we've just crowned the champion for the women's division. It was Freya Prum from Marimbula taking the crown and the $1,500 prize money for first place in the women's final. Opening scores for the men's there. Have a look at the combo already for Geordie Lawler, Reggae.
Yeah, 8.33 on his opener, a 6.5 on his second wave, and we got Dylan Moffat on screen now. He scored a 4 and a 3.3, and it looks like this is Geordie here, isn't it? Yeah, just throwing it up. Wow, getting very busy. So he's gone down the beach a bit. You can see, just critical surfing here. And Geordie Lawler just surfing so well. And that lethal backhand of his. And looks like Dylan now. So two North Narrabeen surfers getting up and running early. Dylan Moffat super keen to win this, of course. He has got a couple of runner-up placings so far in the Australian Open series. And looks like Joel Vaughan, great heat coming up, throws it up in a massive frontside air reverse. So Joel Vaughan, he knows what he has to do. He'll be hearing those scores from Geordie Lawler already and going, right, got to get down to business, no mucking around.
Yeah, it's all or nothing here for the men's final. 20 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Interesting to see how the scale matches up for the first of Joel's aerial manoeuvres. Feels like he got the tail pretty high. Let's have a look at the Destination New South Wales replay. Launches, tail high towards the beach and lands pretty smoothly. No grab. Really nice looking frontside reverse. And we've got a heat on our hands. Geordie Lawler, that combination already that he has in the bank is enough to win pretty much every single heat of the day, every day. So to kick off your finals campaign like that is a strong position to be in. First to Joel Vaughan, a 7-point ride.
Yeah, there you go, 7-point ride there for Joel. That's second highest score of the final so far. And we got Grayson just locking in a couple of low scores, a 107 and a 2.43. And just kicking out of that one there. So Geordie Lawler. Oh, here we go, Dylan Moffat now. Flat section, not, you want to get off that wave, no point. But Geordie, like, so quickly, that's the thing, he had these 2 scores locked in for the first 4 minutes of the heat, which is pretty cool in a final.
Yeah, good matchup too between, like you said, Geordie and Dylan, North Narrabeen, Joel Vaughan, North Shelley, Grayson Henrich, North Stain.
No, Bondi.
Oh, Grayson, sorry, yeah. Well, who am I thinking of?
Don't know.
Oh, someone else. I'm thinking of Saxon
Saxon
Reba.
Reba, yeah.
Yeah, they both got the long hair. My apologies,
I was gonna
Bondi.
say Adam Hennessy.
Yeah, I'm thinking of...
who has no hair.
Yeah, I'm thinking of no hair. No, I'm thinking of, Saxon Reba. He got knocked out by Grayson.
That's right.
Yeah, Grayson from Bondi. Saw him in the ABB. I think most of these guys will be the representatives for their clubs in the Northern Beaches qualifier for the ABB.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a toss-up between Dylan, Geordie, Cooper and Jamie Thompson for their surfer.
For Narrabeen, yeah. Well, that's true. They got a pretty solid bunch of opens. And someone like Davey Cathell's.
Oh, Davey Cathell's? I didn't even...
well.
Yeah. Imagine if they come off... they just go off the rankings or they go off the last result. Okay, whichever boy finishes higher in the finals here, you guys can have the spot because it's a tough selection to be making for their team going into the ABB.
Oh, for sure.
And Jesse was saying that last qualifier, they're almost taken out by Cuba. So to get the spot to go into the Nationals. So they're going to be not wanting to have any repeat of that. It's going to be a tough selection process for them.
Yeah.
I'd be pretty safe in saying that Jolie is in the North Shelley team and Grayson would be in the Bondi.
Yeah, well, Bondi have already surfed, of course. So,
oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Kiama.
Yeah, Kiama, yeah, where they get through? Yeah, they did. They won. Didn't they?
No, Scarborough.
Oh,
Scarborough won. Yeah, remember with Nick Squizzer and that.
That's right.
There goes Dylan.
Ooh.
Nice looking wave. Ooh, tricky projection with the backwash, kind of unseating him. A little bit missed time, but he had to throw it out into the flats. He can't ride on out. 17.5 on the clock. Joel has got a second wave already on the board, so let's wait to see what that locks in. Of course, it is the men's final live action. Joel Vaughan, 363 backup wave. Here's a replay of Dylan Moffat's. And
yeah, it was a weird one, sort of flat section to deal with, but you couldn't quite get the rotation or the amplitude he wanted out of that air. So 17 minutes remaining. Geordie Lawler in the lead. Joel Vaughan locked in a couple of decent scores. Looking for a 7.84, so he's still got that 3.63, of course. While Dylan, yeah, some low scores, 3.33, and similar story for Grayson, still looking for something decent to get his final underway. He's got a couple of small scores, but he's got to push the reset button, as my illustrious co-commentator.
Illustrious. Well, I'm pretty happy, actually, Rego, to say that we've got, of course, along with the rest of the surf community and all these families and friends tuning in on KO Sports, I've got Eve Dog Smith now on the text line to let us know how to call those grabs. So that the semi-final grab we saw go down from Dylan Moffat, that big front side, it was a mute grab, which you were right. And you said that after in the break. And I wasn't sure, so big hello, Eth. We miss you here at the event and all the rest of the Surfing New South Wales crew tuning on in. It is the men's final, and it's been a beautiful day. We arrived to pumping conditions here at Yabbera, and
the warmest welcome I've ever had from a local board riders club. They've been feeding and watering us all day. Here goes Joel Vaughan.
Massive frontside air. Wow, rides out of that one nicely. He's got another section. Just jams another turn out of it. So Joel Vaughan knows what he needs to do. So huge frontside air, backed up with a second hit. Be interesting to see how the judges call that one. He got a 7 on his previous wave.
Oh, it's got to be. It's got to be the score. That was such a sick rotation. Have a look at the replay. Look how quick he rotates once he's in the air as well. And the projection he gets from the lip. Oh, lands fins first.
Yeah. And again, so that little snap to finish. So Joel Vaughan, they're getting fully involved in that turn. So
very involved.
Yeah, so 7.34 is what he was looking for. And you got to say, well, from the 7, he got his score that single manoeuvre. He's going to get that, what he needs here. So we see Grayson paddling back out. And this is going to put, Joel's putting the pressure on Geordie Lawler to maintain his lead. And there you go. So Joel Vaughan
Yes,
waiting on that score.
Oh, surely it has to go up into the 8 range. Like you said, if they gave him the 7 for the one reverse, he had extra manoeuvre on it. Here goes Geordie, current finals leader for the men's, looking to make some more space because the guys are chasing down hard right behind him. He goes to the textbook backhand manoeuvres, 3 turns, looking really sharp, and anyone would be happy with that wave in their finals. But I think it's going to probably be, might come close to that 6-5. But it might end up being throwaway. And there's the last score for Jolie Vaughan. A 9.17 for that big frontside reverse. He can see it. You saw him just soaking in the score there. Here's the replay, Reggae.
Yeah, look at this. So just throws it up really quick. Land spins first and just smoothly rode out of it. And then with that nice snap to finish. So the judges loving that one with a 9.17. Puts him in the lead. Geordie Lawler now needing a 7.85. And we've got Dylan Moffat and Grayson now being comboed.
Oh, unusual position to see those 2 names in, isn't it?
Yeah, very unusual. So Geordie Lawler just on screen there in the white. And he would have heard that score and go, right.
Game on.
But Joel Vaughan, yeah, just made the most. We saw that section and he just smashed it with that frontside air. And pretty impressive.
What did you say earlier, Reggae, about the judging criteria within aerial manoeuvres? You said something about the
height, the speed, and the rotation.
Yeah, I think that's
what it is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're correct, and that the majority, I feel like, of those excellent points came from his rotation, how quickly he whipped that board around, and he landed already pretty much with his fins facing the right way, so nose almost pointed all the way back to the beach. And he got quite a lot of pop through that small section too. So you had 2 of those things already ticked off that were way up in the range. So with that 7-point ride, like you said, with the single manoeuvre, and then you had that backup turn after that, a similar manoeuvre for him, but it was higher and quicker, rotated. They really had nowhere to go on the judging scale other than up.
Well, that's right. And here we see Dylan Moffat now looking for a section. He's going to try and unleash something similar, but that wave, not a lot of opportunity so far. Nice hit out the back and just a tag on the inside, but just needs that steeper face to work with. And then Dylan heading back out. Wants to get out of combination though, and he needs to lock in a 7 or better to do that. As he's watching his clock tick down, just under 12 minutes. Grayson a bit out of sync at the moment, just 2.43 to 2.53, unusual. Looks like Geordie now. Geordie Lawler on his backhand, throws it up. Oh. Unfortunately, does not ride out of that. So he made his intentions known. Obviously, all 4 surfers, the other 3 surfers know what Joel did.
Yeah, that was going well towards excellent score as well. How quick he got the board rotating, how high he got, and then he would have been a really difficult landing to stick way out into the flats. I think it probably would have come close to going, if not similar to that 917, maybe a little above because of the flat kind of trough landing.
Yeah.
I don't know, it looked a bit more difficult if he was able to pull it off, but wasn't able to do so.
You know, you're talking about the grab, the mute grab before. Who was that?
It was Dylan Moffat.
It was Dylan, was it? Okay.
Yeah, on the forehand.
Right, so, because you get more points for the grab, you throw in a grab. Well, you do in snow events, I don't know if you do in surf events.
I don't
And
know.
if you miss the grab,
Terrible.
Oh man, I remember when Sean White won the last Olympics. There was controversy because Scotty James, Australian, was second, and there was I reckon Sean's grab in the final. His best run was a boot grab. He missed the board and grabbed the boot.
Oh, so you get penalised for...
Yeah. Well, not penalised.
not
You just don't get scored as highly. But that was... some people thought it was a boot grab. Some people didn't.
Controversial. Did they have the replay system?
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah, the judges didn't do that. They just lay it straight down. They don't do replays.
Really?
Yeah.
Even in the Olympic level?
I'm pretty sure they just sort of put their score down.
Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah.
I guess you don't have multiple runs going, do you? You have run and then a time and space and then another run.
Yeah, you get it's best of 3 usually,
and
you usually know what you need to points wise. I think what was it, Cork 12? I think something ridiculous like that.
Are the judges in snowboarding open to the input of the crowd? So, like, if everybody's cheering, can they hear that, or are they in a closed booth?
They can hear it.
Ah, so
you gotta
atmosphere.
Think yeah. So you got to think they're not sort of, they're above that. But it's interesting. Like the kid who lives across the road here, Dalmini, just over there, Valentino Gaselli, probably Australia's number 2 pipe rider now at 14 years old. He's I was talking to his mum and his dad yesterday. He's overseas till April training. And normally he's a member of Dalmini Board Riders.
Oh, so he could have been here at the Australian Open throwing down some
I'm sure
mute grabs.
He might. I know he's in Europe. He might be watching it. I don't know. But yeah, it's pretty radical what they do.
Yeah, I think that's where surfing's heading with all the wave pools and.
Well, you can see that. Look what Italo and Medina are doing. They're doing sort of double flips, and if they can do cork, which is an off-axis rotation as opposed to a flat one. I haven't seen that'll come into it. I reckon with wave pools.
Yeah, some crazy stuff's going to be going down, changing the whole kind of landscape of competition surfing too. I think it's going to split it.
Yeah, I think so too. It'll be a different thing. It's a bit like snowboarding and skiing as opposed to half pipe snowboarding and skiing, or more controlled as opposed to like a big mountain event.
Yeah.
So there's always so I think surfing will go that way. It's going to be interesting because the wave pools are popping up everywhere now. Remember, it was such a big deal when Kelly, publicised his, and now I saw something about the that Yeppoon one. I saw a video of that the other day.
Yeah, they're going ahead
with the plunger.
Yep.
And then there's one being built out in Sydney, and here we go, Joel Vaughan, current leader. Nice little snap, releases those fins, looking really smooth in another huge frontside air. Unfortunately, he does not ride out of that one. But he's looking good out there.
Yeah, just under 8 minutes on the clock. He's out in the lead. If he wants to increase his hold on the finals and clasp those fingers around the $1,500, he needs to replace a 7-point ride because Geordie Lawler, 7.85, will take him back into the lead. Here goes the replay. Look how easily he releases the fins out the back. So much control through the back foot and plenty of pop too. Just unable to ride out in front. Kind of a little bit late to kind of regain that centre of gravity. He was still really heavily on his front foot at the end of that rotation there.
Yeah.
So still time though in striking distance. The rest of the guys, Combo, Dylan Moffat, Grayson Henrich, they can still get themselves back into the game. But such an unusual situation to see those two guys in. And I know they've obviously got the air game on tap as well. Incredible aerial surfers. They're waiting for the opportunity. Under 7 minutes. Beautiful afternoon here for the last final of the day.
Yeah, it just is spectacular. Look at that view there. The water just crystal clear. Yeah, you're talking like we'll talk about Dylan Moffat before with that mute grab. So he'll be looking for something similar because he can, if he can pull an 8-point ride, it'll just open things right up. But it's going to need to happen soon for these surfers to stay in touch. So here goes Dylan looking at this. Hooks it up. Nice jamming turn out of the top. Plenty of spray off the top of that wave, but it just runs out of steam. So it wasn't the wave he wanted.
It just seems that Joel and Geordie are finding the better waves.
Yep.
Every set they're on, that bigger, looking really fun, steep right-hander. They just seem to pick it. Look how crystal clear the water is too.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible. You kind of can't really see it when you're on beach level or from the car park here, how crystal it is. So it's an incredible part of the far south coast here, the Eurobodalla Shire.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll be coming back for the 2021 instalment of Australian Open to surf down here. Maybe add some more events at some incredible locations like this and change it up a little bit. I know the locals are keen to have us back down, actually.
Yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, definitely come back next year. I'll come back.
Oh, we'll come back. Maybe we'll just come back on our own then, Ray.
Well, they mightn't give us a job. Who knows? Yeah. They're like, I'm over those two. Let's get someone good in the commentary booth.
You'll come out of retirement and I'll end up on the beach marshal.
That's right.
So 5.5 minutes. Here he goes. Finals leader, Jolie Vaughan. Just a little bit of a wrap. He's looking for a launch pad and can't get the rotation or the twist, so it's not going to go into his top two. Beautiful vision of the sandbank there, of course, working alongside the Fresh Air broadcast guys throughout the whole of the AOS series. It's been a pleasure to be back in to action. Here's the wave replay.
Don't they do a great job?
They're great lads, these two. Absolute frothers. They're here the earliest until the latest.
That's
they're
right.
Always
They're first on ground, last off ground. Looks like Dylan Moffat now having a look at this one. Little left here. He's got a bit of a wedge ahead of him. Just snaps it up into the lip. Might get a second section. No, unfortunately, that one just shuts down. So, well, Dylan just can't find the waves he needs at the moment. Of course, we've seen him get second in a number of times. Now, Geordie Lawler, what has he got an opportunity now? Well, look at this section. Throws it up vertically. Has to do something. Whoa, that was a smashing backhand re-entry. And what he's looking for, a 7.85.
Jeez, that's going to be a hard one. I never envy that position of the judges when they're having to scale those massive rotation versus against textbook surfing like that.
Yeah, it's a challenge, isn't it?
Hard job.
Speaking of textbook surfing, nice carving turn there from Grayson. He hasn't had much luck in this final. Grayson Heinrichs there just finishing off. And we've got to see whether... Well, Geordie, if he can better his 6.5, that'll make things a lot closer as far as catching Joel Vaughan goes. We've just got 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. So right down the end here, the final of the Australian Open of Surfing, Far South Coast Open. And there you can see Dylan Moffat and Joel Vaughan on screen. Joel, heat leader in the blue, courtesy of some screaming waves like that 9.17. And, of course, a 7 on his open. He was a bit quiet to start with in this final. And
ooh, last score for Geordie Lawler. An 8.20, locking in to the system. So if you are following on live heats, you can refresh. Whoa. He takes the lead. 3 minutes on the clock. Jolie now needing a 7.37. And I thought that might happen for Geordie's score.
Yeah, have a look at the replay here. You can see 8.2. So squares off the bottom. Throws critical turn there. And again, and just that extension through that last turn.
Yeah.
And I think the judges love that flow of the second turn into the top. And they will, well, reward him with an 8.2.
Yeah, that's strong backhand surfing. And what a decision for him, too, to revert back to the turns over the aerial manoeuvres he's got. And throw, like, it's kind of a risky move to make at this later point in the final, especially when Joel's already been rewarded 9.17 for the aerial manoeuvre.
Aerial manoeuvre plus
the turn.
Critical turn. So Joel's, for the aerial manoeuvre only, was a 7-point ride, just the one turn. So kind of you can see how it slots in within the scale there, that 8.2. And here goes Dylan Moffat. Come on, do something ridiculous. And just snaps it. Because Dylan's the kind of surfer who could go out and throw some massive air and pull in an 8.5. Which, in fact, they all can. I'd like to see them all do that in the last wave. Or catch us a wave together.
Bring it on in the last 2 minutes. Last wave for Grayson, a 5.40.
Well, there we are.
Yeah, beautiful view here. That's Yabara Beach.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Pretty low-key setup we got down here for the Australian Open of Surfing. It's awesome we can bring you. This drone shot's just epic.
Yeah, you feel like you're in the lineup out the back of the competition. You're in the last 1 minute and 30 seconds of the final out here for the men's.
Yeah. Wow, 1.5 minutes remaining. I remember the first time they had a drone involved in the broadcast down at Bell's. And something happened. It was at Rincon, and it just fell out of the sky and landed about 0.5 metre from Kelly Slater.
Oh, I feel like
it's like I'll never forget that.
They were risky at the start, and I've seen that footage of the eagles attacking them, and
just going ballistic on it. So Grayson has overtaken Dylan there in that last wave. So
Yeah, last ride for Dylan Moffat was a 5.77 for that two-turn combo on the forehand. Grayson, his previous ride of 5.4. There's still another number to lock on in for him. 45 seconds on the clock. Geordie Lawler out in front. Jolie in striking distance, a 7.37. So something that we've seen similar. If time allows it for him to answer back to Jordan Lawler, those two have been battling it out between first and second.
Yep.
And through the whole final, will they get another opportunity?
Whoa,
here we go, Reggae.
30 seconds to go. So Joel Vaughan, this is his last throw of the dice, and that is not a throw. And unfortunately, a similar situation here for Dylan Moffat with 20 seconds to go. Throws it up, little foam climb there, and gets that third turn in. Wow, he's really milking everything out of this wave. So Dylan Moffat, yep, onto the sand with 10 seconds to go, but the focus is on that bloke there in the white, Geordie Lawler. Wow, what a heat, hey? 16.53 plays 16.17, and Jordan Lawler, as his mum calls him, has won that heat. So there you see our first and second there. It was a great heat, and Geordie Lawler just stealing with that 8.2 right at the end. Of course, we'll be back with the presentation of the Australian Open of Surfing. Don't go away.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6.
Yeah.
And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
And welcome back. It is live action here from the Australian Open of Surfing, Far South Coast installment number 5. We have just officially announced or seen the champions make their way through the finals. It was Jordan Lawler for the men's and Freya Prum for the women. So whilst the guys are just quickly prepping the presentation area and ready for the live prezzo to cross to, we will just cross to a nice little day in the life package that was filmed just previously with our women's champ, Freya Prum. So stick with us. Live presentation to come after this short clip.
Hi, my name's Freya Prum. I'm from Merimbula. My 3 favourite things to do on the far south coast are checking out the animals at Mogo Zoo, swimming with the seals at Montague Island, and checking out Glasshouse Rocks at Narooma Surf Beach.
And there's a great overview of the incredible things that are on offer down here on the far south coast. So much to do, so much of nature and the incredible pristine environments that are still down here, pretty much untouched for a lot of the coast. And we just did see a little bit from Freya Prum, who happened to be our women's champion here at the Australian Open Surf Series. So the first final she's been able to make her way into, and she dominated from start to finish, along with Geordie Lawler. It looks like we are getting close to crossing to the live presentation very shortly. You can see the guys setting up on the beach down there, and we've had a great event alongside working with plenty of amazing people as well. And yeah, getting very close to crossing on down. So here we go for the live presentation of the Champs Australian Open. Over to you, Reggae.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the presentation of the Australian Open of Surfing on the far south coast. My name is Reggae Ellis, one of the broadcast announcers. And yeah, it's been an awesome weekend down here at Dalmini, and really appreciate the welcome we've been given by all the locals. Of course, we had a variety of conditions over the weekend. Pretty messy, windswept stuff yesterday when we got blown off the beach at Naroona Breakwall for day one. But today we kicked off the final days with great conditions this morning, and I must say the surf hung in pretty well for the whole day. Now, big thank you to Eurobadalla Council, Destination New South Wales, Surfing New South Wales Mental Health 360 program, Dalmini board riders and the local community and event staff, Adam Hubin, Rowan Fell and the work crew, and our head judge Kai Engel, and all the judges did a great job, and of course the boys in the Fresh Air broadcast truck, who also did an awesome job throughout the weekend. So the winners today will walk away with $1,500 each and go in the running to win the overall tour prize of full accommodation for the 2021 Whistler New South Wales Surf Pro Series. Before we get to the official proceedings, we have a special trophy we'd like to present. And it's to Dalmini board riders as a thank you for hosting the event and helping for New South Wales team out, and for taking us to the brewery yesterday afternoon. It was a fun day. So I'd like to call on Matt Hall from Dalmini board riders. Here he goes, a bit of a soft sand run. And yeah, Adam will present you with that trophy. We really do appreciate it, and it was great to have you guys welcome us here today. So, of course, this is a COVID-safe event, which means no shaking hands. But anyway, I'd like to call on our finalists. Open Women, another great display of surfing. In fourth place, Casey Hargraves. In third place, Sky Burgess. And in second place, Kira Buckpitt. Congratulations, Sky and Kira. And of course, our winner of the Australian Open of Surfing, the Far South Coast Open, and she's a Far South Coast surfer from Merimbula, Freya Prum. And awesome to see Freya take it out, and a few words.
Thanks, Reggae. Thanks, everyone. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for putting on this string of events. We've got to keep in tune for next year's QS, so thanks to everyone involved in that. Also, Dalmini board riders, thank you guys. Thanks for your wave. Thanks to the judges. They always get a hard time, really, so it's a pretty hard job, but they did well today. I've had heaps of family and friends come down. Thanks for coming. Yay. Thanks to the legends in the production team, Mishi, and also commentary team, Reggae, Greenwood, and everyone. Thanks to my love, Paddy's filming. I drag him around to every event, and we miss lots of work, but we have a good time. Thanks, sweetie. Love you. Thanks to the boss at Prum's Family Chemist. He couldn't make it today, but he lets me get off to come to these events. Thanks for the ladies who have to cover my shifts. So, cheers, everyone.
Well, there you go. Big round of applause for Freya and the finalists here at the Women's Australian Open of Surfing. Do you want the check? Yeah, so $1,500 there for Freya. And yeah, excellent surfing, really dominated that final from start to finish. Well done. All right, Open Men. Another great heat, really exciting throughout the whole 25 minutes. But in fourth place, Grayson Hinrichs. Congratulations, Grayson. And in third place, at least you didn't come second this time, Dylan Moffat. So Dylan, consistent finals. Maybe you're saving the win for North Narrabeen next week on your home turf. And yeah, really awesome display between the first and second surfers. It chopped and changed. Joel Vaughan in second place. Big round of applause, Joel. Insane surfing, very creative and amazing aerials during that final. And in first place, Geordie Lawler. Congratulations, Geordie. That was epic. Awesome job to come back with that 8.2 right at the end.
I'd like to thank my uncle for sitting in the sun all day, and my family who watched throughout the event, and the locals too, for letting us have a few waves, and the finalists. Had a lot of fun.
Awesome. It was a great heat, great final and a great event. Big round of applause for our finalists here in the men's, the Australian Open of Surfing. All right, that wraps up the official proceedings. Once again, big thanks to Dalmini board riders and all the locals. Really felt welcome here. It's an awesome place. And we'll see you, everyone, at the final stop at the Australian Open of Surfing next week on Sydney's Northern Beaches. See you then.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon 24 degrees.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures, wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon coastal
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6.
Yeah.
And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures, wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6. And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon coastal
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures, wide open spaces. So you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
New South Wales looking at a fine day with afternoon coastal breeze.
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Yeah, so everyone should be prepared.
Hi, my name's Freya Prom. I'm from Merimbula. My three favourite things to do on the far south coast are checking out the animals at Mogo Zoo, swimming with the seals at Montague Island, and checking out Glasshouse Rocks at Narooma Surf Beach.
What do you reckon? Yeah.
Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6.
Yeah.
And get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020, one unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
Yeah. Say yeah to more power with the Amarok V6 and get your first 3 repayments on us.
Volkswagen.
New South Wales looking at a fine day this afternoon, close to 40 degrees.
You've dreamed of places to go. You promised one day. Now, one day is here. New adventures. Wide open spaces. So, you can't travel the world right now. So what? New South Wales is here for you. Let's all reboot 2020. One unforgettable experience at a time. Now's the time to love New South Wales.
New South Wales looking at a fine day this afternoon, close to 40
Surfers Rescue program is essential, I think, for everyone who's in the water every day. Anyone who has access to it and hears about it, you should probably go and learn a little bit of something from it. So you just have to be aware in the water, and when you train this kind of stuff, you get more awareness of your surroundings. It's even more easy to identify when somebody's in trouble, or to see when a potential problem's going to happen. If you're going to try and save someone just because it's out of the goodness of your heart and you don't have the skills, you're going to get yourself in trouble.